I have an immortal dwelling within me. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 126 Mission Hall. That's infuriating, I can't help but want to beat you up, Ji-10 huffed. You're really asking for it, Meng Yao laughed and scolded as well. Sure enough. Men with money turned bad. Lin Yi is starting to become bad too. He's deliberately showing off in front of them, deliberately trying to annoy them. How about a few of you come and stay in this courtyard on Shansuan Peak? After the joke, Lin Yi said seriously. He usually spends more time on Dantian Peak, mainly focusing on alchemy. On Dantian Peak, he can also comprehend swordsmanship, practice sword techniques, cultivate magic, improve his divine sense, and refine his physical body. This courtyard on Shansuan Peak is indeed not very useful for him. Let's forget it, we've come to the Misty Sect, so we have to start from scratch. Let's not take this shortcut. You can help us this time, but can you help us for the rest of our lives? If we become dependent on you, and you can't always help us in the future, wouldn't that be harming us? Meng Yao said seriously. That makes sense. Jizin Yu, Wangxian City, Ji-10, and He Sui all nodded in agreement. The most crucial point is that we're new here, and our rankings aren't very high to begin with. If we stay in your courtyard, the other inner disciples, even the senior brothers and sisters from the battle peak, will dislike us and be unhappy. They'll inevitably make things difficult for us on a daily basis. Our time in the Misty Sect will only bring us more entanglements and hardships. This temporary comfort and enjoyment will have serious consequences, Meng Yao explained in detail. I was reckless. In that case, I'll enjoy this courtyard all to myself, Lin Yi said with a smile. In such a wonderful blessed land as the Misty Sect, there was a courtyard several acres in size, which was a money tree. He used it to grow spiritual herbs, and it yielded great profits. Lin Yi, what are your plans for the future? Meng Yao asked Lin Yi seriously. My most pressing plan is definitely to prepare for my attempt to reach the transcendent realm. This is the most important thing before me. Everyone thinks I'm doomed from cultivating all 5 elements, destined to never reach the transcendent realm. They don't even really consider me a match or take me seriously. I'll prove them wrong. I must show them that even with cultivating all 5 elements, I can still reach the transcendent realm. I'll advance before them, Lin Yi said earnestly. Regarding his background, there are currently no concrete clues. Who left him the immortal abode space? Was it someone deliberately nurturing a treasure? Or his parents, whom he's never met? Why did Uncle Fu adopt him? Why was he injured? What exactly happened back then? He wanted to figure out all these mysteries. But all of this required considerable strength. Without sufficient strength, if his immortal abode space was exposed, his life would be in danger. Before exploring, preserving his life was the most important thing. Right now, he was only at the spirit-gathering realm, so he could only secretly gather information and accumulate clues. Fortunately, Meng Yao, Gong Ganmei, and the rather mysterious old Luo who was taken away by the Misty Sect were all sources of clues. When he had time, he would find out where the old Luo was in the Misty Sect, what his status was, and he would pay him a special visit. Of course. The most urgent matter at hand was still to find a way to break through to the mortal transformation realm. Your attempt to break through to the transcendent realm will be far more difficult than ours. You really need to plan this carefully, Jizin Yu said solemnly. This time, upon entering the sect, you became the top alchemist and the top student in the sect entrance examination. You've gained immensely in terms of status, position, and wealth. You must make good use of these advantages to lay a solid foundation for your breakthrough to the transcendent realm, Wangxian City suggested. If you need any help, just tell us, Meng Yao said enthusiastically. I'll make some plans right away, Lin Yi nodded earnestly. To break through to the transcendent realm, he needed to raise his strength to the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm before he could attempt it. He was taking the most extreme path. Reaching this step is the most basic. Through this sect entrance assessment, compared with these top geniuses of his age, he discovered that in many aspects, He still had a considerable gap to bridge before reaching the pinnacle. In terms of physical body, he had only used the 5 elements of spiritual energy to temper his body, and hadn't specifically cultivated his physical form. Next, he would cultivate the incomplete version of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, focusing solely on physical body training. Previously, when he studied the incomplete version of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, it specifically mentioned that those who cultivate the 5 elements simultaneously are particularly suited to cultivating the Heaven and Earth Overlord body, as they complement each other perfectly. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body can temper all aspects of the physical body to a very strong level. If one fails to break through to the transcendent realm or the golden core realm by cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously, it's possible to have shattered meridians, or even explode and die. Having cultivated the Heaven and Earth Overlord body, his physical body is strong enough, and his meridians are resilient enough. Even if he fails to break through to the transcendent realm, he will only suffer minor injuries at most, and can try again next time. This minimizes the harm and risks of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously. The incomplete Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique has this excellent effect. Of course, it is only limited to the spirit embryo realm and above. After all, it is only an incomplete version. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique is missing the parts after the spirit embryo realm, and it is hard to say whether he can complete it in the future. Of course, he will not think about such distant things for the time being. Right now, no one is optimistic about his chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm. By cultivating the incomplete version of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, he can at least have a high chance of cultivating all the way to the spirit embryo realm. Along this path, the harm and risk of failure can be minimized. And then there's divine sense, Lin Yi thought to himself. He also had a significant gap in his divine sense cultivation. His current divine sense cultivation was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm. He needed to raise it to the peak of the transcendent realm as soon as possible. In swordsmanship, I also have a considerable gap, Lin Yi pondered. His golden crow sword was merely a common top-grade spirit sword, not top-tier in power. The third-grade flowing gold sword technique he cultivated was a top-tier sword technique in Forgotten Immortal Town, but after arriving at the Misty Sect, it was no longer considered top-tier. He needed to use contribution points to exchange for a 4th grade, or even 5th grade, sword technique. He also needed to exchange for another top-grade spiritual sword with superior power. My movement technique is also lacking, even the 3rd-grade Lingsu step isn't enough. Let's see if I can exchange for a 4th grade, or even 5th grade, movement technique and cultivate it to perfection, Lin Yi planned in his mind. He cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously, and his spiritual power was several times greater than others. When he encountered an opponent stronger than himself, he could choose to stall, wear down his opponent, and once the opponent's spiritual power was exhausted, victory would surely be his. When he was stalemate with Jiangqi before, he used his perfected, impenetrable defense to block from the side, but he couldn't stop it. He was seriously injured after only blocking 2 moves. If Jiangqi were at his peak spiritual energy level, he would undoubtedly lose. The advantage of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously would be completely ineffective. Therefore, when defensive sword techniques are ineffective, to wear down the opponent, he needs superb movement techniques. This allows him to constantly dodge while the opponent attacks relentlessly, significantly depleting his energy. Even if the opponent doesn't attack, he can use his movement advantage to initiate attacks, forcing the opponent to defend or counterattack. With superb movement techniques, the initiative in the battle is entirely in his hands. This is the principle of speed being the only way to win. Speed is the ultimate truth. I also need to hone my alchemy skills. Master Gong Danmi has always hated me. Even if she's put aside her hatred now, she still harbors resentment towards me, saying she'll wait several months before teaching me alchemy. I can't just wait idly during these months. I need to find a way to exchange for some alchemy techniques and ask senior sister Qinglin and senior brother Yin Manhuang for guidance, so I can practice ahead of time, Lin Yi planned meticulously. Alchemy was of paramount importance. Whether for personal cultivation or for making money, it was an extremely crucial skill. The sooner he learned it, the sooner he would reap the benefits. Physical body, spiritual consciousness, swordsmanship, movement techniques, and alchemy. To reach the pinnacle in all these areas would definitely require a significant amount of contribution points. The number will far exceed the 70,000 contribution points this time. To improve your strength and break through to the transcendent realm, the most fundamental thing is to have enough contribution points, Lin Yi sighed. All of this, in the final analysis, requires contribution points. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. You can only dream about it. You've truly entered the door by thinking this far. For all disciples, the most fundamental thing is to earn contribution points. With enough contribution points, everything is easy. Qinglan smiled with satisfaction. Many people need to be in the sect for months or even years before they deeply understand the importance of contribution points. By the time they start to work hard, they're too old, and the opportunities have passed. Make money as early as possible. Earn contribution points as early as possible too. The sooner you understand this principle, the greater your future achievements will be. Even if you don't become a top cultivator, you can at least become an upper middle class cultivator and live a comfortable life. That's right, contribution points are everything, Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed. Then, he thought of something else. Senior sister, I still owe you 74,600 contribution points. I need to pay this debt back quickly. The most urgent and important thing right now isn't actually striving to reach the transcendent realm, but paying off the debt first, Lin Yi said earnestly. Seeing Lin Yi's anxious expression, Qinglan couldn't help but smile. Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, Wangxian City, He Sui, and Ji Teng all shared the same sentiment, just like Lin Yi. Their most important task upon entering the Misty Sect was also to earn contribution points. Our contribution points aren't really needed for the time being. You can owe me and senior brother Yin Manhuang for now. The other senior brothers and sisters didn't lend you much, so they won't be in a rush to ask for it back, Qinglan comforted them gently. That won't do, you're not in a hurry, that's your business. I have to pay back my debts quickly, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly, Lin Yi said seriously. Mainly, he needed a large number of contribution points to cultivate his physical body, spiritual sense, swordsmanship, movement techniques, and alchemy. He was still in debt. How could he possibly not pay it off and instead focus on improving himself? Therefore, his immediate priority was to pay off his debts. Then, he could use the contribution points he earned to gradually improve himself, making final preparations for his attempt to reach the transcendent realm. Senior sister, what are some ways to quickly earn a large number of contribution points? Lin Yi asked solemnly. He needed to earn contribution points as soon as possible. There are mainly two main directions. First, there are the tasks assigned by the sect, which all disciples can accept, but they must be assigned in order of priority. Second, there are the tasks assigned by each peak, also in order of priority. The battle peak and the dantian peak each have their own tasks, which only disciples belonging to that peak can accept. Each disciple can only accept 3 tasks per month. You can accept 10 tasks, Qinglan explained gently, smiling warmly. The day is right here, senior sister, please take me to accept some tasks, Lin Yi volunteered. Having just entered the sect, he was unfamiliar with everything, and Qinglan was his guide. But he didn't want to trouble Qinglan or waste her time. So he wanted to familiarize himself with sect affairs as soon as possible so he could do things on his own later and be self-reliant. Alright, let's go to the mission hall now, Qinglan nodded with a smile. Senior sister, take us with you, Meng Yao volunteered. Ji Zinayu, He Sui, Wangxian City, and Ji Teng also looked on with anticipation. No problem, let's go together, Qinglan nodded with a smile. Immediately, she led Lin Yi and the others to the mission hall. The mission hall was located on Chaoyang Peak, the easternmost peak of the Piaomio sect, a place full of vitality, energy, and hope. This mission hall has 5 floors. The first floor is the outer sect disciple area. These are the cheapest and most arduous missions, with very low pay and, of course, very low risk. The second floor is the inner sect disciple area. Here are all sorts of missions, some within the sect and some for training outside. The third floor is the true disciple area. The fourth floor is the elders area. The fifth floor is the sect leaders area. Qinglan gave a general introduction. Elders and sect leaders also have to do missions, Lin Yi asked, his face full of surprise. That's natural. For example, our master, Elder Gongdan, is responsible for refining top-tier spiritual pills for the sect, the transcendent pill for those aiming for the transcendent realm, and the condensation pill for those aiming for the golden core realm, all require her personal refining. Even the sect leader is no exception. Our Misty Sect has supreme elders who can supervise the sect leader, Even if the supreme elders don't appear on ordinary days, if more than half of the existing elders oppose the sect leader's decisions, the sect leader has no choice but to abandon them, King Lin said earnestly. I see. I thought the sect leader was all-powerful and had absolute authority, Lin Yi suddenly realized, and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the Misty Sect is quite open-minded. Even the sect leader isn't absolute and dictatorial. Let's go to the second floor. King Lin led Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and the others directly to the second floor of the mission hall. Similarly, there were restrictions preventing access to the second floor area. One needed a contribution token indicating their inner sect disciple status to pass. Meng Yao, G10, and the others had already arranged their accommodations and successfully obtained their contribution tokens. The group arrived at the second floor hall. Compared to the cramped first floor, the second floor was significantly more spacious. The second floor is also divided into different areas. The largest area is the sect mission board. Everyone can accept the missions listed here. The other 10 or so areas are the mission boards for each major peak. Only disciples belonging to that peak can accept them, King Lin said with a smile. Can I accept all the missions listed on the sect mission board right now? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Place your contribution token on it, and the sect mission monument will display the missions you can accept. These missions are updated daily. Some high-paying missions are ones that disciples ranked higher than you are unwilling to accept. After 2 days, you can accept them. Just place your contribution token on the mission contribution monument, and it will update. Similarly, if you don't accept the missions you have within 2 days, they will be given to disciples ranked even lower, King Lin explained with a smile. That's really great. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He found all of this very novel. Immediately, he placed his contribution token on the sect mission monument. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration. Instantly, a whole row of missions appeared on the sect mission monument. Each task displayed its corresponding reward. These tasks were arranged in descending order of reward. The highest reward among my tasks is only 500 contribution points. Lin Yi stared at the long list of tasks on the sect's task tablet, his face full of surprise. This was much less than he had expected. That's quite a lot. An outer disciple might only get 2, 3, or even just 1 contribution point per mission. And even those kinds of missions aren't always available. Moreover, they can only take on a maximum of 3 missions a month, accumulating only about 5 contribution points. Your mission is worth 500 points. If you take on 10 missions a month, that's 5,000 contribution points a month, and 60,000 contribution points a year, King Lin said gently, comforting Lin Yi. It's still too little. At this rate, even if I work hard for a year, I still won't be able to pay back your debt of 74,600 contribution points. As for the cultivation techniques and treasures I want to exchange for, I'll need hundreds of thousands, even millions, of contribution points. At this rate, won't it take me 10 or even 20 years to break through to the transcendent realm? Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. This time was far too long. He simply couldn't wait. Senior sister, is there any way to change this? Is there a way to earn contribution points faster? Lin Yi looked at Qinglan and asked expectantly. Chapter 127 Class Solidification. Of course there's a way to change it. Among all the inner disciples, since you're only the first in this year's cohort, your ranking is only slightly above average. You can find a way to improve your ranking. Once your ranking is higher, you'll naturally have priority to choose those high-paying tasks. Some top-tier tasks can earn thousands, even tens of thousands, of contribution points at a time. Qinglan smiled slightly. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. Earning thousands, even tens of thousands, of contribution points at a time. That's incredibly fast. It's many times faster than earning 500 contribution points at a time. This is the most time-efficient way. Senior sister, how do we improve our ranking? Do we need to compete in battles with the senior brothers and sisters? Lin Yi looked at Qinglan and asked hurriedly. He had just entered the sect, and among his peers, his strength was top-notch. But compared to those senior brothers and sisters, there was probably still a considerable gap. Many of them had even advanced to the transcendent realm, and their strength was incomparably powerful. What are you thinking? Our Misty Sect is a diverse sect, not just a pure sword cultivation sect. If rankings are determined by combat strength, wouldn't those disciples specializing in alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, spirit beast raising, and sect business all be at the bottom? For the sect's development, they are just as important as the disciples who fight. Determining rankings by combat strength is clearly unreasonable and won't work, King Lin said seriously. Really, I was being naive. Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. A sect's rules must be reasonable. Senior sister, there are so many inner disciples in the sect, each with different roles and strengths. How do you rank them? Lin Yi asked curiously. Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, He Sui, Wang Qingsu, and Ji Teng also looked on with curiosity, eager to know the answer. Ranked according to contribution, whoever earns more contribution points will be ranked higher. This way, it has nothing to do with the division of labor, it's purely based on their contribution to the sect, which is quite fair, Quinlan said seriously. This contribution isn't the contribution points on the contribution token, borrowed points don't count, but rather the contribution points they earn themselves, Lin Yi asked earnestly. That's right, borrowed contribution points don't count. Every disciple who accepts a mission here at the mission contribution stele has their contribution points recorded and tallied. Look at the bottom right corner of this mission contribution stele, that's your ranking. Kinglin pointed to the bottom right corner of the mission contribution stele and said with a smile. How interesting. Lin Yi looked at the ranking displayed in the bottom right corner of the mission contribution stele and couldn't help but feel interested. He was ranked 865th out of all 2,375 inner disciples. He was indeed in the upper middle range. But ahead of him were 864 senior brothers and sisters. These senior brothers and sisters had already picked out the higher paying missions. The highest paying task assigned to him was only 500 contribution points. Of course, inner disciples ranked lower could only receive tasks with even lower pay. I've earned 0 contribution points in total, yet I'm ranked in the upper middle range. Is that because I won first place in the sect entrance exam? Lin Yi asked with a smile. That's right, originally, even if you had won first place in the sect entrance exam, you would only have been ranked around 1,500th, which would have been your initial ranking upon entering the sect, but you also won first place in the alchemy exam, so these two factors combined bring your initial ranking to 865th, compared to previous sect entrance exam winners. Your ranking is quite high, you can say you're far ahead of the competition. Quinlan nodded with a smile, praising him. It seems my all-out effort was well worth it. My initial ranking is very high. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Every disciple only has the opportunity to change their initial ranking upon entering the sect and passing the sect entrance examination. After entering the sect, everything depends on themselves. They improve their ranking by contributing to the sect and earning contribution points. He's getting off to a very good start. But if he doesn't work hard, those ranked lower than him could very well surpass him. Of course, how could he not work hard? With such a good opportunity, he would definitely cherish it. Senior sister, if that's the case, if I want to improve my ranking, don't I have to start from scratch? How many contribution points do I need to earn to surpass the people ahead of me? Lin Yi asked solemnly. The person ahead of you has earned a total of 83,600 contribution points. You need to earn that many contribution points to surpass him in the rankings, but while you're earning contribution points, he's not idle either. His contribution points will continue to increase. So, if you want to surpass him, you might need 100,000, or even more contribution points, Kinglin said seriously. That difficult? Lin Yi's expression froze. Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, and the others also became serious. Lin Yi's ranking is lower than the senior brothers. The tasks he gets are all the ones this senior brother has rejected, and the rewards are also lower, unless this senior brother sleeps all day and is extremely lazy. How could Lin Yi possibly surpass him if they both complete 3 tasks every month? Meng Yao couldn't help but feel indignant on Lin Yi's behalf. Exactly, his upward mobility is completely locked. The strong are getting stronger and stronger. The gap between those behind and those in front will only widen. How could anyone possibly catch up? Ji Zinayu echoed. The so-called total contribution is really just a competition of seniority. Those with later seniority can never compete with those with earlier seniority, Ji Teng said indignantly. This is class stratification. Those below have little chance of rising. To make a comeback and surpass others, you need at least some conditions to surpass them. Right now, there are no such conditions. We can only pin our hopes on those senior brothers and sisters being lazy, which is obviously unrealistic. Wang Qingsu shook her head, her voice cold. It's really difficult, He Sui stammered. Reality is indeed cruel. You all saw the essence of this at a glance. Seniority is indeed crucial. Kinglin looked at Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and the others, nodding in agreement. These rich kids, with their backgrounds and perspectives, saw things very clearly. Many lower-level outer disciples only work hard to earn contribution points and try to improve their ranking among the outer disciples. Ultimately, they only rank slightly higher among the outer disciples of their cohort. Most were destined to never become inner disciples. Social stratification was undeniable. Speaking of which, whereas in social stratification, you were born into one of the 4 great cultivation families in Wangxian Town, born with a silver spoon in your mouth, possessing many advantages from birth, and your talents are all quite good, aren't those lower-class youths, whose backgrounds and talents are inferior to yours, also subject to social stratification? Qinglin looked at Meng Yao and the others, asking rhetorically. Hearing this, Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, Wang Qingsu, He Sui, and Ji Teng all fell silent. Indeed, social stratification had always existed. However, having always been at the top, they had no idea of the hardships and difficulties at the bottom. Now, having just entered the Misty Sect, they were the least experienced and at the greatest disadvantage. Their emotions were inevitably stirred. I only want to say 2 things. First, class stratification is real. Only a few are destined to break through and rise to another class. Most people cannot cross classes. If you have excellent talent and backgrounds, you actually have a chance to cross classes and significantly improve your ranking. Qinglin comforted Meng Yao and the others. But such words were merely scratching the surface, having little effect. They weren't not even easily swayed by empty platitudes. The problem of class stratification was right there, unresolved. No amount of words could soothe their disappointment. Next, I want to tell you the second point. Actually, you don't need to be so averse to seniority. Think about it, those senior brothers and sisters, didn't they all start as newcomers? They persevered and gained the advantage of seniority. Actually, it's the same for you. Every year, they recruit inner disciples after you. The inner disciples who come after you don't have as much seniority as you, and it's very difficult for them to surpass you. You also have an absolute advantage, Qinglin said seriously. Hearing this, Meng Yao and the others' expressions immediately softened. What Qinglin said was true. Think about it, if a newly arrived disciple could easily surpass a highly experienced one, 10 or 20 years after you've entered the sect, would you be willing to be surpassed by a disciple who just joined? Qinglin asked seriously. No, absolutely unacceptable, Ji Teng immediately said. Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, He Sui, and Wang Qingsu all nodded in agreement. Being easily surpassed by someone with less experience was indeed difficult to accept. That's right, qualifications are a normal thing. The disciples ranked ahead of you receive higher rewards, but their missions are also more dangerous, and many of them perish. When those ahead die, your ranking naturally rises. Some inner disciples live to be nearly 200 years old and die of old age or illness. Some skilled inner disciples successfully become true disciples. Whether these people die in battle, die of old age, die of illness, or are promoted to true disciples, they are no longer in the inner disciple rankings. Actually, your rankings can still rise quickly. Those senior brothers and sisters ranked ahead of you aren't always there. They die and are promoted from time to time. Qinglin explained the inside story in detail. After hearing these words, Meng Yao and the others were completely relieved. People ahead of them were constantly leaving, making room for others. Those ranked lower had a chance. So you should all work hard and surpass the disciples of your own graduating class first. As for the disciples who have become more independent, just wait for them to die, or wait for them to advance and make room for you. As long as you can survive, within 10 years, you will all be ranked very high among the inner disciples. You might even have the chance to become true disciples. Qinglin looked at Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and the others, smiling and encouraging them. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, and the others all smiled and bowed in thanks. I can't wait 10 years. Lin Yi simply shook his head. He had already experienced seniority and class stratification. He wouldn't complain about them. But he wouldn't just accept them either. He would still fight. He would break through. He would strive to rank high in a very short time. He didn't want to be suppressed forever, to have to endure 10 years to climb up. He didn't want to wait until others died or were promoted before he could climb up. You're different from others. You don't need to wait 10 years. You can take on 10 missions every month, while others can only take on 3. You earn more than 3 times the contribution points every month. The disciples ranked ahead of you will soon be surpassed by you. That's a huge advantage. It's an advantage you earned by getting first place in the sect entrance exam, Lin said with a smile. This is why many people value the sect entrance exam. It's a shortcut to breaking through seniority and class stratification. I only earn 5,000 contribution points from 10 tasks a month. That's still not enough. Lin Yi shook his head. He owed 74,600 contribution points, and at this rate of earning, it would take him more than a year to pay it off. To surpass the person ahead of him and improve his ranking, he would need to earn 80,000 or even 100,000 contribution points. That was far too long. His goal wasn't just to surpass the person ahead of him. It was to break into the top 500, top 300, or even top 100 of the inner disciples, and ultimately become the #1 inner disciple. Then you'll have to take a shortcut, Qinglan said seriously. What shortcut? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Sure enough, there was a shortcut. Wait for an opportunity. These tasks aren't all easy ones. Some are well paid, but also dangerous, arduous, or time-consuming. The top-ranked disciples aren't too keen on doing them. This way, the lower-ranked disciples will have a chance to take advantage. Wait and see if there's an opportunity, Qinglan suggested. That's a good method, but it's also passive. The opportunity might appear quickly, or it might take a long time. Are there any other shortcuts? Lin Yi asked with concern. He couldn't wait passively. If possible, he had to take the initiative. Actively strive for it, actively change things, and seize the initiative. There's one last chance, but it's difficult. It's about partnering up to take on missions. Top-ranked disciples will partner with you to take on high-paying missions, and you'll split the rewards. As for the specific distribution ratio, that's for you to discuss yourselves. Qinglan smiled slightly. You can do that. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. This method sounds good. But very few people do it. The other party only has 3 chances to take on missions a month. If he partners with you to take on a mission, he'll have to share with you. That actually reduces his monthly income. After several months, he'll be surpassed by other disciples of the same level. It's like sacrificing himself for your benefit. If he didn't have an extremely good relationship with you, would he do this? Do you have any senior brothers or sisters in the sect who are this close? Qinglan looked at Lin Yi and asked seriously. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression froze. This shortcut, seemingly a shortcut, is actually very difficult to achieve. The best and fastest way to break through social classes is to have someone of a higher class support you and give you a hand. 2 parts strength, 1 part luck, and 7 parts the support of a benefactor. Actually, the most crucial thing is this benefactor's support. Qinglan looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile. The support of a benefactor, that's really true. Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed. In Wangxian Town, his rapid rise was mainly due to his impersonation of a powerful figure, helping Meng Yurao overcome her emotional tribulation, for which Meng Yuan gave him 10 million low-grade spirit stones as a reward. All of this was thanks to Meng Yao. Meng Yao promised him a few helping hands, which allowed him to rise so quickly. In the Miao sect, he needed to find someone who could help him. Senior sister, Lin Yi looked at the gentle and charming Qinglan, his eyes shining. Qinglan holds a very good position and has excellent connections on Dangsha Peak. Her ranking among the inner disciples should be quite high. If Qinglan were willing to lend him a hand, that would be wonderful. Chapter 128 Support from a Noble Person. Facing Lin Yi's ardent gaze, Qinglan blushed slightly. Actually, my ranking among the inner disciples isn't very high, only 362nd, Qinglan said somewhat ashamed. That's still pretty good, 400 places higher than me. What's the highest paying task you've ever had? Lin Yi looked at Qinglan and asked expectantly. My highest paying task has 3,000 contribution points, but it requires going out to collect herbs. Those rare spiritual herbs are guarded by powerful demonic beasts, and I simply can't do it. I had to give it up and leave it for the inner disciples ranked behind me in the battle, Qinglan said truthfully. That's such a shame. Why don't you give it to me? The contribution points you earn will be credited to my account. It'll be my reward. I'll transfer those contribution points to you later. I want to improve my ranking as soon as possible, Lin Yi said earnestly. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. As long as his ranking improves, he can get higher paying tasks, and his income will increase quickly. I don't have to do the tasks myself, and the contribution points will be credited to me in the end. That's naturally great. My loss might just be that my total contribution won't increase. My ranking will stagnate, or even slightly decline. That loss is nothing compared to such gains. Qinglan smiled gently. Senior sister agrees, Lin Yi asked happily. Of course I agree, however, I can only accept 3 missions a month, and can only partner with you 3 times. You can only earn 9,000 contribution points from me a month. It will take a long time to earn more than 80,000 contribution points so that you can surpass the person in front of you, Qinglin said solemnly. That's true, I need to find a few more senior brothers and sisters with similar rankings to you, and make up 10 missions. That way, I can earn 30,000 contribution points a month, and in about 3 months, I can surpass the person in front of me. From now on, the higher my ranking, the more missions I can accept, and my ranking will continue to rise, Lin Yi planned seriously. Since that's your idea, why don't you just cooperate with senior brother Yin Manhong? He's currently ranked 3rd among the inner disciples and is about to become a true disciple. He can take on 20 tasks every month. If he partners with you to take on 10 tasks, it shouldn't be too difficult for him, Qinglin suggested with a smile. How could I forget that? Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. Relying on a benefactor like Qinglin would take several months, even half a year, to surpass the person above him. But with senior brother Yin Manhong's help, he could probably improve his ranking in less than a month. Overall contribution to the sect ranking based on that. Experience is too important. The initial accumulation is too lengthy. If he could quickly complete the initial accumulation, he could take on 10 more tasks each month, and his ranking would skyrocket. Wasting too much time in the early stages was clearly a detour and a waste of time. Of course, to take a shortcut, he needed a benefactor willing to support him. Would senior brother Yin Manhong be willing to help him? He had generously lent him 36,000 contribution points before, showing that senior brother Yin Manhong valued him highly. Give it a try, Qinglin encouraged. Okay, Lin Yi nodded readily. You guys take on tasks in the task hall. I'll go find senior brother Yin Manhong and see if he's willing to partner with me to take on tasks and help me improve my ranking. Lin Yi said goodbye to Meng Yao and the others, then left the task hall with Qinglin. Lin Yi's rise is too fast. Should we ask the elders in our family to help us improve our ranking? G10 couldn't help but ask. Let's not, although we're from the same family, we're not close relatives. Some of them are just from the same great-grandfather. They might not be willing to help. Don't make trouble for yourself. Ji Zinayu shook her head. If Lin Yi goes to senior brother Yin Manhong, isn't that just making trouble for himself? G10 said unwillingly. People are different. Lin Yi has immense potential. He'll definitely be on the same level as senior brother Yin Manhong in the future, or even surpass him. Under these circumstances, senior brother Yin Manhong will more or less give Lin Yi some face. We've only entered the sect and are only in the middle to upper ranks. We won't even be on the same level as them in the future, so it's clearly not worth them doing this for us. One should have a clear understanding of oneself, Ji Zinayu said mercilessly. Meng Yao, Wang Qingsu, and He Sui all nodded in agreement. The relationship isn't right enough. If the relationship were right, they would definitely help me. Now I can only hope that Lin Yi rises up soon and gives me a hand to quickly improve my ranking. I can only take on 3 missions a month, and the highest paying mission only gives 200 contribution points. If I rely solely on myself, when will I ever accumulate 80,000 contribution points? G10 placed his contribution tablet on the mission contribution monument and complained when he saw his mission status. Rely on your own efforts first. Don't think about relying on Lin Yi or dragging him down for now. We are all Lin Yi's friends, and Mo Xiaodang is even Lin Yi's fiancé. Lin Yi is just starting to rise. If we all do this, Lin Yi will be carrying 6 of us as burdens at the same time. How can he possibly take off? Ji Zinayu reprimanded coldly. That's right, none of us can drag Lin Yi down, unless he becomes one of the top inner disciples, and can easily earn tens of thousands of contribution points for any task. Then we can consider asking him to help improve our ranking. We absolutely cannot become a burden to him during his rise, Meng Yao said solemnly. Ji Zinayu, Wang Qingsu, and He Sui all strongly agreed, nodding repeatedly. G10 also nodded helplessly. Afterward, he began selecting suitable tasks from the task contribution monument. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Qinglin returned to Dangshi Peak and arrived at senior brother Yin Manhong's Dongfang courtyard. After Qinglin explained the purpose, senior brother Yin Manhong hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. That's easy. I'm also out of contribution points right now, and I haven't done any missions this month. I'm about to take on some. Come with me. We'll take on 10 missions together, and I'll do them. After we complete them, The contribution points are all yours. Afterwards, you can just transfer the contribution points to me privately, Yin Manhong said with a gentle smile. That's great. Senior brother is such a straightforward person. Consider this a favor I owe you. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know, Lin Yi said with a beaming smile. He had thought that senior brother Yin Manhong might hesitate, or perhaps just give him face and take on 1 or 2 missions together. Unexpectedly, senior brother Yin Manhong directly took on 10 missions with him. Moreover, senior brother Yin Manhong completed them all herself. After it was all done, the contribution would all go to him. It was like he didn't have to do anything, the sect's total contribution would increase instantly. This was truly a huge favor. There's no need for such formalities between you. In the future, I'll definitely need your help with alchemy, Yin Manhong said with a smile. Lin Yi's talent for alchemy was too strong. He also wanted Lin Yi to rise quickly so he could focus on alchemy and have someone to study it with. He wouldn't have to struggle alone here. Helping others is helping yourself. That was his thinking. Especially when it came to helping a top genius like Lin Yi. Senior brother, did we create a loophole by doing this? Will we be punished by the sect? Lin Yi asked worriedly. This isn't exploiting loopholes. For the sect, what matters most is whether the mission is completed. That's the most fundamental thing. As for who gets the contribution credited or the distribution ratio, the sect doesn't concern itself with that. For example, if we both did this, and I credit all the contributions to you, my loss would be huge. My ranking would stagnate, and I might even be overtaken by those behind me. From now on, when I take on missions, I'll only be able to go for lower paying ones. Others will choose the higher paying ones first, and I won't get a chance. I chose to do this, and this is the price I have to pay. For you, even though the contribution credits to you improve your ranking, you still have to secretly allocate the contribution points to me afterwards. That means you've used up all 10 of your mission attempts for the month, but haven't actually gained any contribution points. You've suffered a huge loss. In this situation, the sect naturally won't interfere. Besides, this kind of thing has been done before. There are many precedents, so there's absolutely no need to worry about it, Yin Manhong explained gently, smiling as she spoke. With senior brother's words, I'm relieved. Lin Yi immediately relaxed. This time, he finally got what he wanted. Fortunately, it's already the middle of the month. You've used up all 10 of your mission attempts for the month, but in another half month, a new month will begin, and you'll have 10 more mission opportunities. Then, with a higher ranking, you can take on higher paying missions, and your income will immediately increase. Kinglin comforted him with a smile. I understand. This temporary loss is for a greater gain later. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Perfect timing. You can use this half month to learn the basics of alchemy. If you don't understand anything, let Kinglin teach you, Yin Manhong suggested. He still hoped that Lin Yi could embark on the path of alchemy as soon as possible. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to help Lin Yi. Okay, I'll listen to senior brother. I'll start learning alchemy first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He partnered with the Yin Manhong to take on the 10 missions this month, with Yin Manhong helping him complete the missions. He had no missions to do. Since he had nothing to do, he would focus on learning alchemy. Alchemy was his best path forward. Let's go get the missions together, Yin Manhong said with a smile. Immediately, the three of them headed to Chaoyang Peak, to the mission hall. Arriving at the second floor of the mission hall, Yin Manhong placed her contribution plaque on the mission contribution stele. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration. The mission contribution stele displayed Yin Manhong's detailed information. Among all the inner disciples, Yin Manhong was currently ranked third. Her highest mission rewarded a whopping 40,000 contribution points. There were also 38,000, 36,000, and the 15th mission, each still offering 30,000 contribution points. Of course, these missions all seemed extremely difficult to complete. Some missions could only be completed by Yin Manhong herself. For example, refining second-grade and third-grade spirit pills requires exceptional quality, and on Dantian Peak, only Yin Manhong can achieve this. Give me your contribution token, Yin Manhong said to Lin Yi. Here, Lin Yi immediately handed his contribution token to Yin Manhong. Immediately, Yin Manhong placed both her and Lin Yi's contribution tokens on the mission contribution monument, and the two of them jointly accepted 10 missions. Lin Yi calculated that the 10 missions combined would yield a staggering 360,000 contribution points. So, does that mean my ranking will skyrocket? Lin Yi asked in surprise. That's right, my total contribution is only 150,000 contribution points. Your total contribution is more than double mine. That's about right, enough to directly enter the top 100 inner disciples, King Lin said with envy. So amazing, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Senior brother Yin Manhong, with a harvest of 10 tasks a month, can become one of the top 100 inner disciples. The gap between rich and poor is too big, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Class solidification, the gap between rich and poor is too large, seniority is king, this is all normal, King Lin said seriously. That's absolutely right, only the top 50 inner disciples have truly reached the threshold, those ranked 100th and below haven't even entered the sect yet. For us top 3, our earnings in a month are enough to equal their earnings in several years, even 10 years, Yin Manhong said with a smile. I originally planned to move up one rank, and then improve on my own. Senior brother has just elevated me to the top 100, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. The support of a benefactor is truly invaluable. Even a little help from a powerful figure can elevate someone to a height that others can hardly reach. Many outer disciples, and even ordinary inner disciples, may never reach the top 100 in their entire lives. It's mainly because you're very capable. Others only have 3 tasks a month, but you became first in the alchemy assessment and first in the sect entry assessment, giving you 10 chances. If you only had 3 chances a month, that would only be 9 chances in 3 months. 10 chances would take 4 months to achieve this, Yin Manhong smiled slightly. His help had its limits. Helping this once was fine. But asking him to do it for 4 consecutive months would be too much for him. It could only be said that Lin Yi himself was very capable and possessed the prerequisites for rising to prominence. He would help others who asked for his assistance. He couldn't waste 4 months on them. Senior brother. You flatter me. From now on, I'll have to trouble you. Senior brother, Lin Yi clasped his hands and smiled. Just focus on learning alchemy. By the time you've mastered it, I should have finished these tasks, Yin Manhong said confidently with a smile. After speaking, she took her leave first. Senior sister, will you teach me alchemy? Lin Yi looked at King Lin expectantly. Usually, alchemy apprentices are given about 5 practice sessions per month by their masters. Your master hasn't formally taught you alchemy yet. If you want to learn, you'll have to buy your own spiritual herbs to practice, which is very expensive. Do you have the money? To become a true alchemist, you have to go through many failures and consume a lot of spiritual herbs. It's basically all about relying on the sect's support to become a true alchemist. Are you really going to learn on your own? King Lin asked with concern. Senior sister has hit the nail on the head. I don't have much money, but I have plenty of spiritual herbs. I own a spiritual herb shop called Immortal Herb Pavilion in Wangxian Town. Spiritual herbs are the least of my worries, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. Others learning alchemy rely on sect stipends, only getting 5 practice sessions a month. How long would it take to become a true alchemist? It's too slow. It's much better to have your own spiritual herbs and practice with them. That way, you have plenty of practice opportunities, and progress is naturally much faster. Perfect. His immortal abode space is specifically used to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Alchemy and the immortal abode space for ripening spiritual herbs are a perfect match. You truly possess exceptional talent for alchemy. I believe you'll soon achieve astonishing results in alchemy. King Lin gazed at Lin Yi with unwavering certainty. A genius is a genius, they excel at everything. Lin Yi's talent for alchemy is superb, and he even owns a spirit herb shop, so he has no shortage of practice opportunities. He'll soon become a true alchemist. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 The Path to Alchemy. I also want to achieve something in alchemy as soon as possible, Lin Yi said expectantly. Next, he needed to prepare for his breakthrough to the transcendent realm, to cultivate his physical body, refine his copper skin, and enhance his spiritual consciousness to reach the peak of the transcendent realm. All of this required high-quality elixirs, and in considerable quantities. These rare elixirs were hard to buy outside. Within the sect, they had to be exchanged for with contribution points. He might as well learn alchemy properly, refine these elixirs himself, and save his contribution points to exchange for more useful and rarer cultivation techniques and treasures in the future. Alchemy was his best path forward. This book, The Essentials of Alchemy, contains fundamental knowledge of alchemy. Take it and study it carefully. Once you've grasped it sufficiently, I'll formally teach you alchemy. Qinglin handed Lin Yi a blue jade slip, smiling as she instructed. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yi accepted the jade slip and quickly expressed his gratitude. Immediately, he and Qinglin returned to Dangsha Peak. Back in his west wind courtyard, Lin Yi went straight to his meditation room. After setting up a restriction, he entered his immortal abode space and began to study the essentials of alchemy. Soon, he was immersed in the Dao of alchemy, studying it with great eagerness. It contained only basic alchemy knowledge, which, after he had consumed the heavenly convenience fruit to enhance his comprehension, posed virtually no difficulty for him. About 6 hours had passed outside. Inside his immortal abode, Lin Yi, with time accelerated by 15 times, had spent approximately 7 days studying the entire elementary essentials of alchemy. He had completely mastered it, memorizing it almost perfectly, word for word. Alchemy, in essence, is simply controlling the heat, placing spiritual herbs into the furnace, melting them into a medicinal liquid, and adjusting the heat and rhythm to allow the liquid to fully fuse and refine the elixir. Lin Yi smiled. The general process consisted of just these few steps. Alchemy primarily tested attention to detail. Differences in these details determined a refiner's skill level. Each alchemy attempt was unique, subject to countless variations. Every change, every detail, if not handled properly, could lead to alchemy failure. A batch of spiritual herbs would turn to ashes. To truly understand these details, extensive practice is essential to accumulate sufficient experience and skill. Ordinary alchemy disciples only have 5 practice opportunities a month. It's impossible to know when they'll become a true alchemist, let alone a powerful one. Any path ultimately depends on oneself, Lin Yi remarked. Alchemy is no exception. The master leads you through the door, but the cultivation is up to you. These alchemy opportunities require you to pay for your own spiritual herbs to practice extensively. If the alchemy fails, your investment is gone. Without a substantial family fortune, it's truly difficult to become an alchemist. Early morning. Lin Yi went to Qinglin's courtyard. Senior sister, I've completely mastered the elementary essentials of alchemy. You can teach me alchemy now, Lin Yi said proactively. So quickly, you've mastered it. Alchemy involves countless aspects and details. Have you memorized them all? You must fully comprehend these details. Have them memorized thoroughly, before you can begin refining, otherwise, you're almost guaranteed to fail. That's just a waste of spiritual resources, Qinglin said solemnly. I know you're anxious, but a solid foundation is crucial. Only with a strong foundation can you soar higher in the future. Even a towering building will collapse if its foundation is unstable. These most basic things are easy to remember and learn with a little effort, so why not spend more time and effort on them? Qinglin looked at Lin Yi and said seriously. Since Lin Yi trusted her and asked her to teach him basic alchemy knowledge and help him build a solid foundation, she felt responsible for him. Haste makes waste, Qinglin advised. Seeing Qinglin's persistent advice, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Only someone who truly cared about him would say so much to him. Qinglin was afraid he would go astray. Senior sister, I understand your good intentions, but after a night of comprehension, I have indeed thoroughly grasped the essentials of alchemy. My comprehension is quite good, Lin Yi said with a smile. If he wanted to rise quickly, he needed to cultivate the identity and image of a top genius. Comprehension was the first exceptional talent he needed to showcase. It was also the most important talent. With good comprehension, one learns quickly and masters everything instantly. Even with minimal practice, one can reach a very high level, requiring no extensive training. It would be difficult not to rise. With this top genius identity, no matter how fast he rose in the future, at least no one would suspect that he had obtained some supreme treasure. This was the most crucial point, the existence of a hidden immortal abode space. The identity of a top genius didn't have any negative impact on him. On the contrary, it would earn him the sect's favor. Perhaps, the sect would even make an exception for him and vigorously cultivate this disciple who cultivated all 5 elements. I spent 10 days to half a month comprehending the basics of alchemy before I even grasped them. You completely mastered them in one night. Qinglin stared at Lin Yi, her face full of shock. She really suspected that Lin Yi was deliberately fooling her. Senior sister, feel free to test me, Lin Yi smiled slightly. His comprehension was already quite good, and with the heavenly intelligence fruit enhancing his comprehension and the 15-fold time acceleration in the immortal mansion space, achieving this was not surprising. Of course. To achieve this without anyone knowing he possessed a celestial abode was truly astonishing. "Let me test you," King Lin said decisively. Immediately, she began questioning Lin Yi about the essentials of alchemy, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and Lin Yi answered fluently. He even articulated insights and gains that required considerable thought. "You've actually grasped it all, your comprehension is truly remarkable, even seeing your brother Yin Manhuang can compare to you, you will definitely become a true disciple in the future." King Lin gazed at Lin Yi, full of admiration. She was completely impressed by him. If she had such comprehension, she would have risen to prominence long ago. There was no way around it. Comprehension and spiritual roots are both innate talents, things one is born with. Others can only envy them. "Senior sister, can I refine pills now?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "You've indeed reached a very good level in theoretical understanding. It would be unreasonable not to let you refine pills." Qing Lan nodded with a smile. Immediately, Qing Lan led Lin Yi to the pill refining room on Dangsha Peak. Soon, the two arrived in front of a row of pill refining rooms. Lin Yi looked around. There were at least 100 pill refining rooms. Many of the pill refining rooms had their stone doors tightly closed, and disciples were refining pills inside. Qing Lan led Lin Yi into an empty pill refining room and went inside. Then, Qing Lan activated the restriction, and the stone door closed. Lin Yi entered the alchemy room and began to look around curiously. In the center of the room was a stone platform engraved with array patterns, and on top of the platform was a cauldron. Beside the platform was a fire control array plate. "Try controlling the fire," Qing Lan said to Lin Yi with a smile. These most basic techniques were recorded in the Essentials of Alchemy, which Lin Yi had memorized and should be able to grasp immediately. "I'll try." Lin Yi stepped forward, picked up the fire control array plate, and poured spiritual power into it. Boom! In the center of the stone platform, beneath the cauldron, the faint wisp of earth fire that had been flickering immediately surged more than a foot in size after Lin Yi manipulated the fire control array plate. A large ball of crimson fire enveloped the bottom of the alchemy furnace. Interesting, Lin Yi immediately manipulated the fire control array, adjusting the intensity of the fire. Sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, he constantly changed the rhythm and cadence. In a short while, he had gained a basic grasp of fire control. "Senior sister, can I use my own fire elemental spiritual power to refine pills?" Lin Yi asked seriously. "With earth fire alchemy, you only need to activate a small amount of spiritual power and manipulate the fire control array. Your spiritual power consumption is very small, making alchemy relatively easy, especially for cultivators in the spirit gathering realm, whose spiritual power foundation is insufficient. Using their own fire-type spiritual power to refine pills will cause the fire to become unstable after a lot of spiritual power is consumed, making it more difficult to control. This can easily lead to pill refining failure, even if you succeed. After refining one batch, you have to meditate to recover. Even if you become a true alchemist, you can't refine many batches of spirit pills in a day. Using earth fire alchemy is the safest, King Lin explained in detail, persuading Lin Yi. "What senior sister said is all recorded in the elementary essentials of alchemy. I understand. What you just said were all the advantages of earth fire alchemy, not the disadvantages. Earth fire alchemy controls the fire through a fire control array, which inevitably causes a certain delay, making the response not so immediate. Moreover, the fire control array is ultimately not one's own body, so the precise control over the fire is not quite perfect. This leads to the fact that even with a very good level of earth fire alchemy, one can only produce excellent quality spirit pills. It's impossible to produce truly exceptional quality spirit pills," Lin Yi said seriously. For him, he still wanted to produce exceptional spirit pills. The cost of the same spiritual medicine was the same. Refining pills to ordinary quality results in a low price and average profit. Refining them to superior quality yields a good price and decent profit. Refining them to exceptional quality results in a very high price, extremely low toxicity, and the highest profit. Given the same cost, why not strive to refine the elixir to exceptional quality to maximize profits? Even for personal consumption, the toxicity is very low, allowing for large-scale consumption. Whether for profit or personal use, exceptional quality elixirs are clearly the best choice. Using earth fire for refining can only produce superior quality at best. In the beginning, it's a learning and exploration phase. Using earth fire to refine pills is easier, has a higher success rate, and can build up your confidence. Once you've practiced enough, you can then use your own fire-type spiritual power to refine pills, Lin suggested. Lin Yi's desire to refine top-quality pills right from the start was something she greatly admired. Such a genius should have such ambition. Ordinary pill refining apprentices are extremely happy if they can refine ordinary quality pills at the beginning. Their pursuit stops there. Lin Yi clearly has higher aspirations. The techniques for controlling fire are completely different between refining pills with earth fire and refining pills with one's own fire-type spiritual power. Instead of taking this detour and having to go back and correct and change my fire-controlling habits and techniques, I might as well use my own fire-type spiritual power to refine pills from the beginning. In the long run, I will have to use my own fire-type spiritual power to refine pills sooner or later. I might as well do it this way from the beginning, Lin Yi said decisively. If you want to use your own fire-type spiritual power to refine pills, you can't use this large alchemy furnace specifically designed for earth fire alchemy. You'll have to buy your own alchemy furnace, but with an alchemy furnace, you won't have to wait in line at the alchemy room anymore. You can refine pills directly in your meditation room, which is very convenient. Do you have the money to buy an alchemy furnace? Lin asked with concern. Can't I just buy a mid-grade or spirit weapon level alchemy furnace? You can buy those outside with spirit stones, right? Lin Yi asked. Alchemy furnaces are extremely rare. Alchemists are even rarer. At most, you can only buy a mid-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace outside. You'd need to be very lucky to buy a high-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace, Lin said truthfully. Then I'll buy a mid-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace to use for now, Lin Yi said with a smile. Using your own fire elemental spiritual power to refine pills is prone to failure because of unstable heat control and insufficient spiritual power. The lower the grade of the alchemy furnace, the greater the chance of failure. You might as well buy a high-grade or even top-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace. This will greatly increase your success rate. In the long run, a higher success rate means lower costs and greater returns, Lin advised. How many contribution points does a top-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace require? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Even the most ordinary top-grade alchemy furnace costs around 30,000 contribution points, Lin said bluntly. So expensive, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. This price is basically the same as a divine sense magic weapon. He only has 1,000 contribution points left. How could he afford a top-grade alchemy furnace? What about a high-grade alchemy furnace? Lin Yi asked again. A high-grade alchemy furnace, about 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points, Lan said seriously. Still expensive, I still can't afford it, Lin Yi shook his head. He realized once again that he was really too poor. The things he wanted were simply unaffordable. Without enough contribution points, he could only watch helplessly as things were done. He realized more and more deeply the importance of contribution points. It seems the 1,000 contribution points I have are only enough to exchange for a mid-grade alchemy furnace, Lin Yi sighed with a smile. This was all he had. After exchanging for the mid-grade alchemy furnace, he would be penniless and owe other 74,600 contribution points. Whether he could rise again depended entirely on this. Alchemy was basically his best, and only, way out at the moment. He couldn't possibly accept a dangerous mission so early, going to the demon forest to hunt demons and gambling with his life, could he? Senior sister, I have to leave the sect and return to Wangxian town. Since it's a mid-grade alchemy furnace, it's more cost-effective for me to buy it with spirit stones and save the contribution points. Then I'll bring back a batch of spiritual herbs from my immortal medicine pavilion to practice with. Lin Yi made a decisive decision and bid farewell to Lin. Chapter 130 Purple Incense Burner. After bidding farewell to Lin, Lin Yi left the sect directly. As he passed the mountain gate, a patrolling disciple approached and questioned him. Lin Yi showed the disciple his contribution token, a symbol of his identity. The disciple, upon placing it on the mission contribution monument, immediately recognized Lin Yi's status and position. Let him through, the patrolling disciple called to his fellow disciples. Immediately, the disciples worked together to open a gap in the sect's protective array, just large enough for one person to pass through, allowing Lin Yi to leave. Outside the mountain gate, patrolling disciples also stood guard. Even disciples returning from visiting relatives had to undergo patrolling and questioning before being allowed into the sect. The Piaomio sect's defenses were extremely tight. He exited the mountain gate. Lin Yi immediately used the soaring void step of the True Truth realm to fly through the air towards Wangxian town. He had arrived here quickly by spirit boat, but this time, the return journey took him over 2 hours, with a short rest to recover his spiritual energy. By the time he reached Wangxian town, it was already past noon. This journey was not only arduous but also very time-consuming. If it weren't for something important, I wouldn't want to come back easily. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. The first thing he did upon returning was to use spirit stones to buy a pill refining furnace, saving contribution points. The second thing was to tell Chu Jin that he would reserve some of the spiritual herbs from the immortal medicine pavilion for him to use in pill refining. His immortal abode currently only has 5 acres of top-grade first-level spiritual fields. Even with 15 times the time acceleration, the spiritual herbs still need time to mature, which certainly can't meet his needs. He also doesn't want to burn his cultivation to accelerate the maturation of these spiritual herbs anymore. He doesn't want to waste his time and energy on things that can be solved with money. From now on, unless it's an extremely rare spiritual herb that he can't cultivate enough to survive, he will only burn his cultivation to accelerate its maturation. Otherwise, he will let these spiritual herbs mature naturally in his immortal abode under 15 times the time acceleration. If he doesn't have enough spiritual herbs, he will take some from the immortal medicine pavilion. With so many large-scale growers, small-scale growers, and the 4 major cultivation families in Wangxian town supplying him with spiritual herbs, it's enough to meet his alchemy needs. Before I return this time, I must master the Lingsu step to perfection, Lin Yi resolved. With the Lingsu step at its peak, he could fly farther, consume less spiritual energy, be faster, and finish in less time. In future battles, this would give him a significant advantage in movement techniques, greatly increasing his chances of victory. Back in Wangxian town, Lin Yi headed straight for the market, skipping even the immortal medicine pavilion, and went directly to the spirit weapon pavilion. Xinyu, do you have a pill refining furnace here? Entering the spirit weapon pavilion, Lin Yi found Xinyu and asked directly. Lin Yi, why are you back? Xinyu stared at Lin Yi, his face full of surprise. The others in the shop also looked at Lin Yi, and a flurry of discussion ensued. Disciples who enter the Misty Sect can only come out once every 3 months, even inner disciples can only come out once a month. Lin Yi is back so quickly, could he have been eliminated? Not even an outer disciple, that's unlikely. It's possible that he encountered a top expert at the beginning, and his luck was bad, so he was eliminated right away, the crowd speculated. I became the first in the alchemy assessment, the first in the sect entrance assessment, a double first. Now I have 10 days of vacation every month, and I can come back anytime. Lin Yi looked at Xinyu and said with a smile. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and he didn't deliberately hide it. Everyone around heard it clearly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. It turned out that they had all guessed wrong. Lin Yi's performance wasn't erratic, rather, it was exceptionally good, earning him special treatment from the Misty Sect. He was elevated above ordinary inner disciples, his status almost reaching that of a true disciple. Incredible, Lin Yi is about to take off, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Looking at the shocked faces of the people, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He was deliberately saying this for them to hear. Unsurprisingly, this news would soon spread throughout Wangxian town. Everyone would know he was the top performer in both categories, with a limitless future. This would attract more small-scale farmers, large-scale farmers, and ordinary cultivation families who would want to befriend him and sell their spiritual herbs to him. This would greatly reduce his worries about the supply of spiritual herbs. Other spiritual herb shops, mindful of his status and position, would no longer dare to oppose or make things difficult for him. Such status and position would bring him many advantages. In the Misty Sect, he couldn't earn money, only contribution points. He couldn't be foolish and just blindly earn contribution points. He still had to manage his outside business and accumulate wealth for himself. He couldn't be trapped in the sect for life like a prisoner. Once outside the sect, contribution points were meaningless. He still needed enough spirit stones. Earning money was always the most important thing. You're really amazing, I never expected this. Xinyu stared at Lin Yi, his eyes wide. I've now become a pill refining disciple, but unfortunately, I'm still missing a pill refining furnace. Lin Yi smiled and said truthfully. We have a prized possession in our shop, Called the Purple Incense Furnace, it's the top-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace, priced at 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Do you want one? Xinyu asked with a smile. So expensive, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. According to the prices in the Misty Sect, a top-grade alchemy furnace would only cost tens of thousands of contribution points. Based on the 1:10 ratio of contribution points to spirit stones, that would only amount to a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. He hadn't expected that this top-grade purple incense furnace would cost 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. If it were a top-grade purple incense furnace, wouldn't it cost millions of top-grade spirit stones? Scarcity drives up value. This purple incense burner, there's only one in the entire forgotten immortal town. If it were sold cheaply, anyone could afford it, and it would have been bought long ago. Only with a huge premium can it deter people and remain unsold until now. Otherwise, you couldn't buy it even if you wanted to, Xinyu explained with a smile. That's true, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. The rarer the treasure, the scarcer it is outside. This definitely leads to premium. We can no longer calculate based on the treasure's intrinsic value. But if we calculate it this way, the ratio of contribution points to spirit stones would probably reach 1:80, an extremely high ratio of 1:100. Even if we tried to buy contribution points from the sect at 10 times the price of spirit stones, I'm afraid few people would be willing to sell. For ordinary treasures, the price ratio of contribution points to spirit stones is roughly 10 to 1. However, rare treasures can only be obtained by exchanging contribution points within the sect. They cannot be bought with spirit stones. At this point, spirit stones are meaningless and naturally worthless. Here, Lin Yi decisively took out 80 high-grade spirit stones, placed them in a blue cloth bag, and handed them to Xinyu. He currently had 4 million low-grade spirit stones. After paying these 800,000, he still had 3,200,000, still considered quite wealthy. I'll go tell the shopkeeper, Xinyu greeted him with a smile. Immediately, he went to report the matter, and a moment later, he returned with a broad smile. The shopkeeper agrees, he's willing to sell you this purple incense burner, but this is, after all, our shop's prized possession. We can't say whether we can get another one later, so we can't give you a discount, Xinyu explained with a smile. It's alright, I can accept this price, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He was never stingy when it came to treasures he wanted. Especially the purple incense burner. It was crucial for his alchemy. Moreover, it exceeded his expectations. It was actually a high-grade spiritual artifact level alchemy burner, which would significantly improve his success rate. This money was well spent. Let's go. Lin Yi checked the purple incense burner, found no problems, put it in his storage bag, and said goodbye with a smile. Take care, come visit sometime. Xinyu escorted Lin Yi to the shop entrance, waving goodbye with great enthusiasm. Lin Yi weaved through the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Brother Lin Yi, you're back. Qiu Jin was overjoyed to see Lin Yi. There were no customers in the shop at the moment. She rushed forward excitedly. How did it go? Have you become an inner disciple? Qiu Jin asked with concern. I've become an inner disciple. I got first place in both the alchemy assessment and the sect entrance assessment, a double first place. I've become an alchemy disciple, but the sect only gives me 5 alchemy opportunities each month, which is far too few. I came back this time to take a batch of spiritual herbs from the Immortal Medicine Pavilion for my practice. Lin Yi looked at Qiu Jin and got straight to the point. Brother Lin Yi, you're amazing. How many spiritual herbs do you need? I'll get them for you right now. Now that the sect entrance assessment is over, the younger generation isn't in a hurry to improve their strength anymore, and our shop's business has been much quieter. I can't use up all these spiritual herbs, and I was worried about how to solve this problem, since you want to refine pills. This solves the problem directly, Qiu Jin smiled sweetly. The business of selling spiritual herbs is a slow and steady one, with a peak season only before the annual sect entrance examination. In that case, why don't I refine these surplus spiritual herbs into elixirs, and you can sell them in the shop? That way, the same batch of spiritual herbs, refined into elixirs, will fetch a much higher price than if you sold them as herbs, resulting in much higher profits, Lin Yi said with a smile. That's a great idea. However, I've heard that the success rate of elixir refining isn't very high, especially since you're just starting out. The success rate is probably even lower. I suspect you'll definitely lose money in the early stages, Qiu Jin said truthfully. Losing money at first is fine, As long as my skills improve and my success rate increases, I'll definitely make money. Furthermore, if I can refine high-quality elixirs, the selling price will be higher, so even if the success rate isn't high, I can still make money, Lin Yi said nonchalantly. He wouldn't be intimidated by these difficulties. He was looking at the long term. Short-term gains and losses weren't important. Once you refine the elixirs, I'll sell them at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion along with other elixirs. That way, I won't be so idle, and my profits will be higher, Qiu Jin chuckled. That's right, when I refine the elixirs, you can sell them at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. I'll even save on rent and labor costs, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Opening another elixir shop would require renting a storefront, hiring a manager, and finding someone reliable and trustworthy wouldn't be easy. This approach is more suitable in the early stages. Once we have more money, our alchemy skills improve, and we produce a large quantity of elixirs, then we can consider opening a dedicated elixir shop. Brother Lin Yi, after you enter the Misty Sect, will you come back? Will it be a long time before you can come back? Qiu Jin asked somewhat reluctantly. Of course not, my status and position are quite good now. I have 10 days of vacation a month, so I can come back anytime. I'll come back often to collect medicine and deliver the elixirs I've refined, Lin Yi comforted her with a smile. Okay, I'll go get the medicine for you, Qiu Jin said happily. I'll take half of all the spiritual herbs, Lin Yi said solemnly. Yes, sir, Qiu Jin bowed and smiled playfully. I'm going to study the movement technique, so I can return much faster in the future. This time, it took me more than 2 hours to travel back. Lin Yi greeted Qiu Jin and headed to the meditation room on the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, Lin Yi set up a restriction, sat cross-legged, and then consumed the heavenly convenience fruit. He entered the immortal abode space to study the soaring void step. With his current comprehension, it only took him a little over a day. After about 18 days in the immortal abode space, he successfully mastered the soaring void step to perfection. Lin Yi tested his flight in the meditation room and found that he was faster, more agile, and consumed less spiritual energy. It should only take me a little over an hour to get back, Lin Yi said with a smile. This was the beauty of movement techniques. However, this third-grade Lingsu step isn't actually that high level. When I have more money, I'll exchange it for a 4th grade. Or even 5th grade, movement technique. That way, my movement technique will be even more powerful. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. He wanted to strive for perfection in every aspect. Of course, flying with movement techniques was still quite tiring. There were simpler methods, such as using a magical artifact like a spirit boat. This only required consuming spirit stones. However, spirit boats were too expensive, and each trip consumed a lot of spirit stones. Flying on his own didn't incur any extra expenses. The best way to fly is actually by sword, Lin Yi said with longing. Sword flight is much faster than using movement techniques. I wonder if I'm ready for sword flight now. Lin Yi was eager to try it out. He decided to give it a good test when he had some free time. Sword flight, that's true elegance. Of course, he still needed to buy 4th or even 5th grade movement techniques. He couldn't use sword flight when fighting others, he'd have to use movement techniques. Once I've refined the purple incense burner, I can return to the sect. Lin Yi took out a purple incense burner from his storage bag. Then, he cast the refining incantation in succession. In a short while, the purple incense burner was successfully refined. Qiu Jin, is my elixir ready? Lin Yi walked to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion on the first floor and asked Qiu Jin with a smile. Chapter 131 Flaws in Contribution. Everything's ready, Qiu Jin smiled sweetly. She then took out bags of prepared spiritual herbs from her storage ring. Lin Yi put all the herbs into his own storage ring. When we get back to the Misty Sect, I'll use the pill formula to mix these herbs into the proportions needed for pill refining, Lin Yi said with a smile. Brother Lin Yi, next time just tell me the proportions, and I'll mix them for you in advance. You can take them back and refine pills directly, saving you precious time on these unimportant things, Qiu Jin said proactively. You're so obedient and sensible. Once I get the pill formula and the herb proportions, I'll tell you next time I come back, and you can mix the herbs for me. Lin Yi looked at the virtuous and sensible Qiu Jin and said with a smile. Then, he bid farewell to Qiu Jin and left the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Lin Yi went to Fulin Lane to visit Mei Ziyu. Upon learning that Lin Yi had become an inner disciple, and even achieved first place in both, Mei Ziyu was overjoyed. Aunt Mei, I have nothing to worry about now. Xiao Teng has also become an outer disciple. After we get married, I'll bring you to a town near the Misty Sect, making it much easier to see each other. Lin Yi looked at Mei Xiaoyu, his face full of seriousness, planning for their future. Hearing this, Mei Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and her eyes darted away, but she quickly regained her composure. I'm used to forgotten immortal town, and all my friends are here. I don't want to go to a strange place and start all over again. Just take care of yourself and Xiao Tang. Mei Xiaoyu politely declined with a smile. Aunt Mei, you're in charge. When we become true disciples and have more freedom, we'll have many holidays and can come back often. Even now, I have 10 days off every month, Lin Yi said with a smile. I'm satisfied with your thoughtfulness, Mei Xiaoyu said with a gratified smile. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more moments, Lin Yi took his leave. Mei Xiaoyu personally escorted Lin Yi to the courtyard. Only after Lin Yi's figure completely disappeared at the end of Fulin Lane did two clear tears stream down Mei Xiaoyu's face. I'm afraid I'll have to play the villain, Mei Xiaoyu said helplessly. She had thought that Lin Yi's double first-place finish and meteoric rise, compared to Xiao Tang, was too great. They were no longer on the same level. People strive for higher positions. Many men, once they achieve success, abandon their wives who have shared their hardships. Lin Yi and Mo Xiaodang weren't even married yet. If he wanted to back out and break off the engagement, it would be perfectly normal. If Lin Yi initiated the breakup, she and Xiaodang would simply agree. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi not only had no intention of breaking off the engagement, but he was also constantly thinking about his future with Xiaodang, even considering her as part of his plans to bring her along. This made her very happy. It meant she hadn't misjudged him. But it also put her in a difficult position. She had to step forward and play the villain. This was truly not her wish. She didn't want Xiaodang to become the villain either. But, unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Under the predetermined circumstances, Lin Yi didn't turn bad. Then it would be up to her and her daughter to play the villains. This was the most heartbreaking thing for her. It was also the worst possible outcome. Perhaps time is too short. And he hasn't had time to change his mind. Let's wait and see, Mei Xiaoyu sighed softly. In a few more days, Lin Yi would become even more powerful, and the gap between him and Xiao Tang would widen. By then, Lin Yi would also meet and get to know even more powerful girls. Perhaps he would change his mind. Then, she and Xiao Tang wouldn't have to play the villains. I hope Xiao Tang can endure it, stay away from Lin Yi as much as possible, and not get any closer. Mei Xiaoyu looked towards the direction of the Misty Sect, hoping. A gentle breeze caressed his face. Lin Yi used the perfected Lingsu step, quickly traversing the alley. In a short while, he arrived at a Meng residence. Before leaving, he decided to visit Meng Xianggu, Meng Yurao. His rapid rise was largely due to the 10 million low-grade spirit stones Meng Yuan had given him. This was his first real pot of gold. Even with the immortal medicine pavilion, it would take a long time to earn that much. And the Misty Sect's assessment only recruited disciples under the age of 16. He simply couldn't have made it on his own. The Meng family had truly helped him immensely to become the top in both categories. Especially Meng Yurao. She gave him a fragment of the void refining divine technique, giving him a significant advantage in terms of divine sense. She gave him a fragment of the heaven and earth overlord body technique, which would also help him temper his physical body in the future. She also gave him the Azure Origin Spirit Shield, a secret treasure used to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Even Meng Yuan, and the entire Meng family, hadn't received any of these, and weren't even aware of them. Upon arriving at a Meng residence, the guards, seeing Lin Yi, didn't even bother to report, they simply led him to see Meng Yuan. This level of status was not something ordinary people could possess. Even other family heads would have to report before arriving. Clearly, the Meng family valued him highly and considered him one of their own. Lin Yi, you are truly amazing. I heard the news of you becoming the top in both categories, breaking the record of the Misty Sect. If Uncle Fu were alive, he would surely be very pleased. In the pavilion of the residence, Meng Yuan praised Lin Yi effusively upon seeing him. Uncle Meng is too kind. My achievements are largely thanks to the 10 million spirit stones Uncle Meng gave me, Lin Yi said humbly with a smile. Let's keep this separate. Don't say that again. It was your help that allowed my aunt to recover, and our Meng family can prosper for another 100 years. I only gave you 10 million low-grade spirit stones as a reward. I'm already very embarrassed. You must never mention this again, and you mustn't let other families know, otherwise they will definitely laugh at me for being stingy. I should be the one thanking you. Our Meng family benefited even more, Meng Yuan said seriously. I'll listen to Uncle Meng, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. This is why he likes the Meng family so much. They don't use this favor and help as a bargaining chip to demand what they want. They have a very high level of character. It's no wonder their family prospers. In the future, he and Mo Xiaodang will have many children, building a powerful cultivation family. They will also establish clear family rules and traditions, ensuring the family's continued prosperity and strength. These are all excellent role models. Of course, the family also needs a top-tier expert like Meng Xianggu to oversee it. He alone can fill that role. He must diligently cultivate to become a top-tier expert. At the very least, he needs to reach the spirit embryo realm to be considered truly capable. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. He hasn't even advanced to the mortal transformation realm yet. Lin Yi, after you enter the Misty Sect, your status and future will be limitless. Within your capabilities, I still hope you can take good care of Meng Yao. She's my only precious daughter, and I don't want her to suffer injustice, be suppressed, or be unable to hold her head high in the sect. Meng Yuan looked at Lin Yi with a solemn expression. Uncle Meng, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Meng Yao, Lin Yi assured him with a smile. Is there anything I can help you with? Just ask, Meng Yuan readily agreed. Actually, spirit stones aren't that important in the sect anymore. All disciples need to exchange top-tier treasures and skills for contribution points. Lower-ranked disciples get very low rewards for tasks, making it difficult to earn contribution points. Uncle Meng probably can't help much with that, Lin Yi said truthfully. What nonsense, money talks, it's just contribution points, just pay 10 times the price to buy them. I'll pay whatever contribution points you and Meng Yao need, Meng Yuan said generously. When people have money, they speak with extra confidence. It's as if no problem is a problem. Everything can be easily solved. As the saying goes, foolish people have lots of money. Actually, it's more like they have too much money and are foolish. With more money, they don't need complicated methods to solve problems. They just use the simplest method, throwing money at the problem. At a price of 10 to 1, I'm afraid you won't even be able to buy them. Everyone values contribution points very much. I'm afraid you'll need a price of 100 to 1 to buy them, but the quantity you can buy might not be much either, Lin Yi said seriously. 100 to 1 is no problem. 10 million low-grade spirit stones can buy 100,000 contribution points. That should be a big help to you, right? Meng Yuan asked. 100,000 contribution points, that's indeed a great help, Lin Yi said with a smile. He still owed his senior brothers and sisters of Dangshi Peak 74,600 contribution points. It was precisely because he borrowed so many contribution points in advance, purchasing the guard-locking tower and the golden crow sword, that he was able to secure first place in the sect entrance examination. Otherwise, he would have had no chance at all. I also know quite a bit about the Misty Sect. I even entered the Misty Sect when I was young and almost became a true disciple. However, my aunt later went mad and became mentally unstable. I had to return to manage the family, so I left the Misty Sect. Back then, the contribution points system had only recently been implemented, and there were many loopholes. We were all very good at taking advantage of them. Even now, many rules are more comprehensive, but there are still loopholes that can be exploited. Meng Yuan revealed a cunning smile. Loopholes? I hope Uncle Meng can enlighten me, Lin Yi said with delight. These kinds of loopholes are definitely not easy for ordinary people to discover. Especially something a newly arrived disciple like him couldn't possibly know. In the Misty Sect, contribution points are indeed crucial for you disciples, but that's relative. For example, top-grade spiritual artifacts. These are indeed only available in the Misty Sect, and can only be obtained through contribution points. But think about it the other way around. How many people can accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a top-grade spiritual artifact? If many people could do it, wouldn't everyone have a top-grade spiritual artifact? That's destined to be something only a few disciples can obtain, right? Meng Yuan said with a smile. That's right, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. In that case, most disciples won't be able to afford even a basic top-grade spiritual artifact. With all the contribution points they accumulate in their lifetime, many won't even last a lifetime before being expelled from the sect. As for the high-grade and mid-grade spiritual artifacts they desire, they can actually buy them outside with spirit stones. In this situation, Wouldn't it be more cost-effective for them to exchange their contribution points for spirit stones? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. It seems that's actually the case. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A high-grade spiritual artifact costs around 30,000 low-grade spirit stones outside, but within the sect, it costs around 3,000 contribution points. That's indeed a 10-to-1 price ratio. However, if he offers the other party a price of 20-to-1, their 3,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. The other party can then spend 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a high-grade spiritual weapon, achieving their goal while also earning an extra 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why not? If he offers a price of 30-to-1, 50-to-1, or even 110, it would be even more profitable. At a price of 100-to-1, the other party's 3,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Spending 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy the high-grade spiritual weapon they desire would leave them with 270,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such capital, even if they are expelled from the sect in the future, they can still live comfortably outside. The value of contribution points fluctuates greatly, varying from person to person. For you top disciples, they are crucial. The top-grade spiritual artifacts and 4th or even 5th-grade cultivation techniques you desire can only be obtained through contribution points, but for outer disciples, and most ordinary inner disciples, they will never have the chance to acquire these top-grade treasures in their entire lives. The treasures and cultivation techniques they want can be bought with spirit stones outside. If you offer these people 20 or even 30 times the price, unless they are fools, they will sell them. The lower the disciples rank, the less meaningful contribution points are to them, and the closer their value is to 10-to-1. If you offer a 15-1 ratio, I reckon they'd be willing to sell. Meng Yuan smiled slightly. Uncle Meng, you're brilliant. I've truly learned something. Lin Yi was overjoyed. How could he not have thought of this? There was such a clever trick involved. Do you still think money can't solve problems? Meng Yuan looked at Lin Yi and asked with a smile. It can. It definitely can. Lin Yi nodded hurriedly. From this moment on, he believed even more in the power of money. Money is the only hard truth. He absolutely needed money. I'll try it when I get back, Lin Yi said expectantly. He still had 3.2 million low-grade spirit stones. If he could buy contribution points at a 30-1 ratio, he could acquire over 100,000 contribution points. The debt of 74,600 contribution points could be paid off immediately, with a surplus. These lower-level and mid-to-lower-level disciples, selling their contribution points, wouldn't they suffer any loss? If there's no loss, this matter is basically guaranteed to succeed, Meng Yuan asserted. There shouldn't be any loss, Lin Yi said with a smile. Their total contribution to the sect is ranked, and they accept missions based on that ranking. As for the contribution points they earn, they can lend them to others, sell them to others, or exchange them for treasures. It won't affect their contribution ranking or their ability to accept missions. In that case, the matter is basically settled, Meng Yuan said confidently. It should be secure. Lin Yi smiled broadly. He seemed to see many contribution points beckoning to him. Chapter 132 Yuro's Wedding. In the Misty Sect, is it true that as long as you have enough contribution points, you're guaranteed to rise to prominence? Meng Yuan asked Lin Yi with a smile. Basically, that's true. When talent and effort are similar, it's a competition of who gets more resources earlier and who can seize the initiative, Lin Yi answered truthfully. He asked Yin Manhuang for help to improve his total contribution ranking in order to take on higher-paying missions and earn more contribution points. If you could buy enough contribution points with money, would you still need to work hard? You'd be there in one step. Cultivating immortality seems to be about cultivating effort, talent, and character. But in reality, having money is the biggest advantage. He felt this deeply. In this sect entrance assessment, those outside geniuses, whose natural talents were actually just so-so, not even as good as Meng Yao and G10, were far superior in strength. This was mainly because their previous sects had provided them with better cultivation techniques and magical treasures, and provided ample resources, which allowed them to gain a significant lead in strength at the spirit-gathering realm stage. No matter how hard others tried, their strength could not match theirs. Even he, having borrowed 74,600 contribution points to purchase the golden crowsword in the godlocking tower, was only able to put up a fight. His final battle with Jiang Qi was also a very close call, as he only won by taking advantage of the opponent's insufficient spiritual energy. Since that's the case, I'll give you 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Go and buy some contribution points. When you buy cultivation techniques, share some with Meng Yao. Once you rise to prominence, you'll quickly earn back these 10 million low-grade spirit stones, perhaps even 10 or 100 times. There's absolutely no need to cultivate slowly and improve at a snail's pace, wasting time, Meng Yuan said earnestly. As he spoke, he took out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Lin Yi. Uncle Meng, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Yi was somewhat embarrassed. Meng Yuan was being far too generous. He was casually giving away tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, wealth that ordinary cultivators couldn't earn in a lifetime. Even he, now, only earned a few million low-grade spirit stones a year. It would take 10 years of hard work to accumulate that much money. Of course, as Meng Yuan said, his strength has been rapidly increasing. Strength and earning ability are directly linked. His strength is improving quickly, and his earning ability will also improve quickly. Especially since he's about to start learning alchemy. If his alchemy skills are good, he'll earn even more money. These tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones might be earned by him in just a few months. If he got them now, he might be able to rise to prominence and earn back these 10 million low-grade spirit stones in just 1 month. 5 million low-grade spirit stones each for you and Meng Yao. Consider this my reward for entering the Misty Sect. Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. I know your future earning potential. You can easily earn that much. When you rise to prominence, it would be great if you could take good care of Meng Yao, and even better if you could take good care of our Meng family, of course. If you're willing to marry Meng Yao, the entire Meng family will be yours. Meng Yuan laughed loudly. Uncle Meng, you're joking. Xiao Tang and I are engaged, and will be getting married in a few years. Lin Yi politely declined. He planned to marry Mo Xiao Tang after he turned 20, quickly have a bunch of children, and build a powerful cultivation family. What he wanted was a powerful Lin family. Instead of marrying into the Meng family, it was a completely different matter, 2 different pursuits. It's alright, everyone has different pursuits and their own freedom. I was just saying, you don't need to take it too seriously, Meng Yuan said with a smile. Lin Yi rose rapidly, from the bottom to become the #1 person of his era, suppressing everyone, and yet he was still able to maintain his original intentions and not change his mind. This made him very impressed, and he had even higher hopes for Lin Yi. He couldn't help but regret that he had acted too late. Although Uncle Fu said before his death that he should not interfere in Lin Yi's life for 3 years after his death, it was still possible to make friends and establish a relationship in advance. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had been at the bottom for the past 3 years, and they had gradually forgotten about it. They also did not expect that Lin Yi could rise up so quickly. Mei Zedai was different. She herself came from the lower class and had little choice, which is why she set her sights on Lin Yi early on, thus reaping a huge advantage. Lin Yi's example helped him grow considerably. In the future, whenever he encounters promising young talents, he should try to cultivate relationships and build goodwill early on. Offering help in times of need is always more heartwarming than adding to someone's success. Uncle Meng, before I leave, I want to see Fairy Meng one last time. I'll be focusing on cultivation and striving to reach the transcendent realm, so I might not have as much time to see her, Lin Yi said proactively, looking at Meng Garden. Having received so many spirit stones from Meng Garden, he felt uneasy accepting the money if he didn't cultivate a good relationship with Meng Yao and help her overcome her emotional tribulations. Go quickly, Auntie is waiting for you in the backyard, Meng Yuan said with a smile. Lin Yi was very perceptive. She knew what he wanted. His money wasn't wasted, in fact, it was well spent. Lin Yi used his perfected Lingsu step technique and arrived at the backyard pavilion in a flash. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. A gentle breeze caressed his face. Meng Yao sat in the pavilion, looking serene and beautiful. She had a full head of black hair, wore a moon-white long dress, and all the wrinkles on her face had disappeared. She looked like a girl in her early 20s. She resembled Meng Yao somewhat, but compared to the youthful Meng Yao, she possessed a more mature charm. Yao, Lin Yi stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. You're here, Meng Yao saw Lin Yi and quickly stood up with joy. You've recovered quite well recently. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao and smiled in admiration. Although he and Meng Yao were from different generations, it had to be said that Meng Yao was absolutely stunning. She was still this beautiful now. How beautiful must she have been in her youth, at her most radiant. Yet, even so, she was still abandoned by that peerless genius. I've always had a wish. Which is to marry you. Will you marry me, even just for a day, or even just one night, is fine. Meng Yurao looked at Lin Yi and expressed her determination. Lin Yi hesitated. Meng Yurao was trapped in a love tribulation. Her biggest regret was not being able to become a couple with that peerless genius. She had never been able to overcome this hurdle. If you were to fake a marriage with her, helping her cross this threshold, it was very likely that she would emerge from her love tribulation and completely regain her senses. Are you in a difficult position? Meng Yurao looked at Lin Yi, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her like this, it seemed that if Lin Yi refused, she would immediately become emotionally agitated and possibly go insane. Lin Yi was also worried that she might go insane and lose control. Such a powerful person could be driven to hatred by love. He was only at the spirit-gathering realm. If Meng Yurao were filled with hatred for him and, in a state of mental instability, were to slap him hard, she could kill him on the spot. For the sake of his own life, it was best to agree. Besides, this might be Meng Yurao's last hurdle. Marrying Meng Yurao might be the key to helping her overcome her emotional turmoil. He was willing to help. I'd love to. I was just thinking about where we should get married. I was a little distracted. Lin Yi laughed, trying to brush it off. Don't worry about these things. I'll handle everything. I'll invite all our old friends to be witnesses, Meng Yurao said happily. She finally got her wish. Invite Yi Chang, Jiba, and the others to be witnesses. Lin Yi was surprised. He had been hiding his identity secretly. No one else knew. If they got married in a grand manner, it would be troublesome. People might think he's a kept man. I don't want Mo Xiaodang to misunderstand too. Yes, I want them all to be witnesses, Meng Yurao said firmly. Okay, Lin Yi nodded readily, but his heart was bleeding. Meng Yurao's mind was made up. He couldn't change it. This sudden marriage had caught him completely off guard. He needed to quickly tell Meng Yuan about this, so she could inform Yi Cheng and Jiba beforehand and ask them to cover for him, making sure nothing was revealed. Once Meng Yurao had recovered from her emotional turmoil and regained her senses, then he could let her know the truth. Also, he needed to hurry back to the Miao sect and tell Mo Xiaodang about this beforehand, to avoid misunderstandings and unpleasantness. Set a date, Meng Yurao said with a sweet laugh. She was practically nestled in Lin Yi's arms, very happy. How about this time next year? Lin Yi asked tentatively. He would have a year. If nothing unexpected happened, with the 10 million low-grade spirit stones given by Meng Yuan, he could quickly establish himself in the Misty Sect by purchasing contribution points. Within 2 months, he could advance to the mortal transformation realm. In the following 10 months, he would make rapid progress and have a chance to advance to the golden core realm in one fell swoop. Although Meng Yurao's strength was comparable to a spirit embryo realm expert, and might even be stronger, giving him a year to cultivate to the golden core realm gave him at least more confidence. If the truth were to slip up and Meng Yurao found out beforehand, she would be furious and he would still have the chance to escape with his life. The earlier the wedding, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. No, a year later, that's too long. I'm already feeling like every day is a year. Are you asking me to wait another 300 years? Meng Yurao said pitifully. Seeing her aggrieved look, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel helpless. Women are all unreasonable. She clearly asked him to set a date, and after he set a date, she disagreed. In that case, you said it, Lin Yi looked at Meng Yurao and said simply. He felt that even if he said 6 months later, Meng Yurao definitely wouldn't agree. Preparing for the wedding requires a lot of work, including informing relatives and friends. I don't want it to be too rushed or shabby, so let's set it for a month from now, the 8th day of the 8th lunar month. What do you think? Meng Yurao asked happily. Okay, whatever you say, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. But in his heart, he felt a sense of powerlessness. A short month was far too short for him. What if he revealed his secret and Meng Yurao went mad? He was standing right next to her, and he would be the first to die. No, I have to advance to the transcendent realm as soon as possible, then I'll cultivate a 5th grade movement technique and reach perfection, Lin Yi thought to himself. When he realizes something is wrong, he should immediately escape to a group of powerful figures and have them rescue him. At his current spirit gathering realm cultivation level, he's only at the 3rd grade void step. His escape speed is far too slow. He might not even have the chance to reach the powerful figures. He needs to increase his chances of survival as much as possible. Even the slightest chance is good. Marrying Meng Yurao is truly dancing on a knife's edge. One wrong move and he'll be the first to die. It's settled then, Meng Yurao confirmed. No problem, I'll trouble you to prepare all this. I also need to go back and prepare. Lin Yi felt a little flustered and anxious, and quickly got up to take his leave. He needed to discuss this matter with Meng Yuan as soon as possible, so that Meng Yuan could make all the necessary arrangements in advance and ensure that He Cheng and Ji Ba wouldn't reveal anything. Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with, Meng Yurao called out to Lin Yi. What is it? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Actually, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. After spending so many time with Meng Yurao, he could now remain expressionless. Even if he was anxious inside, he could keep a straight face. This was partly due to his cultivation of the Thousand Faces technique, and partly due to his improved mental state. I have to make these arrangements and can't spare the time. Go to the Piaomio sect and invite old Luo over, the current sect leader of the Piaomio sect. If he wants to come, he can come. If he doesn't want to, that's fine too, since we're not familiar with him anyway, Meng Yurao said with a charming smile. No problem, Lin Yi readily agreed. But his heart was filled with helplessness. He still had to invite old Luo. He even had to invite the current sect leader of the Misty Sect. Fortunately, this wasn't a mandatory requirement. The current sect leader of the Misty Sect could come or not. He could just make up an excuse, saying that the sect leader was in seclusion and couldn't come out, or that he had gone on a long trip and wouldn't be back for a while. As for old Luo, Meng Yurao insisted that he must be invited. This was not an easy task for him either. Old Luo's status was probably extraordinary. If old Luo was taken in by the Misty Sect, he would likely be worshipped. How could ordinary disciples possibly see old Luo? Qing Lan had also told him before that the Misty Sect was not solely ruled by the sect leader. There were also many senior elders who were detached from worldly affairs. Old Luo is very likely the supreme elder of the Misty Sect. We must invite old Luo over. We have no parents or elders left. Old Luo is our elder. When we hold our wedding ceremony, we'll bow to old Luo instead of our parents, Meng Yurao said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely invite old Luo over, Lin Yi smiled and assured him. But in his heart, he was filled with doubt. If old Luo was truly the supreme elder of the Misty Sect, detached from worldly affairs, it would be incredibly difficult for him to even see him. How could he possibly invite old Luo over? Chapter 133 The Difficulties of the Bridal Chamber. Yurao, I'm leaving now, I'll come see you again in a while, Lin Yi said goodbye with a smile. His heart, however, was filled with gloom. He was afraid of being exposed when he married Meng Yurao, afraid that she would go insane and kill him with a single slap. Then there was the matter of inviting old Luo, which was also a thorny issue. However, the only people he was truly familiar with and close to that peerless genius were Meng Yurao and old Luo. Meng Yurao was deeply entangled in her love affair, her mind not fully recovered, and she had forgotten many things. It was unlikely he could get any useful clues about that peerless genius from her. Old Luo was the only sane person he knew who knew the truth. Especially, he and that peerless prodigy looked remarkably alike. Was there some connection between them? Was he a descendant of the other? Was the immortal abode space left to him by that peerless prodigy, or was it given to him by someone else? Who were his parents? He desperately wanted to find out the answers to these questions. He could only ask old Luo. Even without Meng Yurao's marriage, he still needed to find a way to see old Luo and get the details. After bidding farewell to Meng Yurao, Lin Yi left the backyard and went to the front yard. How is it? Meng Yuan greeted him with concern. Uncle Meng, Fairy Meng wants to marry me to fulfill her long-cherished wish. It's her obsession. I think doing this might help her achieve her goal and escape her emotional tribulations, so I agreed. Fairy Meng requested that old friends like Ji Bar and He Cheng attend. She plans to invite quite a few people. She also wants me to go to the Misty Sect and invite old Luo over, Lin Yi told Meng Yuan in one go. My aunt mentioned this to me before. I didn't expect her to take action so soon, Meng Yuan sighed. If this is done well, it could help Meng Xianggu overcome her emotional turmoil, which would be an incredible stroke of luck. But if it's not done well, and she finds out I'm an imposter, her emotional turmoil might worsen, driving her to madness, or even causing her to kill me with a single blow out of love turned to hatred. So when you help contact Jiba, He Cheng, and other seniors, you must tell them to keep their mouths shut and not give themselves away. If it does happen, You must rush to my aid to protect me immediately. I'm risking my life to play along with Meng Xianggu. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yuan, his face full of solemnity. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything perfectly. I've chosen the peach grove outside town as the wedding venue. Nobody goes there on ordinary days. I'll only invite my aunt's close friends and relatives to the wedding, and I'll set up a defensive array beforehand to prevent my aunt from going berserk and minimize the risk, Meng Yuan assured him with a smile. It seemed he had already made a complete plan. That's definitely much safer. I'll leave everything to Uncle Meng, Lin Yi said with a smile. Meng Yuan truly lived up to his title as the head of the Meng family. His actions were meticulous. He had only thought of keeping everyone quiet so they could come to his rescue if he encountered danger. But Meng Yuan had thought of holding the wedding in the peach grove outside town and setting up a defensive array beforehand. This was all unexpected. By the way, will Meng Xianggu object to setting up the defensive array in advance? Lin Yi asked with concern. We'll persuade her together then, telling her we don't want to be too ostentatious and don't want irrelevant people to come and watch. It shouldn't be a problem, Meng Yuan smiled. I hope so, Lin Yi nodded. Only by successfully setting up the defensive array could his safety be maximized. Of course, he couldn't rely solely on external assistance. For the next month, I will strive to break through to the transcendent realm. If I reach the transcendent realm and cultivate a 5th grade movement technique, my escape speed should be quite good in critical moments. At least I can create some distance, and then you seniors can all step forward to stop Meng Xianggu and save me, Lin Yi said seriously. This matter was of utmost importance. One wrong move and he would lose his life. He had to do every step and every aspect perfectly. You cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. Trying to advance to the transcendent realm in just 1 month is really too difficult. Meng Yuan shook her head and sighed. There's no other way. I have to try. Give it a shot. Only in this way can I increase my chances of survival, Lin Yi said firmly. Your cultivation level is at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. You're actually ready to break through to the mortal transformation realm. The key is still the mortal transformation pills. You need 5 excellent quality mortal transformation pills, which can only be exchanged with contribution points. In just 1 month, you obviously can't earn that many by doing missions. How about this? I'll give you another 40 million low-grade spirit stones, adding to the 10 million I just gave you, for a total of 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Try to buy contribution points at a low price and see if you can gather enough to exchange for 5 excellent quality mortal transformation pills. If that's still not enough, come back again, and I'll give you as many as you need. As for Meng Yao, let her work hard on her own for now. You can help her after you advance to the transcendent realm. Is that alright? Meng Yuan looked at Lin Yi and asked gently. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took out 4 blue cloth bags from his storage bag. Each blue cloth bag contained over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's another 40 million low-grade spirit stones. This time, he has taken out a total of 50 million low-grade spirit stones during this trip to the Meng family. Uncle Meng, how can you be so good to me? Lin Yi looked at Meng Yuan, deeply moved. This is 50 million low-grade spirit stones, not 5,000, not 50,000, but 50 million. This wealth is something that ordinary cultivators cannot earn in a lifetime. Even some powerful cultivation families combined don't have that much. What are you saying? This is mainly because my aunt is getting married, and this whole thing started because of her. You need to break through to the transcendent realm to increase your chances of survival, so I should be paying for this. Don't overthink it, just take it. Once you've acquired the contribution points, quickly exchange them for top-quality transcendent pills, Meng Yuan earnestly instructed. Uncle Meng, consider this a loan. I'll pay you back as soon as I earn the money, Lin Yi said decisively. If my aunt can truly overcome her emotional tribulation and live for hundreds more years, even reaching a higher realm and ensuring the Meng family's prosperity for 1,000 years, then even spending another 200 million or 2 billion low-grade spirit stones would be a worthwhile investment. Don't mention repaying the money, Meng Yuan decisively shook his head. In case Aunt Meng doesn't recover, I will return these 50 million spirit stones to Uncle Meng, Lin Yi insisted. Alright, as you wish, Meng Yuan nodded and smiled. Uncle Meng, I have another question, one that's a bit difficult to say, Lin Yi blushed. Speak freely, Meng Yuan waved his hand. What if, after I marry Aunt Meng, she still hasn't overcome her emotional tribulation in time? Does that mean I have to go to the bridal chamber with her? Lin Yi asked, his face red. Meng Yuan was also somewhat bewildered. He hadn't considered this question. But he quickly calmed down. Logically speaking, your faking marriage with my aunt is to help her overcome her love tribulation. If we've reached the point of entering the bridal chamber, it's basically the most crucial moment. We can't just give up now, can we? We still have to consummate the marriage, Meng Yuan said solemnly after a moment of contemplation. What he wanted was for his aunt to recover from her love tribulation. But, I'm engaged to Mo Xiaodang. I can't consummate the marriage with Meng Xianggu. Moreover, the person Meng Xianggu truly loves is that peerless genius. Even if she's satisfied after the bridal chamber and successfully overcomes her love tribulation, I'm afraid the first thing she'll do after overcoming her love tribulation is kill me. That would be an even more tragic death, Lin Yi said with a grave expression. He truly couldn't bear the consequences. He'd lose his life instantly. It's really troublesome. Let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps after my aunt marries you in public, she'll recover from this emotional tribulation, Meng Yuan said hopefully. That would be best, Lin Yi said expectantly. He really didn't want things to develop in a bad way. If he had known it was this dangerous, that he could lose his life in a moment of carelessness, he wouldn't have done it even if Meng Yuan offered him 500 million low-grade spirit stones as a reward. However, seeing Meng Yuan tormented so deeply by this emotional tribulation, he couldn't bear it. He was willing to do this more out of sympathy and compassion. The reward was just a side benefit, an extra bonus. That wasn't his initial intention. But with each step, he sank deeper and deeper. The rewards Meng Yuan offered also increased. He found it difficult to extricate himself. He could only grit his teeth and continue. Don't worry so much, Meng Yuan comforted him with a smile. There's always a way out. I'll go back to the Misty Sect first, buy up contribution points, and push towards the transcendent realm. Then I'll find a way to see old Luo and invite him to the wedding. Lin Yi nodded earnestly. He then bid farewell to Meng Yuan and turned to leave. Leaving Wangxian town, Lin Yi unleashed his fully fledged Lingsu step. Flying towards the Misty Sect, he rested once along the way. However, it only took him less than an hour and a half to successfully reach the entrance of the Misty Sect. This escape speed is still a bit slow. If Meng Yuan goes mad, I don't even have the chance to escape. I need to quickly cultivate to the transcendent realm and learn a 5th grade movement technique, Lin Yi said decisively. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sect, after being questioned by the patrolling disciples, they let him through directly. You used 2 days of vacation this time. You still have 8 days of vacation left this month, the patrolling disciple reminded Lin Yi as he was leaving. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Lin Yi replied with a smile. There was less than half a month left this month. 8 days of vacation would be enough. He returned to the Dantian sect and went directly to find Qinglin. Senior sister, I bought an alchemy furnace and got some spiritual herbs, Lin Yi said with a smile, looking at Qinglan. I'll teach you alchemy right now. Shall we do it in my meditation room, or at your west wind courtyard? Qinglan asked gently. With her own alchemy furnace, she could refine pills anywhere. She wouldn't have to queue at the alchemy room. She could refine pills whenever she wanted. Moreover, her own meditation room, with its protective barriers, was very quiet, and no one would disturb her. Refining pills in such a quiet and relaxed state would actually increase the success rate considerably. Let's go to my west wind courtyard. Lin Yi glanced at the courtyard where Qinglan lived. She shared a room with several other senior sisters, and the figures of the other senior sisters could be seen walking back and forth from time to time. Qinglan's meditation room was probably not spacious enough. It would be better to go to his west wind courtyard. Immediately, Lin Yi led Qinglan back to his west wind courtyard. Upon entering the meditation room, Lin Yi took out a purple incense burner and bags of spiritual herbs from his stored ring. What kind of spiritual pills do you want to refine? Qinglan asked with a smile. I want to refine a grade 1 body tempering pill to cultivate my physical body and break through to the brown skin realm. I also want to refine a grade 2 spirit gathering pill to enhance my divine sense cultivation, raising it to the peak of the transcendent realm, Lin Yi answered truthfully. He would definitely refine only what he needed, so as not to waste spiritual herbs. A grade 1 body tempering pill is of medium difficulty in refining, so it's feasible. A grade 1 spirit nourishing pill is a rare spiritual pill, and even that is very difficult to refine. A grade 2 spirit nourishing pill is several times more difficult. Trying to refine a grade 2 spirit nourishing pill now is like trying to run before you can crawl. That's bound to waste a lot of spiritual herbs, Qinglan said seriously. In that case, let's refine the grade 1 body tempering pill first, Lin Yi said with a smile. Wasting spiritual herbs is indeed a waste. It's better to refine the moderately difficult grade 1 body tempering pill first, master the refining techniques, and become proficient before attempting to refine the grade 2 spirit nourishing pill. Step by step, steadily and surely. This approach is indeed more reliable. This jade slip contains the formula and refining method for a grade 1 body tempering pill, as well as precautions. Study it first. I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning to teach you how to refine the pill. Qinglin handed Lin Yi a blue jade slip, smiling as she spoke. It was already afternoon. Judging by Lin Yi's comprehension, an afternoon and an evening should be enough for him to thoroughly understand the refining method of the grade 1 body tempering pill. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Lin Yi accepted the blue jade slip, smiling as he spoke. There's still a lot of preparation work to do for alchemy. You'd better build a dedicated alchemy room among all the quiet rooms in your west wind courtyard. You'll need a furnace rack to hold the alchemy furnace, a stone platform to hold the spiritual herbs, and a pool to clean the furnace. If the alchemy fails, the bottom of the furnace will be covered in charred pill residue, which needs to be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, the next attempt will likely fail again, Qinglin earnestly instructed. So much preparation is needed, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. These are necessary preparations. Also, before you refine the pill, prepare the spiritual herbs according to the fixed proportions. One serving of grade 1 body tempering pill requires 18 kinds of spiritual herbs, 5 main herbs and 13 auxiliary herbs. They must be prepared strictly according to the proportions, and the quantities cannot be wrong. Preparing the herbs is also quite time-consuming and requires great care, Qinglin said solemnly. In that case, I'll make these preparations first. Once everything is ready, I'll then study the method of refining grade 1 body tempering pill. Haste makes waste. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and made his decision. I'll give you my tofu. You can focus on studying the method of refining grade 1 body tempering pill. I'll do these preparations for you. Qinglin looked at Lin Yi and smiled sweetly. Chapter 134 Acquiring Contribution Points. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. These trivial matters were indeed time-consuming, but they had to be done. If Qinglin was willing to help, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. You can focus on comprehending the method of refining the grade 1 body tempering pill. I'll have it ready soon, Qinglin replied. Immediately, Lin Yi left a bag of spiritual herbs, instructing Qinglin to prepare portions of body tempering pills according to the proportions required for the grade 1 body tempering pill. Lin Yi himself went to another quiet room, set up a restriction, consumed the heavenly intelligence fruit, and entered the immortal abode space to comprehend the method of refining the grade 1 body tempering pill. Time passed quickly. It was dark. About 3 hours had passed outside, but almost 4 days had passed inside the immortal abode space. Lin Yi had thoroughly grasped the method of refining the grade 1 body tempering pill. Every detail and every corresponding method was memorized. Lin Yi opened the restriction, pushed open the door of the meditation room, and walked out. Junior brother, have you mastered it? In another meditation room, Qinglan had finished preparing the spiritual medicine for Lin Yi and was setting up the alchemy room for him. Seeing Lin Yi come out, she couldn't help but be full of surprise. Yes, I have completely mastered the method of refining the grade 1 body tempering pill, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Junior brother, I am truly impressed by your comprehension. I thought you might need an afternoon and a night to fully comprehend it, but I didn't expect it to be enough in just one afternoon, Qinglan exclaimed in admiration. This was a true genius. Senior sister, you're amazing. How is my alchemy room being set up? Lin Yi asked with a smile. It's basically all set up, Qinglan smiled sweetly. Immediately, she introduced the furnishings in the alchemy room to Lin Yi. This is a furnace rack, used to hold the alchemy furnace. Qinglan pointed to a bronze furnace rack and said with a smile. Lin Yi glanced at it. The furnace rack was even engraved with array patterns, making it a mid-grade spiritual artifact. This way, the flames wouldn't melt the furnace rack. Senior sister, how much does this furnace rack cost? I'll pay you, Lin Yi said readily. It's worthless. You've just joined the sect, and you don't have much money. Consider this alchemy room a gift from me. Qinglin waved her hand and smiled. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. You don't need to be so polite with me. Do you want to keep your distance from me and not take advantage of me in any way? Qinglin frowned and asked. No. Lin Yi waved his hands repeatedly. afraid that Kinglin would misunderstand. In that case, I have no choice but to take advantage of you, senior sister, Lin Yi said helplessly. That's more like it, Kinglin smiled gently. Then, she continued to introduce the layout of the alchemy room to Lin Yi. This stone platform is for storing spiritual herbs and pill bottles. This stone pool is for cleaning the alchemy furnace. The water flows directly outside through this copper pipe. This stool is for you to rest on when you're tired, Kinglin enthusiastically introduced. Senior sister, you're so thoughtful. I didn't even think of that. Lin Yi was extremely satisfied, smiling and praising her. That's not all. If you have more money later, you can set up a whole set of restrictions in this alchemy room. For example, a dim light restriction, which can automatically illuminate the entire alchemy room when it gets dark. For example, a cooling restriction. When you feel hot and agitated during alchemy, you can activate the cooling restriction to cool down and calm your mind, which can effectively increase the success rate of alchemy. It would be best if you also set up a spirit gathering array in your meditation room, so that after each alchemy session when your spiritual energy is depleted, you can immediately replenish your spiritual energy and keep it at its peak at all times. So that the success rate of alchemy will not decline significantly, Kinglin said patiently. There are so many intricacies to alchemy, Lin Yi exclaimed with a smile. These were all valuable experiences. If he had tried to figure it out on his own, it would have taken a long time and many detours. Kinglin's advice meant he could benefit immediately. Senior sister, who should I ask to set up these restrictions in the spirit gathering array? Lin Yi asked seriously. Since it was so beneficial to his alchemy, he naturally wanted to get it done as soon as possible. A skilled craftsman must first have the right tools. Preparations must be done in advance. Otherwise, if he became flustered when it came time to refine the pills, it would affect his chances of success, which would be a loss. He would have to set it up sooner or later, so he might as well do it early and enjoy the benefits sooner. There are two ways. First, you can directly find a familiar inner sect array disciple and have them set it up for you at a friendly price. Many details can be discussed privately. Second, you can post sect missions in the sect mission hall and wait for array disciples to accept them. However, this also depends on your ranking and status. You can only post a maximum of 10 sect missions per month, and each mission can only offer a maximum reward of 500 contribution points. Obviously, setting up an alchemy room, as well as a third-grade spirit gathering array, or even a fourth-grade spirit gathering array, 500 contribution points are not enough. No one will accept it, Kinglin said seriously. I see, Lin Yi suddenly understood. The mission hall not only allows you to accept missions but also post them. However, all of these rewards are tied to one's ranking, status, and treatment. Ordinary disciples can only issue 3 tasks a month. As for outer disciples, each task only yields 1 or 2 contribution points. Fortunately, the task hall acts as a link, connecting disciples from each peak within the sect whether they need help from array formation disciples, alchemy disciples, or beast taming disciples. They can issue tasks, each getting what they need. What should I do? Lin Yi frowned. I don't know any inner array formation disciples. What he wanted to do couldn't be solved with just 500 contribution points. Issuing tasks wouldn't work. He didn't know anyone to help him privately either. But I'm still here. If you really want to do it, I know some inner sect array disciples. I'll go find them. However, even if you give him some money for work he takes on privately, his earnings are still private earnings and can't be counted in the sect's total contribution, so it won't improve his ranking. Usually, people won't do this unless the relationship is really good, Kinglin said seriously. Then what about me paying with spirit stones? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. For ordinary inner disciples, paying with spirit stones is no problem, but for top inner disciples, they have the opportunity to earn a large number of contribution points, which can be exchanged for top-tier cultivation techniques and magic treasures. These can't be bought with spirit stones, they only care about contribution points. Those who can set up 4th or even 5th grade spirit gathering arrays are obviously top-tier inner disciples specializing in array formations, Kinglin said seriously. I see, it seems I can only pay with contribution points, Lin Yi understood. You don't have any contribution points left, do you? Kinglin asked. Not for now. Approximately how many contribution points are needed to set up these? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask seriously. If you were to set up a grade 3 spirit gathering array and a complete set of alchemy chamber restrictions, 8,000 contribution points would be about right, But if you were to set up a grade 4 or even a grade 5 spirit gathering array, the cost would increase tenfold, even several times, King Lin said with a smile. So expensive, Lin Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment. He currently only had a mere 1,000 contribution points. It was simply not enough. Senior sister, I'd like to purchase contribution points. Do you have any connections? Lin Yi asked seriously. This time, Meng Yuan had given him 50 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase contribution points and accelerate his cultivation progress. If he could successfully purchase the contribution points, all these problems would be easily solved. Once his alchemy skills are on track, he can quickly recoup the money he's spent through alchemy. That's easy. There are actually many people in the sect who want to cash out their contribution points and exchange them for spirit stones, especially some outer disciples who are about to be expelled from the sect. Using a 10-fold ratio won't be very effective in acquiring them, but using a 20-fold ratio should be no problem, King Lin instructed. Senior sister, can you help me? Lin Yi asked proactively. He had never done these things before and didn't understand the intricacies involved. With King Lin guiding him, he could undoubtedly avoid many detours. No problem, are you going to acquire them now? King Lin asked. Yes, Lin Yi nodded vigorously. He only had 1 month left. The sooner the better. He needs to quickly achieve something in alchemy and secure a place in the Misty Sect. He needs to rank high among the inner disciples. This way, his status and treatment will improve, and he might have a chance to contact the Supreme Elder and request an audience. Right now, he's just a newly entered inner disciple and doesn't even know how to meet the Supreme Elder. Ideally, he could successfully break through to the Transcendent Realm within this month. Reaching the Transcendent Realm would give him a chance to become a true disciple. Then, his chances of meeting the Supreme Elder would be much greater. To rise quickly, he naturally needs contribution points. He needs to convert his 50 million low-grade spirit stones into contribution points as soon as possible. I'll take you, it's lunchtime now, and the spirit dining halls on each peak are packed with disciples. Let's go to the outer peaks where the outer disciples are, King Lin said decisively. Immediately, Lin Yi and King Lin left Dantian Peak and headed to the outermost ring of peaks of the Miao sect. The spiritual energy on these peaks was far inferior to that of the inner peaks like Dantian Peak, but the number of disciples was far greater. Arriving at the spirit dining hall on an outer peak, King Lin took out a wooden plaque and wrote down the high price offered for contribution points. Soon, a group of outer disciples surrounded them. How do I buy them? An outer disciple who appeared to be at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm asked. Judging from his appearance, he was very experienced and had probably been in the sect for quite some time. Buy them at 20 times the price, Lin Yi said decisively. He didn't want to haggle with each one individually, so he used a uniform price. If someone was willing to sell, they could, if not, so be it. If very few people were willing to sell, he would consider raising the price. For the outer disciples, 20 times the price was already quite a premium. The cultivation techniques and magic treasures they wanted could be bought outside with spirit stones. If they were to exchange them for contribution points within the sect, it would be better to sell them to them at 20 times the price. This way, they could not only buy the cultivation techniques they wanted, but also get a lot more spirit stones. Everyone could do the math clearly. 20 times the price, neither high nor low, asked an outer disciple, shaking his head. He simply walked aside to observe. This price didn't tempt him to sell immediately. Generally, the exchange rate between contribution points and spirit stones is 10 to 1. However, no one would agree to an exchange at 10 to 1. A premium was always required. Some stingy people even offered 15 to 1 to buy, but there weren't many outer disciples willing to sell. 20 times the price was considered a normal price, neither high nor low. Lin Yi and King Lan waited for a while at the entrance of the spirit food hall, and quite a few outer disciples came to watch. However, this price couldn't truly sway them. These outer disciples were all seasoned veterans, shrewd in knowing how to wait for the right price. Senior sister, should we raise the price? Lin Yi asked seriously. Even if we manage to acquire them at this price, the quantity won't be much. If you want to quickly acquire a large number of contribution points, I think you should raise the price, King Lin said truthfully. Okay, then I'll raise the price to 30 times the original amount. Write it down for me, Lin Yi nodded. Immediately, King Lin wrote on the wooden board, 30 times the original price for contribution points. This price caused a stir among the surrounding crowd. This was considered a relatively high price. Normally, the price was around 20 times. 25 times was considered good. 30 times was truly a high price. Of course, this was for the outer disciples. Senior sister, please add one more thing. Spirit stones are limited. Sell quickly if you want. Lin Yi looked at King Lin and said seriously. Alright, King Lin immediately wrote this on the wooden board. Soon, many outer disciples in the crowd couldn't contain themselves. I'll sell 100 contribution points. A disciple at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm stepped forward. Immediately, he transferred 100 contribution points from his contribution token to Lin Yi. The number of contribution points on Lin Yi's contribution token became 1001. Senior sister, please pay for my spirit stones. Lin Yi took out a blue cloth bag and handed it to King Lin. Inside were 1000 high-grade spirit stones, worth 10 million low-grade spirit stones. 100 contribution points, 30 times the price. That'll cost you 3000 low-grade spirit stones. Here's one high-grade spirit stone. Give me 70 mid-grade spirit stones in change. King Lin took the blue cloth bag and immediately got to work. She was meticulous and diligent in handling payments and giving change, doing her job very well. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was responsible for purchasing contribution points. Under Lin Yi's direction, many outer sect disciples lined up to sell their items. These outer sect disciples usually only received a few contribution points from their daily tasks, making it difficult to accumulate them. Most of their items were around 100 contribution points. Those who could sell for 200 were considered quite capable. This is the level of the outer disciples. Seeing their miserable situation at the bottom, Lin Yi wasn't so dissatisfied with his own situation anymore. His reward for a single mission was 500 contribution points, which was equivalent to 1 or 2 years' worth of income for these outer disciples. The gap between rich and poor was simply too great. Of course, the gap between him and the top inner disciples was also enormous. Everyone's starting point, circumstances, and pursuits were different. But everyone was striving, doing what was most beneficial to their future. Hearing that someone was offering 30 times the price for contribution points, almost all the outer disciples on this outer peak came over. Given their level and prospects, they were destined not to be able to exchange them for top-tier treasures and cultivation techniques. Low-priced techniques and treasures could be bought with spirit stones. It would be better to exchange the contribution points for spirit stones at 30 times the price. This would be the most profitable. Soon, the entrance to the spirit food hall was packed with people. Lin Yi and Qing Lan were extremely busy. Time passed slowly. They had been working for more than an hour, and the bright moon was high in the sky. There were still many outer disciples surrounding them. Lin Yi, how many contribution points have you bought? Qing Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked with concern. Chapter 135 The Taoist Couple Helps. I've acquired 30,000 contribution points, Lin Yi said to Qing Lan with a broad smile. Acquiring them at 30 times the price was actually acceptable to him. He had previously planned to acquire them at 100 times the price. This investment was quite worthwhile, and the returns were substantial. These contribution points are more than enough to set up a grade 3 spirit gathering array and the restrictions in the alchemy room, Qing Lan replied with a slight smile. Senior sister, acquire some more. I still have many things I want to do, and I'm still short many contribution points, Lin Yi said seriously. Setting up a spirit gathering array and the alchemy room were merely the most basic cultivation needs. He wanted to break through to the transcendent realm within a month. He needed to exchange for 5 superior quality transcendent pills. What do you want to do? How many contribution points do you need? King Lin asked with concern. I want to exchange for 5 superior quality transcendent pills to break through to the transcendent realm, Lin Yi said truthfully. That's too difficult. Transcendent pills are extremely precious, although they were only exchanged by disciples at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. The price isn't particularly high, but it still costs 100,000 contribution points. Superior quality costs 200,000 contribution points. Superior quality costs 400,000 contribution points. King Lin shook her head and sighed. So expensive, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He ranked first on both lists, entering the Misty Sect with a very high starting point. His current highest mission reward is only 500 contribution points. For ordinary inner disciples, the highest mission reward is probably only around 200 points. 3 missions a month would only earn 600 contribution points. 7,200 a year, and 72,000 in 10 years. It would take them about 14 years to exchange for a single ordinary quality transcendent pill worth 100,000 contribution points. Of course, their ranking won't remain at the bottom of the inner disciple ranks forever, it will improve with experience, and their mission rewards will increase annually. Even so, it will still take about 10 years to earn the 100,000 contribution points needed to exchange for an ordinary pill. Only some very diligent inner disciples can complete this in a shorter time. 8 years, 7 years, or even 5 years are enough to exchange for it. The difficulty of cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously is so many times higher, Lin Yi exclaimed. It's not easy for others to obtain 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a single ordinary quality transformation pill. It takes about 10 years. But for him, cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously requires 5 excellent quality transformation pills, each costing 400,000 contribution points, totaling 2 million contribution points. If this were an ordinary inner disciple, it would take 200 years. This is truly ruthless. Cultivating step by step and improving honestly is destined to be an extremely long process. The key is that cultivators in the spirit-gathering realm only have a lifespan of about 100 years. They were all around 16 years old when they entered. That means they only had about 80 years left. It would take 200 years to earn 2 million contribution points, which was clearly too late. A steady, gradual approach to cultivation won't get you down the path of simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements, Lin Yi finally understood. He needed to be fast. He needed to take shortcuts. He needed to seize every opportunity before him. He couldn't wait for a vague future, no one could predict the future. Grasp the present, seize the moment, that was the most important thing. You'll probably need decades to accumulate 2 million contribution points. Most importantly, you have to succeed on your first try. If you fail, you'll have to exchange for 5 more top-quality transformation pills, costing another 2 million contribution points, King Lin said seriously. Earning contribution points by myself is indeed too slow, it's safer to buy them with spirit stones as soon as possible. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Buying contribution points with spirit stones would mean having many outer disciples earn contribution points for him. He only needed to spend the money. This was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. However, at a purchase price of 30 to 1, 50 million low-grade spirit stones would only buy a little over 1.6 million contribution points. That's still a shortfall of over 300,000 contribution points. He needs to find a way to earn those 300,000 contribution points over the next month. Of course, he could also shamelessly go to Meng Yuan and borrow another 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Too many lice don't itch, too much debt doesn't worry him. Anyway, a little more wouldn't make a difference. Continue buying, Lin Yi decisively said. Immediately, he and Qing Lan got busy again, focusing on buying contribution points. They worked until the moon was high in the sky before finally sending away all the outer sect disciples who came to sell. How many contribution points have you bought? Qing Lan asked with concern. 80,000 contribution points. Lin Yi glanced at the contribution token and smiled. This acquisition speed was truly impressive. At this rate, it would take you 25 days, almost a month, to acquire 2 million contribution points, Qing Lan said seriously. That's indeed too time-consuming, Lin Yi nodded. He was exhausted after a busy night. He needed to work continuously for 25 nights to acquire 2 million contribution points, which was far too time-consuming. He still needed to learn alchemy, take on sect missions, improve his mission ranking, and earn more contribution points. Especially since Meng Yurao's wedding was only a month away. This was like a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. Looks like I'll have to ask my friends for help. I'll ask Meng Yao and G10 to help me acquire it, Lin Yi immediately decided. That won't work. When someone allocates contribution points to you, you both have to activate the contribution tokens at the same time. Others can't just use your contribution token to collect the points, Qing Lan corrected. Senior sister, there are many ways. They can't use my contribution tokens to buy contribution points for me. That's easy to solve. I'll give the spirit stones to a few of them, and let them use their own contribution tokens to buy contribution points from other outer disciples. Once they've bought enough contribution points, they can transfer them to my contribution token. Would that be perfect? Lin Yi said with a smile. You can do that, Meng Yao exclaimed in surprise. This method wasn't too difficult to come up with. The main problem was that very few people would do it this way. Asking Meng Yao to help purchase contribution points in exchange for spiritual herbs, and then temporarily storing those points in Meng Yao's contribution token, this was something only extremely close and trustworthy people would do. Otherwise, it was easy to be scammed. Normally, no one would do this. Naturally, she wouldn't even consider that possibility. Lin Yi's actions were truly desperate, a complete gamble on his character. Even she wouldn't trust anyone in his shoes. Meng Yao, G10, and the others are all very good friends of mine, and they come from wealthy families. They wouldn't betray their conscience and covet my contribution points and spirit stones, Lin Yi said with a smile, reassured. His 50 million low-grade spirit stones were all given to him by Meng Yuan. Was he afraid Meng Yao would trick him? There was absolutely no need to worry. Under the moonlight, Lin Yi and Qing Lan returned to Wangxian Sect. The moon was beautiful, and so were they. The two chatted and laughed all the way, the evening breeze caressing Qing Lan's gentle and serene face. Everything was so beautiful. After escorting Qing Lan back to her courtyard, Lin Yi also returned to his own Zifan courtyard. After a busy night, he entered his meditation room and fell asleep immediately. He slept soundly until dawn. The sun rose, and it was a new day. Lin Yi went to Chaoyang Peak, to the mission hall, and posted his mission on the sect's mission stele, Dangsha Peak, Zifan Courtyard, set up a grade 4 spirit gathering array and a complete set of alchemy room restrictions. Reward: 20,000 contribution points. The reward for this mission was higher than expected. After all, there's a significant difference between a 4th grade spirit gathering array and a 3rd grade spirit gathering array. There should be inner sect array disciples who will accept this, Lin Yi asked expectantly. The reward wasn't too high, but it was definitely not low either. Probably only the top inner sect array disciples, like senior brother Yin Manhong, would be qualified to take it. Compared to privately seeking someone out, relying on personal connections and offering low pay, which wouldn't guarantee the sect's overall contribution, posting the task with a clear price ensures that completing the task increases the overall contribution and improves the ranking, a much more reliable approach. Most importantly, those who accept this task are the most powerful inner sect array disciples. If one were to seek out others privately, they would likely only find array disciples whose strength isn't at the top level. Seeking help from top-tier array disciples might not be feasible, requiring pleading and flattery, and even then, it might not be successful. It's much safer, more direct, and faster to spend contribution points and post the mission in the mission hall. After posting the mission, Lin Yi went to the battle peak to find Meng Yao, G10, and the others. After hearing Lin Yi explain his purpose, Meng Yao, G10, and the others nodded in agreement. We're free anyway, this is no problem for us, don't worry, leave it to us, G10 patted his chest confidently. I'll leave it to you, Lin Yi said with a smile. With his friends helping him, he could simply wait for the contribution points to arrive. He didn't need to do anything himself. Financial support, partnership, methods, and location are all indispensable. This is the importance of a Taoist partner. After bidding farewell to Meng Yao and the others, Lin Yi left Shansan Peak and headed to the outer peak where Mo Xiaodang was located. For some reason, he felt that Mo Xiaodang had been intentionally distancing herself from him lately. Before the Piaomio sex assessment, Mo Xiaodang had also shown some unusual behavior, and her strength had suddenly increased dramatically. He wondered where she got her money. This time when he returned, he saw Mei Xiao, but didn't get anything useful out of her. Mei Xiao had hidden everything too well. He wanted to find Mo Xiaodang and ask her clearly. What exactly happened to the mother and daughter? What had occurred to them? He always felt that he was being kept in the dark about some things. He was engaged to Mo Xiaodang and even envisioned having many children with her, building a powerful cultivation family. But before the wedding, Mo Xiaodang had begun to intentionally or unintentionally distance herself from him, which made him very unhappy. He had to get to the bottom of this. Incidentally, after resolving his inner conflict, he also wanted to help Mo Xiaodang strive to become an inner disciple as soon as possible. Only as an inner disciple could she earn significantly more contribution points each month. Then Mo Xiaodang could be self-reliant and wouldn't need his constant support. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at a peak where Mo Xiaodang was located. The outer disciples here, whose status was far below his, treated him with extreme respect. Especially the managing disciples, who were even more respectful to Lin Yi. Led by the supervising disciple, Lin Yi arrived at Mo Xiaodang's small courtyard. Seeing the somewhat dilapidated courtyard, Lin Yi realized how miserable the lives of outer sect disciples truly were. He couldn't help but want to bring Mo Xiaodang to live with him on Danxia Peak. If Mo Xiaodang was too embarrassed to live with him before marriage, he could send her to the main courtyard on Shansun Peak. Senior brother, Xiaodang isn't here, she went out, hearing that Lin Yi had come to see Mo Xiaodang. A green-robed outer sect female disciple who looked about 16 years old smiled seductively at Lin Yi. Do you know what she's doing out there? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know what Mo Xiaodang had been busy with lately. She went out to practice swordsmanship. Xiaodang has been working very hard lately, saying she wants to quickly become an inner sect disciple. She's really ambitious, the green-robed female disciple said somewhat sourly. Please pass on a message from me. After Xiao Tang returns, have her go to Danxia Peak, to the West Wind Courtyard to find me. I have something important to tell her. Lin Yi looked at the green-clad female disciple and instructed her. No problem, don't worry, senior brother, I'll definitely pass on your message, the green-clad female disciple said sweetly. Lin Yi nodded, gestured to the steward disciple, and turned to leave. After bowing and scraping as they saw Lin Yi off, the steward disciple looked at the several outer sect female disciples in the courtyard, and his expression immediately turned cold. From now on, you all need to treat Mo Xiaodang better and stop bullying her. Don't think I don't know about the dirty tricks you've been up to. Mo Xiaodang's identity is very unusual. And her relationship with Lin Yi is also very unusual. Don't bring disaster upon yourselves. Inner disciples are not people you can afford to offend, let alone someone like Lin Yi, the top inner disciple of his cohort. His potential is limitless. He might even become a true disciple or an elder in the future. He could crush you all with a single finger. You're courting death, and you'll implicate me too. I won't spare you then, the managing disciple sternly reprimanded the outer female disciples. Hearing these words, the outer female disciples trembled and lowered their heads. After the managing disciple left, several outer sect female disciples exchanged glances, understanding each other implicitly. From this day forward, the small courtyard would be transformed. From now on, they would all have to curry favor with Mo Xiaodang and sincerely apologize for their previous actions, seeking Mo Xiaodang's forgiveness. The sun was high in the sky. Lin Yi returned to Danxia Peak. Meng Yao, Ji Teng, and others helped him acquire contribution points. They also issued tasks for setting up a spirit gathering array and the complete set of restrictions for the alchemy room. Now he finally had some free time to focus on learning alchemy. Today, I must refine a grade 1 body tempering pill, Lin Yi said expectantly. Then, he took out a purple incense burner from his stored ring. Next, he took out a portion of body tempering pill ingredients in a white medicine bottle, placing them on the stone platform. Lin Yi took the purple incense burner to the stone pool and used the rainfall technique to thoroughly clean it. Then he placed the burner on the burner rack. It's time to begin. Lin Yi was somewhat excited. He was about to begin his first alchemy session. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Alchemy Genius. Lin Yi formed hand seals, his spiritual light flashing. Whoosh! A wisp of crimson flame appeared at the bottom of the purple incense furnace. Soon, the water droplets in the furnace were dried. Following the order, Lin Yi placed the spiritual herbs from the stone platform into the purple incense furnace one by one. These herbs melted into dark, liquid substance in no time, becoming one. This was the first step in alchemy, liquefaction. First step, successfully completed, Lin Yi smiled. All 18 kinds of spiritual herbs were successively placed into the purple incense furnace, melting into liquid. Next is the second step, fusion. Lin Yi was full of energy. This step required adjusting the heat to allow the liquids of the various herbs to completely fuse, mutually stimulating each other and producing various wondrous reactions, achieving incredible effects. The difficulty of liquefying the elixir is relatively low. The most crucial part lies in the second step, fusion. Whether the elixir is of ordinary, excellent, or even top-tier quality depends 10% on liquefying, 60% on the second step of fusion, and 30% on the third step of forming the elixir. During this second step of fusion, Lin Yi carefully controlled the heat, sometimes increasing it, sometimes decreasing it, sometimes intense, sometimes gentle, constantly changing the rhythm and tempo. After about half an hour, Lin Yi felt his spiritual energy being rapidly depleted, and his control over the heat becoming somewhat unstable. At this point, even a tiny difference could lead to failure in refining the elixir. This fusion is still not thorough enough, but if this continues, these medicinal liquids will definitely turn into a pile of burnt remains, Lin Yi pondered. He made a decisive decision. This second step of fusion would stop here. The first alchemy attempt was mainly to experience the entire process. The quality of the grade 1 body tempering pill could be ignored for now. Once he was familiar with the whole alchemy process, he could gradually pursue improving the quality later. First, he needed to ensure the successful refining of the grade 1 body tempering pill. This way, he wouldn't lose money and could even make a considerable profit. With money, he could buy more spiritual herbs. This way, he would always have opportunities to refine pills and practice his skills. He needed to have a long-term vision. His perspective and horizons determined how far he could go. Next, let's begin the third step, pill formation, Lin Yi said with high spirits. He immediately increased the heat. The medicinal liquid in the purple incense furnace began to thicken. Then, Lin Yi cast a control spell, and the purple incense furnace on the stand began to rotate under the spell's activation. The rotation speed was slow at first, then increased rapidly. Forming the pill was an extremely crucial step. The last mile is the hardest. Many alchemists fail at this crucial stage. It required immense control. While increasing the heat, one had to cast the control spell to make the furnace rotate. The rotation speed also had to be perfectly synchronized. Knowing when to slow down, when to speed up, and when to go extremely fast all had to be perfectly coordinated, without the slightest error. A mistake would immediately lead to failure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The purple incense burner spun wildly, leaving only fleeting afterimages. Lin Yi simultaneously controlled the flames at the bottom of the burner, increasing the heat to its maximum. A flame over a foot long enveloped the entire burner. This frantic spinning continued for about 15 minutes before gradually slowing down. Finally, the purple incense burner came to a complete stop. Rise! Lin Yi cast a control spell, hooking his finger upwards. The lid of the purple incense burner immediately flew up and landed on the stone platform. Instantly, a refreshing and invigorating fragrance of pills filled the entire alchemy room. Inside the purple incense burner were 5 perfectly round, dark red, grade 1 body tempering pills. They appeared very smooth, with a bright luster, and looked excellent, almost of superior quality. It's done. Lin Yi took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and was extremely excited. A great start. He succeeded in refining pills on his first attempt. And it was of excellent quality. It seems that refining pills isn't so difficult after all, Lin Yi said with a smile. Everyone's comprehension and state of mind are different, so the differences in doing things are huge. What is extremely difficult for others is not so difficult for him. Of course, succeeding on the first attempt was indeed quite lucky. Most importantly, he also knew how to adapt. In the second step of fusion, he did not pursue a completely thorough fusion, nor did he pursue the best quality. He directly and decisively entered the third step of pill formation, which was a very crucial decision and choice. This alchemy session took about half an hour. I used up a full 70% of my spiritual energy. Lin Yi shook his head. This was the downside of using his own spiritual energy to refine pills. Controlling the heat consumed too much spiritual energy. The flames weren't as intense as earth fire, and it took much longer. If he wanted to refine again, he had to fully restore his spiritual energy and consciousness, returning to his peak state before he could start again. Only in this way could the success rate remain stable and guaranteed. It's so hot. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling incredibly hot. His clothes were soaked with sweat. In this alchemy room, without setting up a complete set of restrictions, alchemy was truly a torment. Especially in the final stage of pill formation, when the heat is most intense and the heat is at its peak, his mental state is significantly affected. This is actually very detrimental to the success rate of pill refining. I need to recover my spiritual energy first. Lin Yi left the pill refining room and went to another quiet room. He sat cross-legged, activated the third grade 5 elements heart method, and began to recover his spiritual energy. However, he found that the recovery speed was still not fast enough. Although this west wind courtyard was located in a place where spiritual veins converged, and the spiritual energy was very abundant, even though he had opened 50 meridians and his absorption and refining speed of spiritual energy was very fast, it still took him about 2/4 of an hour to recover his spiritual energy. Of course, this kind of recovery did not involve consuming the green spirit fruit, there was no consumption of energy, and there was no hidden danger of pill poisoning. If I were to set up a 4th grade spirit gathering array in my meditation room, the spiritual energy would be 10 times denser than it is now. In less than 1/4 of an hour, my spiritual power would be fully restored, Lin Yi said expectantly. This was the advantage of having a spirit gathering array. A skilled craftsman must first have the right tools. I wonder if any top-tier intersect array masters have accepted the sect mission I posted. Lin Yi was concerned about this. Now, he could only wait. Leaving the meditation room, Lin Yi went to the alchemy room to continue refining pills. This second time, he wasn't as nervous and apprehensive as the first time, his mindset was much calmer. He could perform each step with ease. This time, it only took a little over 3/4 of an hour to successfully refine the pill. The quality remained excellent. To achieve truly exceptional quality, extensive practice is still necessary, Lin Yi sighed. Fortunately, he used the purple incense furnace and his own fire elemental spiritual power to refine pills, giving him a significant advantage. His control over spiritual energy and the heat was much more agile and responsive. Simultaneously, he had refined the purple incense furnace. He could clearly observe the pills within it using his divine sense, fully comprehending all their changes. This allowed him to react promptly and take the most correct course of action. The quality of the pills and the success rate of pill refining would also increase considerably. Refining pills with earth fire or in large refining furnaces generally resulted in ordinary quality. Those who could achieve exceptional quality were all seasoned veterans. Due to insufficient control, it was almost impossible to refine pills of excellent quality. That method, while easy to learn and master, had a very low ceiling. Using the purple incense burner and one's own fire elemental spiritual power to refine pills had a higher success rate and a higher potential. Recover first, Lin Yi returned to the meditation room to recover his spiritual power. This time, he only consumed about 60% of his spiritual power. The recovery speed was also faster. After his spiritual power was fully recovered, he continued refining. This pill refining continued until the afternoon. Lin Yi succeeded 6 times and failed once. Of the 6 attempts, 1 was of ordinary quality, while the other 5 were of excellent quality. A serving of grade 1 body tempering pill costs about 60 low-grade spirit stones. A bottle of ordinary quality body tempering pill costs about 100 low-grade spirit stones, but that's just the retail price. The spirit pill pavilion probably only pays around 80 spirit stones to alchemists. They need to make a profit too, Lin Yi pondered. So, 10 servings of grade 1 body tempering pill cost 600 low-grade spirit stones. If the success rate is 70%, 7 bottles can be made and sold to the spirit pill pavilion for 80 low-grade spirit stones each, totaling 560 low-grade spirit stones. That's still a loss of 40 spirit stones. If the success rate is 80%, they can sell for 640 low-grade spirit stones, making a small profit of 40 low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary quality spirit pills have really low returns and really higher risks, Lin Yi sighed. Even with a 70% success rate, you'll still lose money. An 80% success rate only yields a slight profit. So you still need to pursue higher quality, Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed. A bottle of top-quality grade 1 body tempering pills sells for 200 low-grade spirit stones. Even if sold to the spirit pill pavilion, it can fetch around 150 low-grade spirit stones. 10 portions of grade 1 body tempering pills cost 600 low-grade spirit stones. Just 4 bottles of top-quality grade 1 body tempering pills are enough to sell for 600 low-grade spirit stones, breaking even. If the success rate is 50%, you'll net a profit of 150 low-grade spirit stones. That's quite a high return. As for him, he succeeded 6 out of 7 times in refining, failing only once. He made a killing. How much can I possibly earn? Lin Yi asked excitedly. 7 portions of grade 1 body tempering pills cost 420 low-grade spirit stones. A bottle of ordinary grade 1 body tempering pills could sell for 80 low-grade spirit stones. 5 bottles of superior grade 1 body tempering pills could sell for 750 low-grade spirit stones. Adding them together, He could sell them for 830 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting costs, he netted 410 low-grade spirit stones. This profit is so high, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. He had earned so much in just half a day. And that was the price he got by selling directly to the Spirit Pale Pavilion. If he put them in the Immortal Medicine Pavilion and had Chu Jin help him retail them, the selling price would be even higher, and he would earn even more. Ordinary quality would be 100 yuan. Superior quality would be 200 yuan, and 5 bottles could sell for 1,000 yuan. That would bring in a total of 1,100 low-grade spirit stones. The cost was 420 yuan. He directly earned 680 low-grade spirit stones. This is practically picking up money. Lin Yi became increasingly excited as he calculated. No matter how you looked at it, it was incredibly profitable. No wonder alchemists were so wealthy and held such high status. This was truly a highly profitable industry. Much more profitable than spirit herbs. Spirit herbs, after all, contain toxicity. Spirit pills, especially superior and excellent quality ones, had much less toxicity. In the long run, cultivators will definitely prioritize purchasing spirit pills. This is the most crucial step in improving cultivation. My talent and potential in alchemy are truly remarkable. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He had a very strong start. Of course, this was mainly because he cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously, and his spiritual energy reserves were 5 times that of others. For others, refining a single batch of grade 1 body tempering pills would consume 60% to 70% of their spiritual energy. Others, cultivating only one type of spiritual energy, would find their spiritual energy insufficient even after exhausting it. This meant they couldn't use their own fire-type spiritual energy to refine pills. They could only use earth-fire. Earth-fire pill refining required more precise control, and the large alchemy furnace wasn't theirs to use, so their success rate was naturally much lower than his. They generally can only refine ordinary quality pills, and a success rate of 60% is considered very good. With ordinary quality pills, even a 70% success rate results in a loss, and only an 80% success rate yields a small profit. In other words, inner disciples who are beginners in alchemy are almost guaranteed to lose money at the start. If they don't work hard and aren't willing to invest in buying their own spiritual herbs and giving themselves the opportunity to refine pills, their progress will be even slower. In contrast, he made a huge profit on his first attempt. Spending 420 low-grade spirit stones, he earned 680 low-grade spirit stones in profit. No one else can do that, they can only envy him. No need to worry now, Lin Yi exclaimed with a broad smile. Since it's a guaranteed profit, I can practice freely from now on. When I run out of spiritual herbs, I can just buy more. For him, alchemy was a smooth road to wealth. Of course, this was only a grade 1 body tempering pill, its difficulty only moderate. Whether he could successfully refine the much more difficult grade 1 spirit gathering pill, and the grade 2 spirit gathering pill, which was several times more difficult, was another matter entirely. Learning easy things quickly wasn't a skill. True skill lay in being able to learn and master difficult things successfully. First, refine a few grade 1 body tempering pills to try and upgrade their quality to excellent. Then I can consume these excellent quality grade 1 body tempering pills to cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique and quickly reach the Copper Skin realm. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique and the 5 elements cultivation are a perfect match. With a strong enough physical body and resilient enough meridians, even if he fails to break through to the transcendent realm, he won't explode or have his meridians severed. The damage will be minimized. Therefore, since he wants to break through to the transcendent realm within a month, besides obtaining 2 million contribution points to exchange for 5 excellent quality transcendent pills, he still needed to cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique to the brown skin realm. This was essential. Continue refining. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. He stepped out of the meditation room and was about to enter the alchemy room when, knock. Knock. A knock came from the door. Is anyone home? A clear, melodious voice, like a bronze bell, came from outside. Who is it? Lin Yi stepped forward and opened the courtyard gate. Seeing the pretty girl standing outside, he was stunned. This girl in red was truly beautiful. Chapter 137 Zhu Hongxiu. You must be junior brother Lin Yi. Are you the one who wants to set up a grade 4 spirit gathering array and the entire set of restrictions for the alchemy room? The girl in red looked at Lin Yi, smiling. and asked proactively. "That's right, it's me. Are you senior sister who specializes in arrays?" Lin Yi looked at the girl in red and asked in surprise. He had posted the sex task that morning, and it was only afternoon, and this girl in red had already come to set up the array. She was really fast. "Yes, I am Zhu Hongxiu, an inner sect array disciple, here to help you set up the array." The girl in red smiled sweetly. "So it's senior sister Hongxiu, please come in." Lin Yi quickly invited Zhu Hongxiu in. "Junior brother, you've only just entered the sect, yet you already have such a large west wind courtyard. It's truly enviable." Zhu Hongxiu walked into the courtyard, looking around at the spacious west wind courtyard with admiration. "Senior sister can set up a 4th grade spirit gathering array, don't you have a courtyard this big?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "I do now. When I first came here, I also shared a small courtyard with several senior sisters. I rose through the ranks step by step to reach my current position, and only then did I get such a large courtyard. You got one as soon as you arrived. There's no comparison with you," Zhu Hongxiu exclaimed. "I'm just lucky," Lin Yi said modestly with a smile. "No need to be modest, although you've just entered the sect, the path you're taking is completely different from that of a novice alchemy disciple. You've set up a 4th grade spirit gathering array and a complete set of alchemy room restrictions in your courtyard, clearly indicating you intend to use your own fire-type spiritual power, your own alchemy furnace, and your own alchemy. This is the most promising, but also the most difficult path. You have ambition and the ability, you're on the right track. Judging from your soaked clothes and profuse sweat, you must have already started alchemy, and perhaps even succeeded." Zhu Hongxiu sized up Lin Yi, smiling as she asked. "Senior sister has such discerning eyes. I have indeed started alchemy," Lin Yi replied truthfully. "What's your success rate?" Zhu Hongxiu stared at Lin Yi, asking curiously. She was eager to know just how high his talent was in alchemy. This top alchemy genius who ranked first in the alchemy assessment and was said to have broken all previous records. Today was his first time refining pills, and although using his own fire elemental spiritual power was extremely difficult, a genius should be able to succeed on 1 out of 10 attempts, right? Of course. Refining pills with one's own fire elemental spiritual power requires a very high level of spiritual energy. Ordinary peak disciples at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm simply couldn't do it. Only a genius like Lin Yi, who cultivates all 5 elements, could possibly succeed. If Lin Yi could successfully refine 1 out of 10 pills, that would be quite impressive. If he could refine 2, he would be a true genius. With proper training, his success rate would increase significantly, and his potential would be enormous. My pill refining speed is rather slow. From this morning until now, I've only refined 7 batches of grade 1 body tempering pills, succeeding 6 times. Of these 6 batches, 1 batch is of ordinary quality, and the remaining 5 are of superior quality, a pretty good start. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This was his consistent attitude. He made no attempt to hide his achievements. He was cultivating an image of a top genius for himself, paving the way for the future. That way, even if he rose rapidly in the future and soared high, others would still consider him the most outstanding genius, and whatever achievements he made would be taken for granted. They wouldn't doubt the existence of his immortal abode space. Sure enough. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Hongxiu's eyes widened suddenly. "You call that a success rate? Not bad." Zhu Hongxiu stared at Lin Yi, her face full of astonishment. This was Lin Yi's first time refining pills, and he was using his own fire elemental spiritual power. He successfully refined 6 portions of pills out of 7 parts of the medicinal ingredients, 5 of which were of superior quality. That's a success rate close to 90%. And the quality of the pills was all excellent. This was true alchemy skill. It had absolutely nothing to do with luck. This was far beyond the capabilities of other disciples who were just beginning to learn alchemy. Even disciples who had been refining pills for a year or 2 were significantly inferior to Lin Yi. And this was Lin Yi's first time refining pills. Indeed, the strong remain strong. A genius is a genius. They cannot be judged by ordinary standards. "You are truly amazing," Zhu Hongxiu exclaimed in admiration. She was quite glad that she had accepted the mission despite its modest reward. It was through this that she met Lin Yi, a top-tier alchemy genius. Now, Lin Yi needed her. He was asking for her help. In the future, it was very likely that she would be the one asking for Lin Yi's help, needing him. This was an excellent opportunity to befriend Lin Yi. "Senior sister, you don't need to flatter me like that. If you keep praising me, I won't be able to stand it. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. Junior brother deserves praise. Zhu Hongxiu covered her mouth and chuckled. There's still a long time ahead. Senior sister, don't praise me all at once. Save some for later, Lin Yi said seriously. When a person becomes powerful, they truly have friends all over the world. Even after arriving at the Misty Sect, facing the array genius Zhu Hongxiu, she was still very enthusiastic and kind to him, intentionally trying to win him over. When a person is down on their luck, even a stray dog on the street will want to bite them. I'll do as you say. I'll set up the spirit gathering array and the alchemy room restrictions for you right now. Zhu Hongxiu smiled sweetly. Set up the 4th grade spirit gathering array in this quiet room. Set up the alchemy restrictions in this alchemy room. Lin Yi led Zhu Hongxiu to the door of the quiet room and the alchemy room and greeted them. Junior brother, your talent in alchemy is exceptional. You only set up a 1st grade alchemy barrier, which is rather meager and won't be of the greatest help to your alchemy. Since this is our first meeting, I don't have any other gifts to give you, so I'll set up the entire alchemy room's barriers as 3rd grade barriers. As for the 4th grade spirit gathering array in the meditation room, my skill level is only at the 4th grade at most, so I can't help you improve that further. Zhu Hongxiu looked at Lin Yi and smiled slightly. To her, this was just a favor. But it was the beginning of establishing a relationship with Lin Yi. Senior sister, this is too extravagant. The price difference between a 1st grade barrier and a 3rd grade barrier is more than tenfold. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand. Zhu Hongxiu was being a bit too generous with this favor. It's alright, actually, it's all the same to me. I've already refined the array plates and talismans. The cost is very cheap, and I can set it up quickly. However, for you, the alchemy room and meditation room add up to considerable expense each year. Zhu Hongxiu reminded him with a smile. Approximately how much will it cost? Lin Yi asked with concern. When he was in Wangxian town, he set up a grade 3 spirit gathering array, and for the convenience of cultivation, he kept it running continuously, incurring daily expenses. This grade 4 spirit gathering array, along with the entire set of grade 3 alchemy room restrictions, must be quite expensive. Around 600,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. Zhu Hongxiu smiled slightly. This expense is indeed considerable, Lin Yi sighed. This basically amounts to nearly 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a day. He only earned 680 low-grade spirit stones from alchemy today. At this rate, even with a success rate of over 80%, close to 90%, and producing high-quality pills, it's still a huge loss. The path of cultivation truly requires money in every aspect. Money is indispensable everywhere. Without money, you can't move an inch. Many things, many benefits, you can only watch others enjoy. Without money, you can only watch helplessly. To be a good person, you must have money. You must find a way to earn money. This is nothing to you. Alchemists have no shortage of money. We array masters can set up an array that lasts for years, and the elixirs you alchemists refine are gone once they're consumed. You have to buy more. Elixirs are consumables, so the profits are more stable and continuous. If you refine an excellent quality elixir, the profits are even more exorbitant, Zhu Hongxiu praised with a smile. Senior sister is right, I must refine an excellent quality elixir as soon as possible. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The cost of refining the same elixir is fixed. To increase profits, one can only refine the elixir to a superior quality, or even an excellent quality. Of course, if he could refine it to top quality, the profits would truly be maximized. Furthermore, quality alone isn't enough, quantity is also crucial. Refining 7 batches of materials a day is simply not fast enough. This is the drawback of using his own fire-type spiritual power for alchemy. When his cultivation level is low, his spiritual power reserves are insufficient. A significant amount of time is spent recovering his spiritual power. Fortunately, after Zhu Hongxiu helped him set up a 4th grade spirit gathering array, his spiritual power recovery speed will be very fast. The time wasted in this aspect will be minimal. Also, setting up a complete set of restrictions in the alchemy room that aids in alchemy will greatly benefit his spiritual power consumption, spiritual consciousness consumption, alchemy mental state, and success rate. Basically, he shouldn't be losing money. And then, normally, when he wasn't refining pills, there was no need to activate the restrictions in the pill refining room. The 4th grade spirit gathering array in the meditation room also didn't need to be activated. It was only activated when refining pills. This way, It was guaranteed to make money, a sure thing. Wait a moment, Zhu Hongxiu called out to Lin Yi, then took out various array plates and talismans from her storage bag and quickly set up arrays and restrictions in Lin Yi's meditation room and pill refining room. Lin Yi watched from the side. Every movement of Zhu Hongxiu was so pleasing to the eye, perfectly executed. Setting up arrays was the same as before, but when he set up a third-grade spirit-gathering array, it was incredibly difficult and strenuous. He couldn't compare to Zhu Hongxiu at all. Specialization is key. This saying is absolutely true. His pursuit of mastery in all 5 elements required a significant investment of time. For making money, alchemy was enough for him. Other skills like weapon crafting and array setting could be acquired by posting tasks in the sect's task hall and seeking help from senior brothers and sisters. Being a jack of all trades is not as good as mastering one. Doing one thing well, to the extreme, is actually the most profitable. Unless one day, the magical treasures and formations he desired were beyond the reach of others, who couldn't satisfy his needs, which is why he considered researching them himself. Of course, such problems wouldn't arise before reaching the spirit embryo realm. It took about half an hour. Zhu Hongxiu successfully set up the 4th-grade spirit gathering array in the meditation room and the complete set of alchemy restrictions in the alchemy room. It's done, junior brother, try it and see if you're satisfied, Zhu Hongxiu smiled sweetly. Let me see, Lin Yi looked expectant. The spiritual energy in the meditation room was extremely dense. The density of spiritual energy in this West Wind courtyard was comparable to that of his 3rd-grade spirit gathering array in Wangxian town. This was the advantage of a blessed land. Now, within this blessed land, a 4th-grade spirit gathering array has been set up, condensing the surrounding spiritual energy into his cultivation chamber. Simultaneously, the 4th-grade spirit gathering array also has the effect of refining spiritual energy. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the chamber, in terms of both concentration and purity, is several times, even 10 times, higher than it was in Wangxian town. This means that even if he burns his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs, in this cultivation chamber, without consuming kindling fruit or 1st-grade yanling pills, he can rapidly recover his cultivation at an incredibly fast pace. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in the immortal abode space is limited. Continuously accelerating the ripening of spiritual herbs and trees will consume a large amount of spiritual energy in the immortal abode space, and in severe cases, it may even cause the grade of the spiritual fields to decline, resulting in the death of all spiritual trees and herbs. Therefore, even with this excellent meditation room, he couldn't recklessly accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Before advancing to the mortal transformation realm, the number and quantity of spiritual herbs he could accelerate were limited. Good steel should be used where it counts. This opportunity would definitely be saved for later, to accelerate even more precious and rare spiritual herbs. This meditation room could be used to help him quickly restore his spiritual energy reserves when his alchemy practice was severely depleting. This would allow him to spend very little time on restoring his cultivation, freeing up more time and energy for alchemy. This way, he could refine more spiritual pills and naturally earn more. This entire set of restrictions in the alchemy room is incredibly convenient. Lin Yi arrived at the alchemy room, activated all the restrictions, and exclaimed with a smile, experiencing the dramatic changes. There was a dim light restriction that made the alchemy room as bright as day. There was a cooling restriction that kept the alchemy room cool and prevented it from feeling hot or irritable. There was also a humidity restriction that kept the alchemy room at a certain level of humidity, preventing it from drying out. This entire set consisted of more than a dozen restrictions. All of them were helpful to his alchemy, making it easier for him. Senior sister, you're amazing. My alchemy will be much easier from now on. Lin Yi looked at Zhu Hongxiu with a broad smile. The formation this time was much better than he had expected. Junior brother, I'm glad you're satisfied. If you have any needs in the future, just come to me, and I'll definitely fulfill them. As Zhu Hongxiu spoke, she took out 5 purple communication talismans and handed them to Lin Yi. Senior sister, if you have any needs in alchemy in the future, feel free to come to me, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Lin Yi accepted the 5 purple communication talismans, returning the favor with a smile. More friends, more paths. In this Misty Sect, relying solely on one's own strength, the path is actually very difficult. With more friends, the path becomes easier. Of course, these senior brothers and sisters only befriended him because they saw his potential and his long-term vision. With his current status and strength, there was still a considerable gap between him and these top senior brothers and sisters. He must hurry up and cultivate, hurry up and make an impact. He must strive to catch up with Zhu Hongxiu as soon as possible. Chapter 138 Supreme Quality. I really need your help, junior brother, Zhu Hongxiu said casually, looking at Lin Yi. What is it? Lin Yi asked with a smile. He hadn't expected Zhu Hongxiu to be so blunt. She immediately wanted his help. But that was fine too. Zhu Hongxiu had set up a complete set of grade 3 alchemy chamber restrictions for him for free, and he owed her a huge favor. It would be good if he could repay it ahead of time. People deepen their feelings and trust each other through mutual help in trouble. If there's no interaction and only superficial politeness, it's hard to become true friends. Junior brother, could you help me refine a batch of grade 2 youth preservation pills? Zhu Hongxiu asked expectantly. I'm not skilled enough to refine a second-grade spirit pill yet. A second-grade youth-preserving pill is one of the most difficult to refine among second-grade spirit pills. It's probably not possible for the time being, Lin Yi said somewhat awkwardly, speaking the truth. Zhu Hongxiu's level was higher than his. She needed second-grade youth-preserving pills. He didn't have that ability yet. In this respect, his friendship with Zhu Hongxiu was unequal. Zhu Hongxiu could provide him with great help, while he could offer Zhu Hongxiu very little, almost nothing. In fact, he was taking advantage of Zhu Hongxiu greatly. Junior brother, this is only your first day of alchemy, and you've already reached such a level. With your talent and potential, you'll surely be able to refine second-grade spirit pills soon. I only have 30 portions of second-grade youth-preserving pill ingredients on hand right now. If I give you 2 more months, can you reach that level? While I have this time, I can also gather some more second-grade youth-preserving pills. My little sisters all need them too, Zhu Hongxiu said with a smile. About 10 days should be enough, 15 days at most, Lin Yi estimated for a moment, then said seriously. Actually, there should be quite a few senior brothers and sisters on Dangxia Peak who can refine second-grade youth-preserving pills. Zhu Hongxiu didn't ask anyone else for help, only him. Actually, his mind wasn't really on the second-grade youth-preserving pill, but rather on returning the favor and establishing some interaction with him. That was the real reason. Now that he had set up a 4th-grade spirit-gathering array and a complete set of alchemy restrictions, his alchemy skills were greatly enhanced, and he didn't want to delay for too long. 10 days should be about right. So fast, Zhu Hongxiu was full of surprise. He had only just started learning alchemy today, and in 10 days he could already refine the very difficult second-grade youth-preserving pill? What kind of genius would have such confidence to say such a thing? Or was it that Lin Yi was only a beginner in alchemy, and in the early stages, he thought it was too easy, so he assumed that second-grade spirit pills were also easy to refine? In fact, alchemy, like array formations, there's a vast gap between grade 1 and grade 2. It's not something easily crossed. Some alchemists can achieve a success rate of over 90% in refining grade 1 spirit pills, even reaching excellent quality. But their abilities are still just a little short of refining grade 2 spirit pills, they simply can't do it. This is the difference in levels. A little short, and it's all over. Don't worry, senior sister, I can definitely do it. Lin Yi assured him with a smile. He wanted to break through to the transcendent realm within a month. This meant that before breaking through, he needed to cultivate his physical body to the copper skin realm and his spiritual consciousness to the peak of the transcendent realm. He needed to consume a large number of grade 2 spirit gathering pills. Refining grade 2 spirit pills was an essential step, and the sooner the better. There was no time to waste, no time to delay. He had to learn to refine second-grade spirit pills within 10 days. This was something he absolutely had to do. I believe in you. If you succeed, it will truly be a miracle, a legendary tale. Zhu Hongxiu nodded with a smile. Lin Yi possessed talent, potential, ambition, and the courage to think and act. His future was incredibly bright. Everything was full of hope. He was clearly different from other geniuses. The efforts and pursuits of other geniuses were all within her expectations. Only Lin Yi's pursuits exceeded her expectations. Senior sister, just wait for my news. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Immediately, Zhu Hongxiu took her leave. Lin Yi returned to the alchemy room and continued refining pills. With a complete set of alchemy restrictions and the help of a 4th-grade spirit-gathering array, Lin Yi's pill refining efficiency increased several times over. The following days, Lin Yi remained in the West Wind courtyard, diligently refining pills. Qing Lan visited him twice and, upon learning of his achievements and progress in pill refining, was filled with amazement and praise. After offering Lin Yi some guidance on pill refining, Qing Lan did not disturb him further and took her leave. Lin Yi, alone, was completely immersed in pill refining. His pill refining skills improved daily, constantly progressing and enhancing. The next day, in the evening, Lin Yi's success rate in refining a grade 1 body tempering pill officially reached 90%. As he became more skilled and refined, the time it took to refine a batch of grade 1 body tempering pills decreased from half an hour at the beginning to 3/4 of an hour, then 2/4 of an hour, and now to about 1:15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, it became difficult to increase the speed. Essentially, this was a bottleneck in the refining speed. If speed can't be improved, then pursue quality, Lin Yi decided decisively. On the third day, he focused entirely on improving the quality of his pills. However, most of the time, he could only refine high-quality grade 1 body tempering pills, only occasionally producing excellent quality ones. On the fourth day, Lin Yi continued to pursue quality. By the end of the day, he had completely mastered the essence of refining grade 1 body tempering pills. Basically, out of 10 successful refinements, 9 were of excellent quality. His success rate remained consistently around 90%. Out of 100 grade 1 body tempering pill ingredients, he could successfully refine 90, failing about 10 times. This success rate is already quite impressive for ordinary inner sect alchemy disciples. However, for senior brothers and sisters like Qinglan and Yin Manhong, who have high alchemy skills, they can guarantee a success rate of about 95% in refining first-grade spirit pills. Out of 100 pills, they can succeed with 95, or even more. Of course, they occasionally make mistakes during the process, but they can correct them in time, and although the quality of the spirit pills may not be top-notch, they will still be of average quality. At least they won't lose money. From 90% to 95%, this success rate may seem like a small increase, but it requires a long period of research and practice, Lin Yi sighed. For him, a success rate of 90% is basically enough. He wouldn't waste too much time on the grade 1 body tempering pill. Start refining the grade 1 spirit gathering pill. Lin Yi decisively changed direction. After 4 days of refining, he discovered that the most crucial factor limiting his pill refining level wasn't actually his spiritual energy foundation. He cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously, possessing a profound spiritual energy foundation. Now that he was proficient, refining a batch of grade 1 body tempering pills only consumed a little over 40% of his spiritual energy. The meditation room had a grade 4 spirit gathering array, allowing him to quickly restore his spiritual energy foundation to its peak. In terms of spiritual energy foundation, he actually fully met the requirements and wouldn't be a hindrance. What truly limited his pill refining level was his divine sense cultivation. Divine consciousness plays a crucial role, whether in casting fireball spells, controlling fire, or observing changes in the medicinal liquid within the purple incense furnace, especially subtle ones. While Wangxian is paramount, divine consciousness is the most important. I must refine a grade 2 spirit nourishing pill as soon as possible to improve my divine consciousness cultivation. Lin Yi was even clearer about his direction. For the next 2 days, he focused on refining a grade 1 spirit nourishing pill. With a foundation from refining a grade 1 body tempering pill, his pill refining skills had a solid base. After 2 days of practice, he achieved a 90% success rate in refining grade 1 spirit nourishing pills, with almost all of them being of excellent quality. Next, I'll try refining a grade 2 spirit nourishing pill. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. He spent 6 days refining first-grade spirit pills, laying a solid foundation for himself. The next 4 days were dedicated to learning how to refine second-grade spirit pills. Second-grade spirit essence pills were among the more difficult to refine. After purchasing a batch of second-grade spirit essence pill ingredients from the sect's treasury, Lin Yi returned and devoted himself to refining them. Initially, he failed more than 10 times in a row, but he accumulated considerable useful experience. On his 18th attempt, he finally succeeded in refining a second-grade spirit essence pill for the first time. However, it was only of ordinary quality. A day later, his success rate in refining second-grade spirit essence pills had reached about 70%, with about 1/3 of them being of excellent quality. 2 days later, Lin Yi's success rate in refining grade 2 spirit essence pills reached about 80%, with more than half being of excellent quality. 3 days later, Lin Yi's success rate in refining grade 2 spirit essence pills reached about 85%, with all pills guaranteed to be of excellent quality or above, and about 1/3 reaching superb quality. However, this was basically his limit. He could only maintain about 1/3 of his grade 2 spirit essence pills at superb quality. If he tried to force this percentage higher, it would often lead to refining failure. Sometimes, during the fusion process, things weren't perfect, so he had to abandon superb quality and pursue a higher success rate, prioritizing breaking even first. This is my current limit. The only way to continue improving my pill refining skills is to enhance my spiritual consciousness cultivation. Lin Yi's face was calm. Without any hesitation or delay, he immediately activated a void refining divine technique, absorbing and refining the effects of the excellent quality grade 2 spirit essence pill he had created, thus enhancing his divine sense. Lin Yi's divine sense cultivation advanced rapidly. After 6 days of arduous cultivation, his divine sense cultivation reached a late stage of the transcendent realm. He could now refine almost all grade 2 spirit essence pills to an excellent quality. Most importantly, his refining speed was also much faster than before. Refining grade 1 body tempering pills was now a piece of cake for him, requiring no effort whatsoever. He could successfully refine a batch in less than a quarter of an hour. Even a second grade spirit essence pill, he could refine a batch in less than a quarter of an hour. Keep improving. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. In the half-month that followed, he had made great progress in both pill refining and spiritual cultivation. Then, in another 2 days, he successfully raised his spiritual cultivation to the peak of the transcendent realm. This is completely different. Lin Yi tried refining a second-grade spirit essence pill again and found it surprisingly easy. He felt he could even attempt to refine a third-grade spirit pill. And that wasn't all. Lin Yi's control over the heat, the changes in the medicinal liquid, and all other aspects of refining the grade 1 spirit essence pill reached its peak, resulting in a grade 1 spirit essence pill of unparalleled quality. Subsequently, he attempted to refine a grade 2 spirit essence pill to the same unparalleled quality. This presented some difficulties. Fortunately, under his peak transcendent realm divine sense, he quickly overcame them. He could also refine a grade 2 spirit essence pill to unparalleled quality. Truly extraordinary, Lin Yi smiled radiantly. This was the power of the void refining divine technique. This was likely a fragment of a grade 9 divine sense cultivation method. His spiritual consciousness cultivation was also at the peak of the transcendent realm, but its quality was far more refined than others. His perception of things was much sharper, and his control over the heat was much more precise. Now I can refine first-grade and second-grade spiritual pills into absolute quality. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He also conveniently refined the 50 portions of second-grade youth preservation pills that Zhu Hongxiu had given him, producing a total of 45 bottles, all of absolute quality. Junior brother, you're amazing. This top-quality youth-preserving pill is incredibly effective. My sisters are going crazy for it. You must make another batch for me when you have time. After taking the top-quality grade 2 youth-preserving pill, Zhu Hongxiu came to Lin Yi to express her gratitude. She looked even more beautiful than before. That's no problem. I'll definitely make another batch for senior sister when I have some free time. I have to cultivate diligently these days, trying to break through to the transcendent realm. So I can't make any more for senior sister, Lin Yi said with a smile. All in all, it took him 20 days. Only 10 days remained until his wedding with Meng Yurao. Time was running out for him to break through to the transcendent realm. Next, I need to cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique and reach the Copper Skin realm. I need to exchange for 5 top-quality transformation pills, Lin Yi planned. Once he achieved these 2 things, he could officially attempt to break through to the transformation realm. I'll go exchange for top-quality transformation pills first, Lin Yi decisively decided. Immediately, he went to the battle peak to find Meng Yao, G10, and the others. How many contribution points have you acquired in total? Lin Yi asked with a smile. We, along with some spirit stones, have acquired a total of 2.2 million contribution points for you. We didn't touch a single one for ourselves. We didn't keep any. It's all yours, G10 said readily. This is more than enough for me, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. I'll double your contribution points later, he added. Your own contribution points will be more than enough. Exchanging 5 top-quality transcendent pills only cost 2 million contribution points. His 2,200,000 contribution points were more than sufficient. Meng Yao, G10, Jizin Yu, Hisui, and Wangxian City transferred all their contribution points from their contribution tokens to Lin Yi's. I'll go to the treasure vault hall now to exchange for transcendent pills, Lin Yi said expectantly. He was going to marry Meng Yao in 10 days. He had every chance to advance to the transcendent realm. Chapter 139 Ultimate Exchange. Treasure Peak, the main hall of the treasure vault. Lin Yi entered the hall. The old man guarding the hall, Anduan, saw Lin Yi enter, and a ripple appeared in his usually calm eyes. Lin Yi nodded to the old man and then headed directly to the second floor of the treasure vault. He went straight to the deepest part of the second floor, where the most valuable treasures were kept. Here were magic weapons of the treasure level, even some 5th-grade cultivation techniques, and the transcendent pills that all the disciples in the spirit-gathering realm desired most. He arrived at the wooden shelf where the transcendent pills were kept. Seeing the empty shelf, Lin Yi was stunned. It's understandable that the ordinary quality transformation pills have all been exchanged. It's also understandable that the superior quality transformation pills have been exchanged. After all, some people want to succeed on their first try, and superior quality increases the success rate. And it's also understandable that some people who failed on their first attempt exchanged for superior quality pills to ensure success on their second attempt. However, the absolute quality transformation pills are generally unnecessary for single elemental spiritual power cultivators. Their use of these quality transformation pills is tantamount to waste and squandering precious resources. Only disciples who cultivate all 5 elements have an extremely low chance of successfully breaking through to the mortal transformation realm, and the risk is extremely high. That's why they need top-quality mortal transformation pills. Taking ordinary or superior quality pills will likely result in failure, a complete waste. These single-element spiritual power cultivators, they left absolutely no room for maneuver. Lin Yi looked at the empty sandalwood shelf, his liver aching with anger. This was the competition within the sect. The internal competition was extremely fierce. Normally, everyone could achieve this by spending 100,000 contribution points to buy an ordinary quality mortal transformation pill. But some people didn't follow the rules, preferring to spend 400,000 contribution points to exchange for a top-quality mortal transformation pill. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. The problem is, the disciples at the spirit-gathering realm are the most numerous in the sect, and everyone wants the transcendent pill. Basically, the transcendent pills are snatched up as soon as they're put out. The newly arrived junior brothers and sisters have absolutely no chance of getting a transcendent pill. Earning more contribution points is useless. We can only wait for the next batch of transcendent pills to be refined. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. His plan to successfully advance to the transcendent realm within 10 days is likely to fail. According to King Lin's previous statement, becoming a battle disciple allows one to travel to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land to gather rare spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill. So it seems that we new disciples, if we want to break through to the transcendent realm, will only be qualified after the sect refines the transcendent pill following our trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. Lin Yi remained calm and clear-headed. He hadn't yet found out the exact time of the trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. However, these top disciples who had just entered the sect were already at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The sect probably wouldn't allow these top geniuses to stay in the spirit-gathering realm for too long. According to the information he received, only disciples at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm could travel to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. Transcendent realm disciples were not allowed to enter. This is a tremendous opportunity. Going to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley to gather the rare spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill is of paramount importance. If the quantity gathered is too small, only a very few people in the entire Misty Sect will have a chance to obtain the transcendent pill, and the entire sect will decline. In this situation, the sect must send its strongest disciples at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm to Fire Dragon Valley. I am the top student of this year. I should have a spot, Lin Yi pondered. Of course, there will definitely be senior brothers from the previous year. They haven't yet advanced to the transcendent realm, and have remained at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm for a long time, their strength already honed to perfection. They are even stronger than outside geniuses like Zhang Qi and Qi Ling. At that time, I'm afraid many of the spots will be reserved for these senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yi decisively decided, I'm going to enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area to gather enough rare spiritual herbs, and also obtain their seeds to quickly ripen them in my immortal abode. These rare spiritual herbs used to refine the transcendent pill can only grow in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. They cannot survive outside. Therefore, each major sect can only send a batch of peak disciples at the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area to gather these rare spiritual herbs each year. I'm different from them. As long as I obtain these spiritual herb seeds, I can burn my cultivation in my immortal abode to quickly ripen them. These rare spiritual herbs don't even have time to grow naturally, nor do they have time to be picky about their growing environment and conditions. They'll mature directly. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This is the wondrous use of the immortal abode space. No matter how rare or difficult to cultivate a spiritual herb, as long as he obtains the seed, he can accelerate its ripening in large quantities. The transcendent pill is so precious. If I could obtain a batch of spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill, refine it myself, and sell it, how much would it fetch? I'm afraid many people would fight tooth and nail for it. Lin Yi became more and more excited as he thought about it. This was actually an excellent opportunity for him to make a fortune. Of course, it was also the necessary path he had to take to break through to the transcendent realm. Going to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area requires competing with top disciples from other sects. Anything can happen in the Forbidden Area. Murder and robbery are commonplace. If your strength isn't enough, you'll easily be killed by the top disciples of other sects. Even with my current strength, I'm not afraid of the top disciples of other sects in a one-on-one situation, but if they team up and attack me, my chances of survival are slim. Lin Yi's face was grave. Since he couldn't exchange for the transcendent pill now, and he would soon be heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, he might as well make good use of his 2.2 million contribution points to improve his strength and hone it to its peak. The goal is to achieve the ability to fight 3 or 5 top-tier experts of the same realm, and even escape from a dozen or so attacks. Once this is achieved, venturing into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley to gather and refine the transcendent pill will be virtually effortless. The contribution points spent now will be recouped tenfold, dozens, even hundreds of times later. Let's see which cultivation techniques suit me. Lin Yi quickly changed his mind and went to the sandalwood shelf where the cultivation techniques were displayed. Soon, he found a 5th grade movement technique he liked, the 1000 Illusions movement technique. When this technique is cultivated to perfection, it can create numerous illusions. These illusions are so realistic that it's difficult for others to distinguish which is his true form. In this way, when others attack him with all their might, they only hit his illusions, wasting their spiritual energy, losing the initiative, and falling into passive position. In battle, this 1000 illusion movement technique has a tremendous advantage. If surrounded by a group of people, this 1000 illusion movement technique is incredibly fast, and with many illusions, the enemy doesn't know which direction he's fleeing in. By the time the illusions disappear and they react, he's already far away. The enemy simply can't catch up. With this 1000 illusion movement technique, I can at least protect myself when I go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Lin Yi smiled broadly. First, ensure survival, then think about everything else. That's the most fundamental thing. Besides escaping, his speed will also be greatly increased when traveling. From now on, he might only need about half an hour to return to Forgotten Immortal Town. It won't waste any time on the road. A 5th grade cultivation technique. The price is really exorbitant. Lin Yi glanced at the price of the 1000 Illusions body technique and couldn't help but gasp. It actually costs 100,000 contribution points. That's comparable to the price of a single ordinary transcendent pill. For a typical 10th level spirit gathering realm disciple, they would definitely use those 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a transcendent pill. Who would be willing to use them to exchange for this 5th grade 1000 Illusions body technique? Clearly, this is basically prepared for those inner disciples who have already reached the transcendent realm. Having advanced to the transcendent realm, it's unlikely they'll advance to the golden core realm in a short time. They can only strive to improve their strength in all aspects to increase their chances of survival. Even peak disciples at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm generally find it difficult to comprehend and cultivate this 1000 Illusions body technique. Fortunately, my spiritual consciousness cultivation has reached the peak of the transcendent realm, so in terms of comprehension, I'm basically on par with other transcendent realm disciples. Furthermore, I have naturally good comprehension. And after consuming the heavenly intelligence fruit and entering the immortal abode space, which accelerates time by 15 times, I should have no problem comprehending and cultivating this 1,000 illusions body technique. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then, filled with confidence, picked up the blue jade slip containing the 1,000 illusions body technique. This is the ultimate path. Lin Yi smiled slightly. A 5th grade 1,000 illusions body technique, priced at 100,000 contribution points, with an extremely high difficulty in comprehension and cultivation. Other disciples in the spirit gathering realm are unlikely to cultivate, and even if they do, it's unlikely they'll reach the true truth realm or the perfect realm. But he aims for the ultimate. He wants to reach the pinnacle of the spirit gathering realm in his movement techniques. I will strive to perfect this 1,000 illusions movement technique before the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area begins. Lin Yi's fighting spirit is high. Before obtaining the transcendent pill, he devoted himself entirely to honing his strength, perfecting every aspect of himself. Now, his cultivation is at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, which is the pinnacle. His spiritual consciousness cultivation is at the peak of the transcendent realm, which is also the pinnacle. As for his physical body, he hasn't even begun cultivating it yet, he hasn't even started. Regarding movement techniques, he had just purchased the 1,000 illusions movement technique and hadn't even begun practicing it. As for magic treasures, my divine consciousness magic treasure, the God-locking tower, is only of average quality among top-grade magic treasures. My golden crow sword is even more ordinary among top-grade spirit swords. My 5 elements ring is only of high grade. Its speed and efficiency in converting the 5 elements of spiritual power aren't very good. These 3 aspects haven't reached the top level. Lin Yi had a clear understanding of his own strength and the gap between his current abilities. Immediately, he went to the place where various magic treasures were kept and chose the one most suitable for him. A moment later, he selected the most suitable top-grade spirit sword for himself, the Golden Flow Sword. Worth 50,000 contribution points. The price is 5 times that of the Golden Crow Sword, and its power is also far greater. They're not even in the same league. Regarding Divine Sense magical treasures, Lin Yi chose the Divine Refining Cauldron. This Divine Refining Cauldron is far more powerful than the God-locking tower. Its defense against Divine Sense attacks is much stronger. Normally, it can condense a cultivator's own Divine Sense, improving its quality. In battle, it can also quickly refine an opponent's Divine Sense, severely injuring them. If I had been able to afford this Divine Refining Cauldron before, Qiling wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Even if we were to purely clash in a battle of Divine Sense, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Lin Yi smiled. This is the benefit of resources. It has nothing to do with strength. With enough money, one can acquire top-tier magical treasures and cultivation techniques. Even a pig's strength would skyrocket. This supreme-grade Divine Refining Cauldron is even more expensive, costing a full 100,000 contribution points. Lin Yi bought it without hesitation. Next, he selected a Supreme Grade 5 Elements Ring. The Supreme Grade 5 Elements Ring also serves an auxiliary purpose, used to convert the 5 elements of spiritual power. This one is also very expensive, costing 100,000 contribution points. With the Supreme Grade 5 Elements Ring, my future conversion of the 5 elements of spiritual power will produce metal-type spiritual power that is almost 3.5 times, nearly 4 times, more than others. With such a foundation of spiritual power, who can compete with me in terms of endurance? Lin Yi smiled broadly. This is the advantage of a top-grade 5 elements ring. Besides the increased metal elemental spiritual power, which is nearly 4 times the original 3 times, the conversion speed of the 5 element spiritual power is also much faster. Attacks are incredibly smooth and fluid, without any sense of stagnation. My 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique isn't even the ultimate. Buy another 5th grade metal elemental sword technique, Lin Yi said seriously. He then chose a 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique. In terms of power, it was significantly improved compared to the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique. Of course, the difficulty of cultivation was also much greater. This cost him another 100,000 contribution points. I'm still missing a top-grade alchemy furnace. Lin Yi turned around to choose another top-grade alchemy furnace. Top-grade alchemy furnaces vary in quality and price. Lin Yi chose the best one here, priced at 100,000 contribution points. And the grade 5 elements Heart Sutra, This is the most important cultivation technique concerning my cultivation, my future. Lin Yi picked up the jade slip containing the grade 5 elements Heart Sutra, a smile appearing on his face. This grade 5 elements Heart Sutra contains even more refined techniques for impacting and opening meridians. This means that he can continue to open his meridians, achieving a larger middle circulation, and even beginning to impact the great circulation. Once he reaches the great circulation, his cultivation speed will be unbelievably fast. The quality of the spiritual energy he cultivates will also crush cultivators of the same realm. When refining pills, even if his spiritual energy is consumed drastically, he can recover immediately, minimizing recovery time. This 5th grade 5 elements heart method also costs 100,000 contribution points. The quality of spiritual energy is extremely crucial. Let's see if there are any cultivation methods specifically for condensing the quality of spiritual energy. Lin Yi was selecting from the wooden shelf where 5th grade cultivation methods were placed. Soon, he found a 5th grade condensation secret method. This is good, it can condense spiritual energy, increasing the success rate of breaking through to the transcendent realm. Lin Yi smiled broadly. This condensation secret method can make any cultivator's spiritual energy extremely condensed after practicing it. The breakthrough to the transcendent realm essentially involves condensing the gaseous spiritual energy within the body to an extremely refined, liquid state. In the spirit gathering realm, one cultivates condensation techniques to bring their spiritual energy very close to liquid state, naturally making the breakthrough to the transcendent realm much easier. This is the advantage of a strong foundation. Unfortunately, each time I condense my spiritual energy, it's a compressed process. The quality of the spiritual energy improves, but the quantity decreases, causing my cultivation level to decline somewhat. This might be the only drawback. Lin Yi shook his head. Fortunately, he had opened the middle heavenly cycle and 50 meridians. Now he also possessed a 5th grade 5 elements Heart Sutra. A 4th grade spirit gathering array had been set up in his meditation room. Even after condensing his spiritual energy, his cultivation level would drop from the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm to the 8th level. He could also recover his cultivation level as quickly as possible. For others, a slight decline in cultivation level after condensing spiritual energy is a drawback, but for me, it's actually an advantage. Lin Yi smiled. In the future, if he burns cultivation enhancing herbs again and his cultivation level declines, and he can't recover it immediately, he can claim that he practiced a condensation technique, which caused the decline. This anomaly won't arouse suspicion in the future. He can hide the secret of his immortal abode space even more deeply. Basically, that's all. Lin Yi looked at the pile of 5th grade cultivation techniques and top grade magic treasures he had selected, a satisfied smile on his face. With these 5th grade cultivation techniques and top grade magic treasures, his strength would reach the pinnacle of the spirit gathering realm. The true pinnacle. He will become the most outstanding among all cultivators at the spirit gathering realm. Truly invincible within his own realm. His anticipation for the journey to the forbidden fire dragon valley to gather rare spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill, and for competing with the top geniuses of other sects, grows ever stronger. Chapter 140 Forbidden Land of Fire Dragon Valley. Lin Yi, carrying the treasures and cultivation techniques he wished to exchange, arrived at the first floor of the treasure vault hall. Senior, please calculate the exchange for these. Lin Yi placed the numerous magical treasures and cultivation techniques before Anduin, greeting him with a smile. So many. Anduin looked at Lin Yi, a look of surprise on his face. Even though he had seen many talented disciples, and even though he already had a certain understanding of Lin Yi's actions still surprised him greatly. Top geniuses always have astonishing abilities. They don't follow the ordinary path. Ordinary disciples can only proceed step by step, slowly and methodically. Top geniuses, however, leap into the air, soaring through the air, impossible to catch up to. The expedition to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley is about to begin. I need to quickly improve my strength so that I have a chance of winning, Lin Yi said with a humble smile. I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Anduin looked at Lin Yi and said seriously. What is it, senior? Lin Yi asked with concern. Let me settle your accounts first. I'll explain in detail after the settlement, Anduin said decisively. Okay, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Supreme 5 Elements Body Technique, 100,000 contribution points. Golden Flow Sword, 50,000 contribution points. Divine Refining Cauldron, 100,000 contribution points. Supreme 5 Elements Ring, 100,000 contribution points. 5th Grade Jang Metal Sword Technique, 100,000 contribution points. Supreme Alchemy Furnace, Mystic Alchemy Furnace, 100,000 contribution points. 5th Grade 5 Elements Heart Method, 100,000 contribution points. 5th Grade Condensation Secret Method, 100,000 contribution points. These add up to a total of 750,000 contribution points. Ender 1 picked up each treasure and calculated the amount for Lin Yi. Here, Lin Yi handed his contribution token to Ender 1. Ender then crossed out a mark on the sect's contribution monument, and Lin Yi's contribution points became 1.45 million. However, these expenses were well worth it. With these magical treasures and cultivation techniques, Lin Yi felt that he could reach the pinnacle in every aspect. This way, he would have no weaknesses. Other single-element spiritual power cultivators, on the other hand, had all sorts of weaknesses. When facing these people, he could seize their weaknesses and beat them to a pulp. These people, however, could not find his weaknesses and would be completely helpless against him. "What does Senior want to discuss with me?" Lin Yi asked with a smile as he put all the treasures into his stored ring. "The journey to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley begins in 7 days. You knew that, right?" Andavan set up a spiritual energy barrier, looked at Lin Yi, and asked seriously. "I knew it was soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. It was starting in 7 days. He was fortunate to have quickly purchased this batch of magical treasures and cultivation techniques. Otherwise, he would be completely useless and extremely passive. The immortal abode space had a 15-fold time acceleration. Although it was only 7 days, for him, it was actually 105 days, a full 3 months. He should be able to reach a decent level by diligently cultivating these techniques. There was still time. "You didn't know. As the top scorer in the sect entrance exam, you're qualified to participate. Why didn't Luozan tell you?" Anduin asked in surprise. "Master Luozan told me that I became the top scorer in the sect entrance exam and am qualified to participate in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area trip, but he didn't tell me the specific time," Lin Yi said truthfully. "Judging from this, he didn't specifically tell you. Even if he lets you participate, it's obviously just to have you go through the motions. He's not placing his main hopes on you, of course. You just entered today, and your foundation in all aspects is still insufficient, especially in combat experience and life or death struggles. You're a big weakness. Sending you there is just to make you a participant. He's probably thinking that as long as you survive, that's enough," Anduin said bluntly. "That's possible," Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "If he values you, he'll definitely lend you these cultivation techniques and magic treasures temporarily, so you won't have to spend contribution points to exchange them." Anduin smiled slightly. "Such a good thing." Lin Yi looked surprised. It seems that he, a cultivator of all 5 elements, is really not well liked. Apart from the reward and treatment he received for being first in the sect's entrance examination, the sect didn't give him any other extra benefits. He was left to fend for himself. If it weren't for Meng Yuan giving him 50 million low-grade spirit stones and having his friends like Meng Yao help him buy contribution points, he wouldn't have been able to afford these magic treasures and cultivation techniques. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was truly just a sham. "Are you a little disappointed?" Anduin asked with a smile. "I am indeed a little disappointed." Lin Yi spoke the truth. As the guard of the treasure vault, Anduin had seen far too many junior disciples. He had a profound understanding of human nature. Some of his thoughts couldn't be hidden from Anduin. Nor did he need to hide them. Being neglected by the sect like this would make anyone feel disappointed and unhappy. In terms of strength and potential, he felt he was on par with any disciple in the spirit-gathering realm. But in terms of treatment, he received no extra preferential treatment. Was cultivating all 5 elements really so unwelcome? This ignited his fighting spirit. Even if the sect didn't approve, he would persist on this path. Even without extra preferential treatment, he would acquire these magical treasures and cultivation techniques on his own. He was determined to prove that cultivating all 5 elements was invincible. Cultivating all 5 elements could also lead to advancement to the transcendent realm. "It's normal to feel disappointed. I don't need to comfort you with words or empty platitudes. They're useless. I'll tell you a secret," Anduin said with a smile. "What secret?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Actually, those who cultivate all 5 elements are not just invincible within their own realm, There are some secret places in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area that only those who cultivate all 5 elements can enter. It is said that the person who set up the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was a powerful cultivator who cultivated all 5 elements. He left behind a lot of treasures and wealth in this forbidden area, waiting for a destined person, and Yuan said seriously. Such a good thing. Lin Yi was surprised. But soon, he had another question. Since there are treasures, why doesn't the sect go and excavate them? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. How much do you know about the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground? And one asked in return. Very little. You could say I know nothing, Lin Yi replied truthfully. Then let me tell you about the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, and one said seriously. I'd love to hear more. Lin Yi listened attentively. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground was set up by a powerful cultivator who mastered all 5 elements. Although it's called a forbidden ground, it's actually a huge medicinal garden filled with many rare spiritual herbs. However, various powerful demonic beasts and spirit beasts also live in this forbidden ground, guarding these spiritual herbs. Most importantly, the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground is like a giant fishing net. Small fish can swim in, but big fish will be trapped and unable to enter. In other words, only cultivators at the Spirit Gathering Realm can enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. Cultivators above the Spirit Gathering Realm will be blocked and cannot enter, and Yuan explained in detail. So, if that's the case, wouldn't it be incredibly dangerous for us Spirit Gathering Realm cultivators to go in and face those powerful demonic beasts and spirit beasts? Lin Yi asked solemnly. It is indeed very dangerous. Every year, the 8 major sects nearby send a group of their strongest disciples into the area, and about 20% of them die in the jaws of demonic beasts each year, and Yuan nodded. 20%, that's quite a few deaths. However, there's still an 80% chance of survival. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. 80%, you're overthinking it. On average, only about 50% actually come out alive. In some years, it's even less than 50%, and Yuan said gravely. How could this be? Lin Yi was shocked. How did those people die? Lin Yi quickly asked. 20% died in the mouths of demonic beasts. The remaining 30% died at the hands of other Spirit Gathering Realm cultivators. Once inside the forbidden area, the sects and backgrounds outside are completely useless. Anything can happen there. It's perfectly normal for other sects to join forces to kill disciples from other sects and steal the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. Even disciples from the same sect, if one is jealous of someone's excellence and better prospects, and sees them blocking their path, will secretly ambush and kill their fellow disciples. In the forbidden area, what's more terrifying than demonic beasts is the human heart, and Yuan said solemnly. The human heart is truly terrifying. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Even his fellow disciples would secretly ambush him, trying to kill him. Who could he trust anymore? You're new to the sect. Although you have a spot on the trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, you're probably the only qualified disciple among this batch of newcomers. The rest are all senior brothers and sisters from previous years. They won't want to see a junior like you surpass them, or even leave them behind. So soon after arriving, if your fellow disciples want to kill you, you're the most likely to be killed, and Yuan stated truthfully. Senior is right, Lin Yi nodded solemnly. And Yuan was giving him a warning. Before, he genuinely didn't know these things. Without Yuan's reminder, he certainly wouldn't have been wary of his fellow disciples upon entering the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Such carelessness could very well cost him his life. Now, with Yuan's reminder, he definitely needed to be more careful. Once you enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, trust no one. Keep a safe distance from everyone and be wary. In fact, you should be even more decisive. If you encounter disciples from other sects, kill them without hesitation. The 8 major sects send disciples into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley every year. The supply of spiritual herbs there is actually insufficient. The amount of transcendent pills produced each year is limited, and they are all picked by disciples from other sects. If you don't kill others and seize the spiritual herbs from them, your sect won't be able to refine enough transcendent pills. The younger generation of disciples won't be able to keep up, and the sect will soon decline. This concerns the future and development of the sect, and of an instructed. I cannot agree with this, Junior. I would never kill to steal treasure. At the very least, I would never do it willingly. That's my bottom line. If someone tries to kill me or steal my elixirs, I will kill them without hesitation, Lin Yi said decisively. Cultivating immortality is not just about physical strength, but also about cultivating one's Dao heart. He didn't want to become a demon. He wanted to follow his heart. He would do everything upright and with a clear conscience. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. That's commendable, and I won't force you, but as long as you gather enough spiritual herbs, disciples from other sects will inevitably try to take them from you, and you will inevitably retaliate and kill them. For our Misty Sect, the outcome is actually the same. You'll still be the one killing other sect disciples and snatching the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill from them. And Duan smiled slightly. But for me, the meaning is completely different, Lin Yi said solemnly. Actively killing to steal treasures and being killed to steal treasures, followed by a passive retaliation, are fundamentally different. That's right, just stick to being yourself, and Duan smiled in agreement. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Yi clasped his hands in thanks. Originally, he knew very little about the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. But now, he had a general understanding of it. In particular, he knew the terrifying nature of humanity. He knew in advance that he had to be wary of everyone else when he went in. No one could be trusted. This was the biggest gain. Senior, why are you telling me all this? Lin Yi looked at Andavan and asked proactively. Andavan wouldn't tell him this for no reason. He must have something to gain. I just told you that deep within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, there are some hidden places containing treasures and wealth, but only disciples who cultivate the 5 elements have the opportunity to enter. I want you to enter these hidden places and help me find the dragon blood. Andavan looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression. Dragon blood? Lin Yi was stunned. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land is said to be named after a powerful cultivator who mastered all 5 elements, who slew a fire dragon. The dragon's skin, bones, blood, and eyes are all preserved in hidden places within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land, Ender One stated truthfully. If that's the case, why don't other sects train a group of disciples who master all 5 elements to enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land and find these most precious treasures? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Compared to that, the spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill were nothing. Those were dragon bones, dragon blood, and dragon skin. Firstly, cultivating disciples who practice all 5 elements consumes too many resources. Secondly, these hidden places are very difficult to find, and they are guarded by extremely powerful demonic beasts. Disciples at the spirit gathering realm who go there almost never return. In the past, many sects had been thinking about this and vigorously cultivated a group of disciples who practiced all 5 elements, sending many of them there, but in the end, they all returned empty-handed. These disciples who practiced all 5 elements died inside the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. No one came out, and you inside. None of the disciples who practiced all 5 elements came out. Lin Yi's expression hardened, and he couldn't help but ask. That's right, none of the 5 elements cultivators who have entered the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley have ever come out alive. Enderwin nodded. My God, is that so? Then if I go in, am I doomed to die? Lin Yi was shocked. This news completely terrified him. Chapter 141 Dragon Blood Reward. It's probably because these disciples who cultivated the 5 elements all went deep into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley in search of treasure, only to be devoured by powerful demonic beasts, Enderwin speculated. Senior sent me in to search for treasure, wasn't that also sending me deep into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley? Lin Yi bluntly stated. This was tantamount to sending him to his death. You have the chance to obtain these top-tier treasures if you enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Don't you want to try? Even the most talented genius only has this one chance in their lifetime. If you miss this one, there will never be a next time, Enderwin said solemnly. That's true, the opportunity is indeed rare, but I only have one life, Lin Yi said seriously. He didn't want to take too much risk, since all the disciples who had gone before had died. Not a single one came out alive. Why should he risk venturing deeper into the valley? He'd be better off gathering some rare medicinal herb seeds outside the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley and then ripening them himself in his immortal abode. That way, he could amass a fortune. As for dragon blood and dragon bones, those were too far out of reach for him at the moment. His biggest goal right now is to break through to the transcendent realm. Achieving that goal would be enough. I completely understand your concerns, but that's how it is for disciples on expeditions. Every time they go out, they risk their lives. If they come back alive, they're showered with glory and rewards. If they die, they have nothing left. It's all over. If you're really afraid of death, I think you shouldn't go into the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. After all, So many disciples who practiced a 5 elements cultivation went in before, and not a single one came out alive. It's impossible that all of them went deep inside, right? That's very likely. There's some powerful being inside that specifically hunts those who practice the 5 elements cultivation. Anyone who goes in will die, so, over time, no one will go in anymore, and Derwin said with a serious expression. Senior is right, those who cultivate the 5 elements together may face a life or death calamity once they go in. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. So, you need to think carefully, should I go or not? If you don't want to, no one will force you, of course. If you are willing to go in, I want to make a deal with you. Think about it, I'm willing to pay the price to make a deal with you, so I actually believe you can come out alive, otherwise, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted? And Duan comforted him with a smile. So many disciples who cultivated the 5 elements together before have all perished. Why do you believe I can come out alive, Senior? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Because you were brought back by Fu Mankiang. Your background is definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, your current talent and potential are extremely amazing. You've only been in the sect for a short time, and you're already aiming for the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Your pinnacle will be the pinnacle of all spirit-gathering realm cultivators throughout history. You are more well-rounded and stronger than those spirit-gathering realm disciples who cultivated all 5 elements, and Duan praised repeatedly. Senior is too kind, Lin Yi said modestly. His goal was indeed to become the most extreme existence in the spirit-gathering realm. Furthermore, the powerful figure who set up the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was also a peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements. It is said that he also had some connection with Fu Mankiang. Fu Mankiang was just an ordinary cultivator at first, but he was able to become the sect leader of the Misty Sect in a very short time, and his strength was renowned throughout the land, all thanks to the support of the peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements. And you have a close relationship with Fu Mankiang, and you also cultivate all 5 elements. I suspect that there is some kind of connection between you and that peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements. This factor is actually the real factor, and Duan said truthfully. The forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was actually set up by a peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements, and it has some hidden connection with me. Lin Yi was shocked. He had no prior knowledge of this news. It was utterly unexpected and shocking. Just how mysterious was his origin? Who were his parents? Senior, that peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements, does he look very similar to me? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. I don't know, I've never met that peerless genius, and Derwin shook his head. Hearing you say that, I guess it must be that peerless genius who cultivated all 5 elements and looks very similar to me. Lin Yi had a strong premonition that his guess was correct. Uncle Fu was the middleman. Everything was related to Uncle Fu. This couldn't just be a coincidence, there was an inevitable connection. Although it's said that anyone who cultivates all 5 elements will die if they go in, without exception, but I still think you have a very good chance of coming out alive. In fact, the treasure in this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area might have been reserved specifically for you. It would be such a pity if you didn't go in, and Derwin said with a face full of regret. Let me think. Lin Yi's face was solemn. Going to this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area meant certain death. Other single-element spiritual power cultivators had at least a 50% chance of survival. But he, who cultivated all 5 elements, had no chance of survival at all. But if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Transcendent Pill and advance to the Transcendent Realm. If he pretended to marry Meng Yurao and was exposed, Meng Yurao could slap him to death either way. Either way, it was a dead end. The most crucial thing was, even if his marriage to Meng Yurao goes smoothly, he still needs to exchange for 5 top-quality transformation pills to attempt his breakthrough to the mortal realm. Given his current mid-ranking position, it's unlikely he'll get a turn. Exchanging treasures also has an order. Seniority matters. If it's not his turn this time, he'll have to keep waiting, and waiting forever. This puts him completely in a passive position. Even if he's lucky enough to exchange for 5 top-quality transformation pills after a long wait, there's no guarantee he'll succeed on his first attempt. If he fails, he'll have to wait again and exchange for another 5 top-quality transformation pills. His future will be filled with waiting. Should I just lie low like this forever, or should I take a gamble? Lin Yi asked himself, his conscience clear. The answer was obvious. He definitely had to take a gamble. For his future, he needed to take a chance. To uncover the truth behind this, he needed to take an even bigger gamble. Now that Uncle Fu was dead and Meng Yurao was insane, he had no way of finding out about his origins. And this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was undoubtedly an excellent clue. Perhaps there would be some unexpected discoveries there. Since this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was left behind by that peerless genius, if he really had a close relationship with that peerless genius, it was indeed unlikely that he would die inside. Perhaps some of the guardian spirit beasts left behind by that peerless genius would protect him after he entered. It was all uncertain. I'm going in, Lin Yi made a decisive decision, looking at Enderwang with unwavering resolve. Well done, I knew you couldn't be a timid, cowardly person. To become a true strong man, you must dare to fight desperately, pursue the ultimate, and be unafraid of danger. This is the first threshold, and you've successfully crossed it, but with just that mindset, you're merely a desperate man's bravery. You also need sufficient calmness and composure, your own strategies and plans, instead of foolishly risking your life, being able to find a glimmer of hope in a seemingly hopeless situation. That's what makes a true top-tier expert. Enderwang looked at Lin Yi with high hopes. Senior, what exactly do you want me to do to help you go in? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. As the elder guardian of the Piaomio sect's treasure vault, Enderwang's strength and status are undoubtedly among the sect's most outstanding. He's probably even on par with the sect leader. For such a powerful figure to actively seek him out clearly indicates something significant. I need you to get me a drop of dragon blood, my lifespan is running out. I need to break through to the transcendent realm to increase my lifespan again and continue living, but I'm not confident enough to attempt it directly. I can't afford the cost of failure, nor the chance to start over and try again. I must succeed on my first try. If I could have a drop of dragon blood to help me, my chance of success on the first try would be over 90%, which would be practically guaranteed. Right now, I only have about a 60% chance of success, which is quite risky. I can't afford to lose. Enderwang's face showed a hint of resentment and helplessness as he sighed. I see, Lin Yi suddenly understood. It's not just me. My best friend, Tabo Cow, is in the same situation as me and also needs a drop of dragon blood, Enderwang said solemnly. Dragon blood is that precious. The transcendent realm is even more powerful than the spirit embryo realm, right? A single drop of dragon blood can guarantee that a top expert like you can advance to the transcendent realm. Lin Yi found it unbelievable. That's right, dragon blood is that precious, Enderwang nodded. Even a single drop of dragon blood is treated like such a treasure. That peerless genius senior actually slew a fire dragon. He set up a powerful forbidden area called Fire Dragon Valley. How strong must he be? Lin Yi sighed. Gathering Spirit Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm, Golden Core Realm, Spirit Embryo Realm, Transcendence Realm, Body Integration Realm, Mahayana Realm, Tribulation Crossing Realm. It's said that peerless prodigy is already a Tribulation Crossing Realm expert. A transcendent being who can become an immortal after passing the immortal tribulation, and one exclaimed. So powerful, Lin Yi was stunned. He knew that the higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it was to advance to the next major realm. It was like an insurmountable chasm. But once crossed, it was a completely new world. The sect master of the Misty Sect was only at the spirit embryo realm. And that peerless prodigy was actually 4 major realms higher than the spirit embryo realm, a transcendent being just one step away from becoming an immortal. And such a transcendent being was actually intricately connected to him. How could he not be shocked? He was only at the first stage of cultivation, the spirit gathering realm. To advance to the transcendent realm, he would face life or death choices. One could only imagine. That peerless, arrogant powerhouse, cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously, had reached a level close to immortality. How many life or death experiences had he endured along the way? Just thinking about it filled him with admiration. Most importantly, it was related to him. He had to go and see. Think about it, such a powerful being. He set up the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, leaving behind countless precious treasures. It could even be said that there might be an opportunity to become an immortal inside. Who wouldn't want to go in and try their luck? And you are the one with the best chance of obtaining this opportunity to become an immortal. Enderwang looked at Lin Yi, his face full of anticipation. What you said, Senior, has me so excited. Don't worry, if I manage to get some dragon blood inside, I'll definitely give you a drop, Lin Yi promised. He didn't know exactly how much dragon blood there was, so he didn't dare to make any boasts. If he really did get some dragon blood, promising to give someone a bowl now would be awkward. Let's make this clear first, You're going this time of your own volition. Don't tell anyone that I forced you to go, Enderwin said solemnly. How could I, Senior? Please rest assured, I won't tell anyone else about what happened between us, Lin Yi assured him. I believe you. After all, your identity is extraordinary. If there's any misunderstanding, even I won't be able to get away with it, Enderwin said seriously. Senior, no need to worry, just wait for my good news. I still have 7 days, so I'll go back and improve my strength. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands in farewell. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Enderwin quickly stopped Lin Yi. What else is it? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Reward? We haven't talked about reward yet. You entered the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, risking your life to help Dabo and me find dragon blood, helping us break through to the transcendent realm. We will definitely give you a generous reward, Enderwin said with a smile. The more he interacted with Lin Yi, the more he felt that this kid had such a good character. With such a perfect opportunity, shouldn't he make some demands and ask for more benefits? We're going to risk our lives in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. Shouldn't we try to get the benefits beforehand? Lin Yi completely forgot about that. This meant that Lin Yi had no intention of relying on him, and had no hopes placed on him. He was focused solely on improving himself. He was single-minded and didn't have many ulterior motives. I'm not after that. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land for 2 reasons. First, to obtain the seeds of various rare spiritual herbs, which he could then accelerate to maturity in his immortal abode. In the future, he wouldn't have to take such risks again. Second, to see if he could find any clues about his origins in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. You will encounter many dangers on your journey to the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley. Giving you spirit stones as a contribution won't offer you any real help. Dabgo and I discussed it, and we've prepared some 5th grade spirit talismans for you, including a teleportation talisman that can transport you a great distance to temporarily evade pursuit, a high-grade magic weapon level flying sword, the Jinghong sword, greatly increasing your attack power, and 2 bottles of 5th grade rejuvenation pills to quickly heal injuries. As Enderwin spoke, he took out a pile of spirit talismans, the Jinghong sword, and 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills from his storage bag and placed them in front of Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi was stunned. These were truly top-tier treasures. Enderwin and Dabo Cow truly lived up to their reputation as peak cultivators of the spirit embryo realm. Their attacks were incredibly powerful. Chapter 142 Emperor Hanshin. This reward is far too generous, Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't even exchange for treasures of this caliber on the 2nd floor of the treasure vault. These were top-tier treasures that money couldn't buy. Senior, if I die in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, all your efforts will be in vain, Lin Yi solemnly reminded him. You won't die. These treasures should give you considerable strength. Even in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, you should be able to contend with the Golden Core Realm demonic beasts, or at least escape from them, Enderwin said with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Yi smiled broadly and collected all the treasures. This indeed greatly enhanced his strength. At least in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, self-preservation wouldn't be a problem. We'll wait for your good news, Enderwin smiled brightly as he saw Lin Yi put away the treasure. Lin Yi prepared to take his leave. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Senior, I have another request. Lin Yi looked at Enderwin and said seriously. What is it? Just say it, Enderwin readily agreed. I want to see old Luo. Lin Yi looked at Enderwin and said earnestly. Old Luo had been taken in by the Misty Sect, so his status was definitely extraordinary. With his status, he wouldn't normally be able to see old Luo. But now, Enderwin, who guarded the treasure vault hall, had taken the initiative to ask him for help and even offered him a generous reward. He should be able to meet old Luo through Enderwin's connection, right? Especially since old Luo was an old acquaintance of that estranged prodigy, Meng Yurao, and Uncle Fu. He could directly ask old Luo if the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was indeed set up by that peerless prodigy who looked so much like him. What was his relationship with that peerless prodigy? He could very well get the answers from old Luo. Old Luo's status is extremely esteemed and mysterious. Very few people know him, even ordinary elders don't know him. The sect leader personally invited him to the Misty Sect, but he didn't even stay for 2 days before leaving in a hurry. I don't know where he went afterward. What do you want to see him about? Enderwin asked with concern. I wanted to ask him about some things, but since he's not here, Then forget it, Lin Yi shook his head. Despite his calm demeanor, he couldn't help feeling a pang of disappointment. Old Luo wasn't there. He couldn't do what Meng Yurao had entrusted to him. There would be no elders present for the wedding ceremony. He didn't know if Meng Yurao would be angry and blame him. But old Luo was gone, so it wasn't his fault. He could only try to reason with him. His real disappointment stemmed from old Luo's absence. Without him, there would be no one to maintain order and protect him during his wedding ceremony with Meng Yurao. Most importantly, he had lost all leads regarding the secrets of the Fire Dragon Valley's forbidden area, his own origins, and that peerless prodigy. He would have to figure everything out himself, slowly and painstakingly. However, this meant he had to go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. This was the only clue. He absolutely couldn't miss it. Old Luo is like a dragon, appearing only once in 100 years. If we miss this time, it will be hard to see him again, and do inside. What a pity, Lin Yi said with regret. He always missed things. Many things had to be figured out by himself. However, he also felt that some things were being deliberately kept from him, or even avoided. Before his weak and strange illness disappeared, before he showed any signs of rising to power, he had lived with Uncle Fu for over 10 years without knowing Uncle Fu's true identity, that he was the former leader of the Misty Sect. Even 3 years after Uncle Fu's death, no one had told him. After he discovered the secrets of the immortal abode space and rose through the ranks, people gradually told him these things. This also shows that only when one is strong enough will one naturally know what one needs to know. If one is not strong enough, these secrets will remain hidden. Ultimately, everything depends on oneself. I'll go back now to study the cultivation techniques, refine my magic treasures, and improve my strength. Lin Yi bid farewell to Enderwan. Whoosh! A flash of light. Enderwan withdrew his spiritual energy shield. Lin Yi turned and left, returning home laden with spoils. Emerging from the treasure vault hall, Lin Yi left Treasure Peak and headed towards Battle Peak. I need to ask Master Luo Zhan why he didn't inform me about the 7 days left before heading to the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, Lin Yi pondered. Although the sect wouldn't give him any further preferential treatment, at least they should have informed him and given him some things to be aware of so he could prepare. A short while later, Lin Yi arrived at the Battle Peak. He went directly to Luo Zhan's cave to request an audience. A moment later, Luo Zhan emerged from his cave and, seeing Lin Yi, looked surprised. Lin Yi, what brings you here? Luo Zhan asked, somewhat astonished. Master, I heard that in 7 days we'll be heading to the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. What preparations do I need to make? Lin Yi asked directly, getting straight to the point. You don't need to prepare, you've only just entered the sect, you're not eligible for a spot on the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, Luo Zhan said decisively. Not eligible? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. I came in first place in the sect entrance exam, so I should be included in all the trials and training opportunities, Lin Yi said solemnly. I will definitely think of you for other opportunities and won't leave you out. However, the sect has a rule that disciples who cultivate all 5 elements are not allowed to participate in the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. This is a sect rule, no one can be an exception, Luo Zhan said sternly. Why? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. None of the disciples who cultivated all 5 elements went to the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area and came out alive. The sect has spent resources to cultivate you, so naturally we don't want you to die in vain. There's no room for discussion on this. From now on, if there are any more forbidden area trials, I'll let you go first. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and said sternly. His tone was firm and left no room for doubt. Ordinary disciples, faced with such harsh words, wouldn't dare utter a word of rebuttal. But Lin Yi didn't care. I must go. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan and said firmly. The sect rules forbid it. Luo Zhan stared at Lin Yi, his words concise. Then I won't abide by the sect rules, Lin Yi said decisively. If you don't abide by them, there will be severe punishment, Luo Zhan said sternly. I don't care. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Do you believe I'll lock you up right now until the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area trip is over before I let you out? Luo Zhan said angrily. He hadn't expected that the seemingly calm Lin Yi would have such a stubborn side. He wouldn't even listen to him. He didn't even care about the sect rules. You can't keep me locked up forever, as long as I'm alive, I must go. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan and said resolutely. He was only stating his position now. He hadn't gone yet. He hadn't done anything wrong. If Luo Zhan imprisoned him, it would naturally be difficult to convince the others. Besides, he firmly believed that Luo Zhan wouldn't treat him like that. He was brought back by Uncle Fu. His identity and background were definitely extraordinary. Not to mention Luo Zhan, even the sect leader of the Misty Sect probably couldn't easily decide his future. There were many things that these elders seemed to be intentionally hiding from him, unwilling to tell him. Now, he would take the initiative to test him. If his identity and background were truly powerful, these people naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Why do you insist on going? Why do you want to die? Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi, puzzled. I want to figure something out, Lin Yi said bluntly. What is it? Luo Zhan asked. My background, the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was set up by a peerless genius who cultivates all 5 elements. This peerless genius looks very similar to me. I want to go in and see if there are any clues about my background, Lin Yi said truthfully. Who told you all this? Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi, surprised. You don't need to worry about that, the truth will come out eventually. Some things can't be hidden forever, I'll find out sooner or later. Lin Yi kept his mouth shut. He definitely couldn't betray Senior Anduin. I don't know which heartless person told you all this in advance. Remember, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Right now, focusing on improving your strength is the most important thing. Everything else can wait. Why do you insist on finding out now? Luo Zhan couldn't help but ask. I just want to know the truth, to know the answer. If you're willing to tell me, I won't go to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Lin Yi stared at Luo Zhan, pressing him step by step. From Luo Zhan's expression, he vaguely sensed that Luo Zhan seemed to know some secrets and inside stories. Sure enough, these seniors from the same era as Uncle Fu were intentionally hiding things from him. They definitely knew some inside information. But they just wouldn't tell him. I don't know anything, Luo Zhan shook his head. Then I'll go to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area and find the clues myself, Lin Yi insisted. He was now acting like a child throwing a tantrum at Luo Zhan, being unreasonable. But without a doubt, this was the most effective method at the moment. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. If he remained silent and obedient, he would always be kept in the dark and never know any of this. I really can't do anything with you, then I'll tell you everything I know, Luo Zhan said helplessly. Tell me quickly. Lin Yi immediately smiled and listened attentively. But you have to promise me that after you hear what I say, you're not allowed to go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley again, Luo Zhan said solemnly. No problem, Lin Yi readily agreed. In fact, this was just a delaying tactic. He wanted to see if Luo Zhan could tell him some useful clues. The forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley is of paramount importance. It concerns whether he can successfully break through to the transcendent realm, and it concerns his background and origins. He also promised Androvan and Dabo Cow that he would help them find dragon blood. He absolutely must go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Regarding your background and origins, everyone is just speculating. Only Fu Mankiang truly knows the truth, Luo Zhan said truthfully. What are your speculations? Lin Yi asked curiously. Fu Mankiang, it said, was only of above-average talent in his youth, not particularly outstanding, but later, he received help from a mysterious person and suddenly rose to prominence, his cultivation level skyrocketing, his strength soaring. It wasn't the ordinary kind of meteoric rise you're thinking of, but a meteoric rise that involved leaping across several major realms in succession. What's most terrifying is that after his meteoric rise across several major realms, compared to others at his level, his strength was still top tier. Isn't that terrifying? Luo Zhan asked. Truly terrifying, Lin Yi nodded. He hadn't expected that Uncle Fu would have such a fortuitous encounter in his youth. Could this mysterious person who helped Uncle Fu be that peerless prodigy? Lin Yi immediately thought of this possibility. That's what they say. We don't really know much about this peerless prodigy, except for Meng Yurao and Fu Mankiang, who are relatively familiar with him. It's said that he was their childhood playmate. After reaching the peak of his cultivation, he returned to his hometown in glory and helped them out. He could easily create a top-tier expert with just a casual helping hand, Luo Zhan exclaimed. Who exactly is this mysterious person? Don't we have any clues at all? Lin Yi asked with concern. Of course we do. According to what I've heard, this mysterious peerless prodigy seems to be named Lin Han, and is known as the Cold Heaven Emperor. His strength is almost the strongest in the world. He's only one step away from becoming an immortal, Luo Zhan said with longing. Lin Han, the Cold Emperor. Lin Yi was astonished. He finally knew the name of this peerless genius. So the person who supported Uncle Fu was Lin Han. So the person Meng Yurao had always deeply loved was Lin Han. This cold emperor was the most powerful being in the world. Where did this cold emperor go afterward? Is he still alive? Did he become an immortal? Lin Yi asked with concern. We only know that he left this place to pursue his path to immortality. His friends who were familiar with him in the past, such as Meng Yurao, have all lost contact with him. After that, he gradually disappeared without a trace, and no one here talks about him anymore, only occasionally hearing some legends about his past. Luo Zhan recounted in detail. Is there some inexplicable connection between me and this cold heaven emperor? His name is Lin Han, and my name is Lin Yi. We share the same surname. My appearance is also extremely similar to his. Could it be that I am his descendant? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, speculating. It's possible, we all have this suspicion too, but whether you are his grandson, great-grandson, or even his son, it's hard to say. We even speculate that he has established a powerful cultivation family, an extremely prosperous cultivation family, and you come from the Lin family. After all, it is said that in the most prosperous Piaomio City, there is a powerful Lin family. Those sects that are many times more prosperous than our Piaomio sect all have to give face to the Lin family, Luo Zhan said solemnly. The Lin family? I come from the Lin family. Lin Yi was stunned. This news was something he had never expected. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 The Sect Leaders Challenge. That might be true, but it's said that the Cold Heaven Emperor and the Lin family don't have a good relationship. I'm not entirely sure what kind of entanglement or conflict exists between them, Luo Zhan said truthfully. That peerless prodigy has a conflict with the Lin family. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had originally been thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to go to the Lin family in Piaomio City to gather information. If the two sides had a conflict, and he and that peerless prodigy had a close relationship and looked extremely similar, wouldn't going to the Lin family be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Would his life be in danger? They could take his life with a flick of their finger. It's said to be an old grudge, a deep-seated resentment, even to the point of being irreconcilable, Luo Zhan said solemnly. In that case, I'd better keep my distance from the Lin family, Lin Yi said solemnly. I suspect that Fu Mengkang was injured when he went to the Lin family, which is why he was attacked, but he has kept his mouth shut and refused to reveal a single word. We have no idea what the truth is, Luo Zhan said sadly. Uncle Fu was injured by the Lin family. Lin Yi looked surprised. Could it be that his real enemy is the Lin family? The Lin family that comes from the same lineage as him? I'm just guessing. The truth is shrouded in mystery, Luo Zhan said seriously. Master, do you know anything else? Lin Yi asked with concern. Luo Zhan had told him quite a lot. He at least learned that the peerless prodigy who resembled him so closely was named Lin Han, known as the Cold Emperor, and was once the strongest being in the world, now missing. The Cold Emperor came from the Lin family, but had fallen out with them, creating a deep and irreconcilable conflict. Uncle Fu might have been injured by the Lin family and eventually died from his illness. These were all very useful pieces of information and clues for him. In the future, once he was strong enough to protect himself, he would verify these pieces of information one by one. Much of what I'm telling you is hearsay, fragments, scattered pieces, plus my speculation. The truth may be completely different, like comparing apples and oranges. Just listen to it, don't believe it all, Luo Zhan instructed. I understand, Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Master, I have another question. Since Emperor Hanshan comes from the Lin family, why did he break ties with them? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. They were from the same family, how could such a thing happen? This is a feud from their generation. According to what I've heard, Lin Han grew up in Shangxin Town, which is now Wangxian Town. He didn't really have any connection with the Lin family. His parents were said to have been used and abandoned by the Lin family, sacrificing themselves for them. For a family, most members are just pawns. When necessary, they must sacrifice themselves for the family, sacrificing the individual for the greater good. Such things have been passed down for generations and are quite common, but Lin Han rose to power, becoming the powerful Hantian emperor, and he objected, demanding an explanation for his parents' deaths. The dead cannot be brought back to life, What kind of explanation could the Lin family offer? In the end, the two sides broke off relations, creating a deep-seated grudge. It is said that the Lin family later suffered a great calamity, with countless deaths and injuries. At their most difficult time, the head of the Lin family personally went to beg Emperor Hanshin for help, but Emperor Hanshin completely ignored him. That calamity caused countless deaths and injuries to the Lin family, severely damaging their strength. The entire Lin family hated not the people who killed them, but Emperor Hanshin. They felt that if Emperor Hanshin had helped them, none of them would have died. The enmity between the two sides thus deepened. Luo Zhan recounted in detail. Lin Yi listened with a furrowed brow. What a hypocrite, sacrificing Han Xiandi's parents when he was young. He rose to power through his own efforts, and now that he's grown up, they still expect him to contribute to the family. How can they have such a face? If I were Han Xiandi, I wouldn't intervene either. I'd even stand by and watch the show, clapping along, Lin Yi said seriously. The cultivation family he envisioned was definitely not like the Lin family. Such a family was too domineering, too tyrannical. A few people held absolute power, controlling the narrative. The rest were just pawns, to be sacrificed when necessary, completely disregarding their personal wishes. You also have a strong sense of right and wrong, quite the character. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. In some ways, Lin Yi and the young Han Xiandi shared similar growth experiences. Both lost their parents and rose from humble beginnings. Their personalities were also quite alike. In this respect, Lin Yi might very well surpass Han Xiandi and become a top-tier being comparable to him. The prerequisite is that Lin Yi doesn't die prematurely and can grow smoothly throughout his life. Throughout history, there have been countless brilliant geniuses. However, fate is often cruel to the talented. The vast majority of geniuses don't live to see the end. Early death is the destiny of exceptional geniuses. Those who survive, and those who live on, ultimately achieve truly astonishing accomplishments. Master, after hearing all this, I feel like I might really be a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor. Was this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden ground set up by the Cold Heaven Emperor? Lin Yi asked. It's said that he set it up, but no one knows the truth. If he really did set it up, he himself was a cultivator of all 5 elements, so why did the disciples who were also cultivators of all 5 elements inside not receive any preferential treatment, but instead all perish? Luo Zhan asked doubtfully. None of these disciples who were cultivators of all 5 elements came out. Are they really dead? Is it possible that there is an extremely important opportunity for cultivators of all 5 elements inside the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden ground, and they are all inside comprehending that opportunity and are unwilling to come out? Lin Yi boldly speculated. Your guess is truly unconventional and original. You know what? It's actually possible. Luo Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up. Everything, good or bad, is relative. We'll have to explore it to find out the truth. I still want to enter the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area and explore it myself. After all, this is a forbidden area set up by the Cold Heaven Emperor, and I might even be a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor, even if all the 5 elements fellowship disciples die inside. My chances of survival and reaping the greatest rewards are the highest if I go in, Lin Yi said logically and with evidence. But this is too risky. If you die in there, the consequences will be too severe. All of Fu Mankang's hard work will be wasted, and his death will be a great injustice and a huge loss. His wish is for you to become a top-tier expert, not to die prematurely. Just cultivate normally, improve normally, and you will become a top-tier expert sooner or later. Why take the risk? Luo Zhan asked, puzzled. Some things are destiny. If I don't go to this forbidden Fire Dragon Valley, it will be my lifelong regret. Furthermore, if I become afraid of death and develop a fear in my heart, will I be able to overcome this inner demon when faced with other life or death crises in the future? Anything that is dangerous, anything that carries the risk of death, I will avoid and run away from. There are too many life or death tribulations on the path of cultivation. There's no escaping them. I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, and even when I'm trying to break through to the mortal transformation realm, there's a risk of death. When I try to break through to the golden core realm, the risk of falling will be even greater. Is being afraid of death useful? Lin Yi asked seriously. He was walking the most extreme path. The so-called most extreme meant the most powerful and the most domineering. This timidity and subservience can hardly be considered the ultimate. He fails the test of mental fortitude. Not being afraid to die is a very difficult hurdle to overcome. Your mental fortitude is indeed impressive. We, the disciples of the conquest, need precisely this fearless courage, but merely being fearless makes one a reckless fool. How can you guarantee you won't die when you enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Luo Zhan retorted. By strength, about half the people come out alive each year. My strength ranks first among all the spirit-gathering realm cultivators who enter. If they can come out alive, why can't I? Lin Yi replied decisively. That's certainly one aspect, but strength isn't everything. What if there's a powerful demonic beast inside that specifically hunts disciples who cultivate all 5 elements? Luo Zhan pressed. That's simple too. If that's the case, I'll just disperse my cultivation and temporarily switch to cultivating metal-type spiritual power inside, quickly raising my cultivation to the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, Lin Yi said casually. You make it sound so easy. You can recover your cultivation in a short time. Luo Zhan looked incredulous. Master, I possess a superior grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. I can now refine first-grade spirit-gathering pills to an exceptional quality. I've opened over 50 meridians, and I can continue to open more. My spiritual consciousness cultivation has also reached the peak of the transcendent realm. Even if I were to dissipate my cultivation and start over, focusing solely on a single element of spiritual power, I could cultivate back to the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm within a single day. This is no problem for me at all, Lin Yi said confidently. I didn't expect you to have made such great progress in such a short time since entering the sect. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi, utterly astonished. He couldn't help but be impressed by Lin Yi. Lin Yi's rate of progress was truly astonishing. If this trend continues, given time, Lin Yi will surely become the strongest battle disciple of the Battle Peak. He might even become the youngest elder in the history of the Misty Sect. You're truly amazing, your strength is formidable, and you can even temporarily dissipate your power to rebuild, Luo Zhan exclaimed. That's right, I can attack or defend, and the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land has a deep connection with me. I must go there, otherwise, if I plant the seed of fear in my heart, I'll be ruined, my achievements will be extremely limited, and I'm destined not to go far. Rather than live such a cowardly life, I'd rather die in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. What I want is not mediocrity, not ordinariness, not commonplace. What I want is to live a magnificent and dazzling life, Lin Yi declared with soaring ambition and boundless pride. Well done, since you've put it this way, I don't need to stop you anymore. I'll report this to the sect leader later, and ask him to make the final decision. After all, your life or death is of great importance, Luo Zhan said solemnly. Master, don't turn back. Report to the sect leader now and ask for his approval. I don't want to be told I can't go at the last minute. Isn't that just playing games? Lin Yi said shrewdly. He didn't want to hear empty words and platitudes. He wanted a definite result. All right, I'll report it right away. Let's see what the sect leader's attitude is. Luo Zhan nodded. Immediately, he took out a purple transmission talisman and explained Lin Yi's strength, escape route, relationship with the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, and Lin Yi's determination to go to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Then, Luo Zhan tucked the communication talisman into the hilt of his sword, and his flying sword headed directly towards the peak where the sect leader was located. This is flying sword communication, Lin Yi exclaimed with envy. The two waited patiently for a moment. A swordlight flew in from the horizon. Luo Zhan opened the hilt of his sword and took out the communication talisman. A clear and deep voice came from within. Our Misty Sect only has 9 spots for the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, and they've all been decided. If I remove anyone and send Lin Yi, it won't be convincing. For Lin Yi's sake, and to give these 9 top-tier spirit-gathering realm disciples an explanation, in 3 days, let Lin Yi compete against these 9 peak spirit-gathering realm 10th level disciples, 9 against 1. If Lin Yi wins, he can go. If Lin Yi loses, it means his strength isn't at the highest level, so he shouldn't take the risk. The sect leader spoke eloquently and logically. As his voice fell, the purple talisman spontaneously combusted without wind, then turned to ashes and fell to the ground. Lin Yi, you saw it yourself. I did my best to get this spot for you. The sect leader doesn't want you to go either. He's asking you to fight 9 opponents alone. How could you possibly win? This is just a polite refusal. You'd better be sensible. Luo Zhan sighed. No, I will fight 9 opponents alone and defeat these 9 disciples. Lin Yi's face was resolute. Although this was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult, to prevent him from going, it was his only chance. He had to secure this spot. He had to go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Are you crazy? You cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, making you invincible at your level. That's possible, but how can you possibly fight 9 people at the same time? Moreover, these 9 peak disciples of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm are all skilled warriors, incredibly experienced and skilled, and extremely powerful, far stronger than Zhangqi. Don't even mention you. Even a peak disciple of the transcendent realm wouldn't have a guaranteed victory against these 9 working together, Luo Zun said solemnly. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, disciples who cultivate all 5 elements enter never to return. If I want to come out alive, I definitely need to have enough strength. I accept this challenge, Lin Yi declared with high spirits. He also wanted to see if he could achieve this after reaching the pinnacle of his strength. If he couldn't even defeat 9 peak disciples at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, then venturing deep into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley to search for dragon blood and encountering those extremely powerful demonic beasts would surely mean his demise. This challenge before him was merely the first test he faced. Chapter 144 The Great Cycle of Heaven. After bidding farewell to Luo Zun, Lin Yi returned directly to Dangshi Peak and the West Wind Courtyard. 3 days later, 1 against 9, I need to quickly improve my strength. Lin Yi's face was grave. Immediately, he began to examine the numerous treasures and cultivation techniques he had exchanged, as well as the treasures jointly gifted by Androvan and Dabo. I'll refine all these treasures first. This is the most immediate effect. It will greatly increase my strength right away, Lin Yi said calmly. In the Divine Consciousness section, there was a top-grade Divine Refining Cauldron. In the Spirit Sword section, there was the top-grade Spirit Sword Golden Flowing Sword, and the high-grade treasure-level Spirit Sword Soaring Red Sword. Regarding alchemy, there are top-grade alchemy furnaces and wondrous alchemy furnaces. There are also spirit talismans such as 5th-grade teleportation talismans. That's roughly it for treasures. Wangxian will lead the way. First refine the top-grade Divine Refining Cauldron. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Then, he formed hand seals and successively cast refining incantations. This top-grade Divine Refining Cauldron is the best of the best, and the difficulty of refining it is much higher than when he refined the God-locking tower. However, Lin Yi's spiritual consciousness cultivation has also reached the peak of the transcendent realm, which is a significant improvement compared to the early stage of the transcendent realm. About half an hour later, Lin Yi successfully refined the Divine Refining Cauldron. The Divine Refining Cauldron is indeed much more powerful than the Divine Locking Tower. Lin Yi smiled broadly as he felt the powerful aura emanating from the Divine Refining Cauldron. This Divine Locking Tower is useless now. I'll save it for Xiao Tang, Lin Yi decided with a smile. Whether now or in the future, the person closest to him is Mo Xiao Tang. Mo Xiao Tang's background is as humble as his, and he has to think of her whenever there's something good. Although this Divine Locking Tower is a treasure he discarded, it is still a top-grade spiritual artifact. Many inner disciples don't even have such a good spiritual artifact. For an outer disciple like Mo Xiao Tang, it's even more unattainable. With this Divine Locking Tower, Mo Xiao Tang won't have to worry about spiritual attacks from other outer disciples in the future. Even the spiritual attacks from inner disciples were easily withstood by Mo Xiao Tang. Next, refine the Myriad Pill Furnace. Lin Yi immediately cast the refining incantation, and in a short while, the Myriad Pill Furnace was successfully refined. The Purple Incense Furnace thus became an unused magical artifact. Mo Xiao Tang doesn't need this either, and the others I have a good relationship with don't need it either. I'll see if I can resell it later and exchange it for contribution points or spirit stones, Lin Yi pondered. Afterwards, he began refining flying swords. He didn't refine the Golden Flow Sword. Although the Golden Flow Sword was the best of the best among top-grade spiritual swords, it was still far inferior to the high-grade treasure-level Soaring Swan Sword. Whoosh! Lin Yi unleashed a series of refining incantations. Compared to a top-grade spiritual weapon, the refining of the high-grade magic weapon, the Jinghong Sword, was far more difficult. Even though Lin Yi possessed a unique advantage in magic, readily employing various incantations, he still failed twice in refining the Jinghong Sword. Afterwards, he meditated to recover his spiritual power. Once back to his peak condition, he began refining again. This time, he persevered to the very end. It took him about an hour and a half to successfully refine it. His spiritual power was almost completely depleted. Refining a magic weapon of the magic weapon grade is truly difficult, Lin Yi exclaimed in amazement. It demands extremely high levels of spiritual awareness, extremely high levels of skill in casting spells, and extremely high levels of spiritual energy. These three requirements combined mean that, basically, among all the spirit-gathering realm disciples in the entire Misty Sect, he is probably the only one who can successfully refine it. The spirit-gathering realm, invincible among its peers, it turns out, doesn't just refer to combat, it has advantages in other areas too. For example, when refining magical treasures, those with deeper spiritual energy can succeed. Others without such spiritual energy can only watch helplessly. Even spirit-gathering realm disciples whose strength was originally similar to mine, after I successfully refined this superior grade magical treasure, the Soaring Glory Sword, their attack power is far inferior to mine. Lin Yi smiled. Cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously, becoming invincible at the same realm, there are countless intricacies involved. But the outcome remains unchanged. This Golden Crow Sword is the most common top-grade spirit sword, while this Golden Flow Sword is the most top-tier top-grade spirit sword. It's a pity we can't use them anymore. I'll give the Golden Flow Sword to Xiao Tang later, and sell the Golden Crow Sword. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi also refined all the stack of 5th-grade spirit talismans that Endervan had given him. He could take them out later and activate them directly by channeling spiritual power. That's about it for magic weapons, Lin Yi said with satisfaction. For divine consciousness, there's the divine refining cauldron. For spirit swords, there's the soaring swan sword. For alchemy, there's the mystic alchemy furnace, and a stack of 5th-grade spirit talismans as my trump card. Actually, he was still missing a top-grade battle armor for physical defense. I can exchange for that before I leave, Lin Yi said calmly. Besides magic weapons, the only other way to quickly improve one's strength is through cultivation techniques. Divine consciousness, spiritual power, physical body, and swordsmanship, these are the 3 main aspects. Regarding my divine consciousness, my cultivation has reached the peak of the transcendent realm. With a refining god cauldron to further temper it, I basically don't need to improve it further. As for my spiritual power, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. While I can't improve my cultivation level further, there's still considerable room for improvement in the quality of my spiritual power, Lin Yi pondered. This time, he also purchased a 5th-grade condensation technique specifically for condensing spiritual power. How can one improve strength when cultivation levels are stagnant? Condensing spiritual power is undoubtedly very effective. With the same foundation of spiritual power, but his spiritual power being much more refined than others, the attack power he unleashes using the same amount of spiritual power will naturally crush his opponent. Furthermore, his spiritual energy became extremely condensed, greatly increasing his chances of successfully breaking through to the transcendent realm. Whether for the sake of his current strength or for his future breakthrough to the transcendent realm, condensing his spiritual energy was imperative. The drawback of condensing spiritual energy is that my cultivation level will decline slightly afterward. If I want to quickly condense my spiritual energy and restore my cultivation level, it can't be too slow. The faster, the better, Lin Yi said solemnly. This time, he purchased a grade 5 elements Heart Sutra, opened 50 unobstructed meridians, and even set up a grade 4 spirit gathering array in the spiritually vibrant West Wind courtyard. His cultivation speed would be many times faster than before. On this basis, I can actually be even faster, Lin Yi smiled slightly. The 5th rank 5 elements cultivation method contains even more exquisite secrets for opening meridians. Immediately, Lin Yi entered his immortal abode space to study the 5th rank 5 elements cultivation method. With 15 times the time acceleration, only about an hour had passed outside, and he had thoroughly comprehended it. The 5th rank 5 elements cultivation method is indeed much more efficient than the 3rd rank 5 elements cultivation method, Lin Yi exclaimed. It was at least 5 times more efficient. After all, there was the 4th rank 5 elements cultivation method in between. In terms of opening meridians, the secrets recorded in the 5th rank 5 elements cultivation method were also more exquisite and effective. Let's try it. Lin Yi immediately began to open his meridians according to the techniques recorded in the 5th rank 5 elements cultivation method. This time, previously impassable meridians were now open again under this powerful and exquisite secret technique. Lin Yi opened 10 meridians in one go before encountering another bottleneck, making further opening difficult. Now, he officially achieved the middle heavenly cycle with 60 unobstructed meridians. I'm one step closer to the grand heavenly cycle with 81 unobstructed meridians, Lin Yi smiled. This middle heavenly cycle should be sufficient for condensing spiritual power and restoring his spiritual power cultivation. Immediately, Lin Yi entered the immortal abode space to comprehend the condensation secret technique. Although it was a 5th grade condensation secret technique, with this strong comprehension, only 1 hour passed outside, and about 15 hours passed inside the immortal abode space. Lin Yi completely comprehended it. Begin condensing. Lin Yi was filled with fighting spirit. He immediately used a 5th grade condensation technique to begin condensing his spiritual power. Soon, under extreme compression, the spiritual power within his body became even more condensed. After this condensation, his cultivation level directly dropped to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Subsequently, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the quiet room, activating the 5th grade 5 elements heart method to begin restoring his spiritual power. With the added advantages of the 4th grade spirit gathering array, 60 unobstructed meridians, and the 5th grade 5 elements heart method, Lin Yi only needed less than 2 hours to fully restore his cultivation. This recovery speed is simply too fast. Lin Yi smiled brightly. If it were anyone else, practicing this condensation technique would likely take months to recover their cultivation level. Their cultivation progress would naturally be incredibly slow, completely incomparable to his. Again, Lin Yi continued to condense his spiritual power. This time, his cultivation level slipped to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. The spiritual power within his body became even more condensed. This time, he only needed an hour to recover his cultivation level. The recovery speed was even faster. Subsequently, Lin Yi immersed himself in condensation. The extent of his cultivation level decline became smaller and smaller. The time required to recover his cultivation level became shorter and shorter. Later, his basic cultivation level was basically from the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm to the late stage of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Lin Yi only needed a quarter of an hour to recover immediately. After repeating this tempering process 100 times, Lin Yi's spiritual energy became extremely condensed. The quality of his spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before, completely incomparable. However, he had essentially reached a bottleneck. To make his spiritual energy even more condensed, it was closely related to the circulation of qi. Different circulations had completely different upper limits for spiritual energy condensation. The spiritual energy cultivated through the intermediate circulation was far less condensed than that cultivated through the major circulation. Let's see if this condensed spiritual energy can still open up my meridians, Lin Yi asked expectantly. He immediately activated his 5-element spiritual energy, following the secret method recorded in the 5th grade 5 elements cultivation technique, to begin opening the meridians. It was incredibly smooth and easy. He opened 10 more meridians before encountering a bottleneck. 70 unobstructed meridians, Lin Yi beamed. This was the power of the 5th rank 5 elements heart method, the advantage of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously, and also the advantage of the condensation secret technique. I'm getting closer and closer to the great circulation. Lin Yi was somewhat eager. Continue to condense spiritual power. Lin Yi activated the 5th rank condensation secret technique to condense spiritual power again. To his surprise, the spiritual power that had previously reached its limit and could no longer be condensed could be condensed again after the number of unobstructed meridians increased from 60 to 70 in the middle circulation. However, the drop in cultivation level each time was not significant. With 70 unobstructed meridians in the middle circulation, Lin Yi's recovery speed also increased significantly. In less than 2 hours, he condensed his spiritual energy to its maximum limit again. However, the quality of his spiritual energy didn't improve much. Let's see if I can open up more meridians. Lin Yi was getting somewhat addicted. He felt he was getting closer and closer to the great circulation. Sure enough, his spiritual energy became even more condensed. This time, he opened up 2 more meridians, achieving the great circulation of the 72 unobstructed meridians. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi continued to condense his spiritual energy. But this time, he only opened up 2 more meridians, and the improvement in the quality of his spiritual energy was also limited. After condensing to its maximum limit this time, Lin Yi tried to open up the meridians again. It took a lot of effort to open up just 1 meridian. Then, he condensed his spiritual energy again. This time, he quickly reached the maximum limit for spiritual energy condensation. He tried again to open his meridians, but the quality of his spiritual energy didn't improve much. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them. 73 unobstructed meridians, this is basically my limit. Lin Yi's face was full of regret and resentment. He had originally planned to achieve the great circulation while still in the spirit-gathering realm. That way, when fighting others later, he could use some secret techniques that burned his cultivation to maximize his combat power. After the battle, he could quickly recover his cultivation. If he encountered a life or death crisis specifically targeting those who cultivated all 5 elements in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area, he could choose to disperse his cultivation to avoid the disaster and then quickly recover afterwards. All these methods were inseparable from the great circulation. The speed at which his cultivation recovered through the middle cycle of key circulation wasn't actually that fast. Although his current recovery speed was already quite fast, if his cultivation were completely burned away, without consuming any elixirs, he could fully recover in 3 to 5 hours at most within a 4th grade spirit gathering array. He was still not satisfied. After all, when fighting and burning cultivation in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area, there was no 4th grade spirit gathering array. This significantly reduced the recovery speed, potentially by 3 to 5 times. In that case, it would require about 20 consecutive hours of cultivation to recover, which would take approximately 2 days. This was indeed very slow. If he could achieve the great circulation, he could recover quickly even without a 4th grade spirit gathering array. I still need to find a way to achieve the great circulation. Lin Yi was unwilling to give up. This had a crucial impact on his subsequent actions. I almost forgot, I can also take top quality 1st grade dissolving pills to dissolve and soften the meridians. Continuing to open them up, Lin Yi suddenly remembered this. He acted immediately. He entered the alchemy room and refined dozens of bottles of top-quality 1st grade dissolving pills. However, when he excitedly consumed these top-quality 1st grade dissolving pills, he found the effect to be negligible. After consuming dozens of bottles of top-quality grade 1 dissolving pills in one go, his meridians only softened slightly. He struggled immensely to open another meridian, achieving a middle cycle of 74 unobstructed meridians. But this was essentially his limit. Consuming more top-quality grade 1 dissolving pills would have negligible effect, unable to support him in opening another meridian, let alone achieving a grand cycle. Only 7 more meridians left, just this little bit more. Lin Yi's face was filled with resentment. Could it be that, in the spirit-gathering realm, it's truly impossible to achieve a grand cycle? Chapter 145 The Path to Invincibility. I refuse to believe this. Lin Yi's face was full of fighting spirit. He was determined to achieve the great circulation. He would take the most extreme path and do what others couldn't. Although he had now opened 74 meridians, making him stand out among all the disciples in the spirit-gathering realm, he hadn't yet achieved the great circulation. There was a difference in level. The cultivation efficiency was completely incomparable. If the grade 1 dissolving pill doesn't work, I'll refine a grade 2 dissolving pill. Lin Yi left the West Wind Courtyard and went directly to the Treasure Vault Hall. Lin Yi, why are you here again? Seeing Lin Yi, Anduin asked in surprise. I've come to exchange for some grade 2 spiritual herbs, Lin Yi said truthfully. Immediately, he went to the main hall of the Treasure Vault and, following the recipe for a grade 2 dissolving pill, prepared 500 portions of the medicinal ingredients. Incidentally, he also selected a top-grade spiritual artifact level battle armor for himself, the Golden Cloud Battle Armor. In battle, he always converted his spiritual energy into metal-type spiritual energy. Therefore, purchasing a metal-type battle armor was most suitable. This way, he wouldn't need to frequently convert spiritual energy during combat, avoiding unnecessary spiritual energy depletion and delaying crucial battle opportunities. Senior, please calculate the cost for me. Lin Yi arrived on the first floor, looked at Anduin, and smiled slightly. One portion of the dissolving pill costs 200 contribution points. 500 portions would be 100,000 contribution points, Anduin stated truthfully. So expensive, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. 100,000 contribution points was no small sum. He had only spent 100,000 contribution points to buy a top-grade spiritual energy alchemy furnace, the Mystic Alchemy Furnace, which would last him for many years. If he no longer needed it and replaced it with a treasure-grade alchemy furnace, he could resell the Mystic Alchemy Furnace without losing much. However, this second-grade dissolving pill was a consumable. Once consumed, it was gone. The 100,000 contribution points would vanish completely. In comparison, the second-grade dissolving pill was undoubtedly a much more expensive and painful expense. Second-grade dissolving pills use only rare second-grade spiritual herbs, which are very difficult to cultivate, taking 2 to 3 years, and some even 3 to 5 years to mature. That's why they are so expensive. Generally, once you reach the transcendent realm, relying on consuming large quantities of spiritual pills to increase your strength is not advisable, as the cost is simply too high. At the golden core realm, it's even less feasible. Even if you have so many contribution points, there aren't that many third-grade or fourth-grade spiritual herbs available, Anduin explained with a smile. I see, Lin Yi suddenly understood. Cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. Similarly, the higher the grade of a spiritual herb, the rarer it becomes. Second-grade spiritual herbs are all expensive, requiring a great deal of effort to obtain. Third-grade and even fourth-grade spiritual herbs are even harder to buy in large quantities. Even with money, you can only buy a small amount. In other words, after reaching the transcendent realm, the vast majority, even almost all, cultivators at the golden core and spirit embryo realms find it difficult to rapidly increase their strength through spiritual herbs. This is undoubtedly a shadow hanging over all cultivators. However, for him, this is actually a good thing. Because he has an immortal abode space with 15 times the time acceleration. Even spiritual herbs that take 3 years to mature can be harvested in just over 2 months when planted in the immortal abode space. If he achieves the great cycle of heaven and earth, he can easily restore his spiritual power cultivation, and he can even burn his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs in large quantities. For him, this is simply a piece of cake. For others, this is a huge predicament. For him, however, it is a huge opportunity. He can cultivate second-grade and third-grade spiritual herbs to improve his strength. They could also be sold for money. The profits would be many times higher than those of first-grade spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, his cultivation was currently stuck at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, and he hadn't yet advanced to the transcendent realm. The spiritual fields in his immortal abode were only at the peak of first grade. He couldn't plant spiritual herbs in his immortal abode for the time being. Directly accelerating their growth wouldn't require considering the grade of the spiritual fields. However, this would consume the spiritual energy in his immortal abode. He had already consumed a lot of it by accelerating the growth of spiritual trees and herbs. To be on the safe side, he didn't want to waste the spiritual energy in his immortal abode to accelerate the growth of these less important second-grade spiritual herbs. He wanted to save the spiritual energy in his immortal abode for later use in accelerating the growth of rare spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill. That was where the real money would come from. Good steel should be used where it's needed most. Seniorin, I have some discarded treasures. Could I exchange them for contribution points at the treasure vault? Lin Yi asked Anduin seriously. Of course, the treasure vault does recycle treasures, but the price will be discounted. The treasure vault doesn't buy cultivation technique jade slips. After all, the value of a cultivation technique lies in the technique itself. Sects can easily copy many copies of cultivation technique jade slips, so they're practically worthless to them, Anduin said truthfully. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. That's how cultivation techniques are. If they were useful to you, that's enough. Trying to sell them back to a sect is pointless. In fact, for sects, the most profitable items are these cultivation technique jade slips. It's truly a business with no initial investment. Making money in other areas requires a lot of time, energy, and capital. Only cultivation techniques only cost the price of a single jade slip, and all disciples need cultivation techniques, spiritual power, spiritual consciousness, physical bodies, movement techniques, and more than one type of technique. It's incredibly profitable. This purple incense burner is a high-grade spiritual artifact. I bought it outside the sect for 800,000 spirit stones. This golden flow sword is a top-grade spiritual artifact. I exchanged it for 50,000 contribution points, and I haven't even refined it yet. This god-locking tower was exchanged for 36,000 contribution points, Lin Yi emphasized. The golden crow sword was a basic, top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword he'd acquired with 10,000 contribution points, which he intended to save for Mozayadang. The golden flow sword was incredibly powerful, but also extremely difficult to refine. Given Mozayadang's spiritual energy and spiritual cultivation, he feared she'd struggle to successfully refine it. For now, he'd let her use the golden crow sword as a temporary measure. When she was stronger in the future, he would give her a better spiritual sword. Right now, his biggest need was contribution points, so he'd conserve them for himself. Once his strength reached senior brother Yin Manhong's level, earning contribution points would be as easy as eating and drinking, and he wouldn't have to worry about money then. The purple incense burner is only a high-grade spiritual artifact. I can only offer you 10,000 contribution points. The golden flowing sword, you haven't even refined it yet. Considering our relationship, I can buy it back at the original price and give you 50,000 contribution points. The God-locking tower, you've refined it before, so there will be a significant discount. I can give you 20,000 contribution points. These three treasures together are 80,000 contribution points. What do you think? Anduin asked seriously. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands in thanks. Often, it's like this. Once a treasure is in your hands and refined, its value drops drastically. Furthermore, the sect doesn't lack treasures of this caliber. The buyback prices aren't very high either. The golden flow sword was the most valuable of the three treasures, and Anduin was already being very generous by buying it back at the original price. 500 portions of grade 2 dissolving pills, 100,000 contribution points, 1 golden cloud armor, 100,000 contribution points. These three treasures of yours can be exchanged for 80,000 contribution points. You only need to pay 120,000 contribution points, Anduin said with a smile. Here, Lin Yi immediately handed his contribution token to Anduin. Anduin made a mark on the sect's contribution monument, and the contribution points on Lin Yi's token increased from 1.45 million to 1.33 million. With this quantity, it was clear that he couldn't exchange it for 5 transformation pills, each worth 400,000 contribution points. He was too ashamed to ask Mangyuan for more spirit stones. Now, if he wanted to obtain 5 top-quality transformation pills, there was only one way, to go to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley and obtain as many transformation pill herbs as possible to refine the top-quality pills himself. After bidding farewell to Anduin, Lin Yi immediately returned to Dangsha Peak, to the West Wind Courtyard. Entering the alchemy room, Lin Yi began to concentrate on refining the grade 2 dissolving pill. With a foundation from refining the grade 2 spirit gathering pill, Lin Yi's refining of the grade 2 dissolving pill was remarkably smooth. At the beginning, not being familiar with the entire process of refining the dissolving pill, Lin Yi's success rate wasn't very high, and the quality of his grade 2 dissolving pills remained stuck at the excellent level. After refining 200 batches of grade 2 dissolving pill ingredients, Lin Yi was able to refine them to the excellent quality. He consumed 300 batches of grade 2 dissolving pill ingredients, producing a total of 160 bottles of excellent quality grade 2 dissolving pills and 80 bottles of excellent quality grade 2 dissolving pills. He still had 200 batches of grade 2 dissolving pill ingredients remaining, which he didn't use for the time being. Let's see if these 200 plus bottles of grade 2 dissolving pills can allow me to achieve the great heavenly cycle in one go, Lin Yi said expectantly. Immediately, he began taking grade 2 dissolving pills to dissolve and soften his meridians, attempting to unblock them. Grade 2 dissolving pills are generally given to cultivators in the transcendent realm to dissolve and soften their meridians, especially the superior quality ones, which are extremely effective. Lin Yi, at only the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, already experienced remarkable results from taking superior quality grade 2 dissolving pills. After consuming about 20 bottles, he unblocked his 75th meridian. After about 40 bottles, he unblocked his 76th meridian. After about 80 bottles, he unblocked his 77th meridian. Basically, the effects of taking superior quality grade 2 dissolving pills were already very weak. Even if he consumed 160 bottles, it would be difficult to continue unblocking meridians. Fortunately, he was extremely close to achieving the great circulation. 4 more meridians were needed to complete the great circulation. Victory was within reach. Luckily, I still have 80 bottles of top-quality grade 2 dissolving pills, Lin Yi exclaimed thankfully. He immediately consumed the top-quality grade 2 dissolving pills to continue opening his meridians. Top-quality pills were indeed more effective. After consuming about 30 bottles, Lin Yi opened his 78th meridian. After consuming about 50 bottles, he opened his 79th meridian. Just 2 more meridians and I'll achieve my goal, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He immediately entered the alchemy room and refined the remaining 200 portions of grade 2 dissolving pills. This time, A total of 180 bottles of top-quality dissolving pills were refined. Keep going, Lin Yi returned to his meditation room, full of fighting spirit, and continued to open his meridians. He was determined to complete the great circulation in one go. After consuming about 80 bottles of top-quality grade 2 dissolving pills, he successfully opened his 80th meridian. Only one more left. Lin Yi was full of energy. After consuming the last 100 bottles of top-quality pills, Lin Yi, with a final burst of strength, painstakingly opened his 81st meridian. Phew, Lin Yi let out a long breath, lay back on the floor in his meditation room. This series of attacks, combined with the time spent refining pills, lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. He felt extremely exhausted. Fortunately, his hard work and dedication paid off handsomely. The great circulation, Lin Yi beamed. He had achieved the great circulation while still in the spirit-gathering realm. Not to mention the Misty Sect, even among the 8 major sects in the vicinity, he was probably the only one who had accomplished this. This wasn't just an honor, it also meant a tremendous advantage. I'll condense my spiritual power now. After a short rest, Lin Yi got up and began practicing the 5th grade condensation technique to continue refining his spiritual power. After achieving the great circulation, the quality of his spiritual power had greatly improved. Sure enough, after the first condensation, his cultivation level dropped to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The quality of his spiritual power had increased dramatically, almost reaching the point of liquefying. The 5 elements of spiritual energy within his body had transformed into dense, misty mist, occasionally condensing into dew-like droplets. This was the state closest to the transcendent realm. He was only one opportunity away from advancing to the transcendent realm, his spiritual energy completely liquefied. As long as I gather 5 excellent quality transcendent pills, my chances of advancing to the transcendent realm are at least 80%. Lin Yi was extremely excited. This was the benefit of achieving the great circulation, cultivating the 5th grade condensation secret technique, and repeatedly condensing spiritual energy. Others, when attempting to reach the transcendent realm, still needed a certain amount of luck. But he relied on every step steadily and solidly, on his genuine strength. For him, the factor of luck was minimized. He wouldn't have much good luck, but he wouldn't have any terrible bad luck either. He would rely on his own strength, doing what was right and doing what was wrong. His advancement to the transcendent realm was entirely deserved. For the next half day, Lin Yi repeatedly refined his spiritual power. After his spiritual power declined, under the great circulation, it would almost instantly recover to the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He didn't need to consume any spirit pills or spend any spirit stones. My attack power is more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Yi gripped the soaring swan sword and unleashed the impregnable fortress move. A massive golden sword screen appeared before him. Both its coverage and the density of the sword screen were extremely terrifying. Such a sword curtain is enough to completely crush any opponent. This was originally a defensive sword move, but in my hands, it has become an extremely powerful offensive sword move. Lin Yi looked at the incomparably condensed golden sword curtain and couldn't help but smile. At this point, he had basically reached his limit in terms of spiritual power cultivation. He had also reached his limit in terms of divine sense. In terms of swordsmanship, he had successfully refined the high-grade treasure-level Jinghong sword, which was also the limit that could be achieved in the spirit-gathering realm. Next, I will cultivate the 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique, and the 5th grade Thousand Illusions body technique. Lin Yi's face was full of anticipation. Sword techniques and body techniques were his current relative weaknesses. Although he was already second to none compared to others, this was far from his own peak. Now, his goal was no longer to defeat cultivators of the same realm, but to constantly surpass himself. From this moment on, he truly embarked on the path to the ultimate, the path to invincibility. Chapter 146 1 against 9. Should I cultivate the 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique first, or the 5th grade Thousand Illusions body technique? Lin Yi hesitated. He only had 1 day. After that, he would have to accept the sect leader's challenge, facing 9 opponents alone. Even with a 15-fold time acceleration of the immortal mansion space, 1 day was only enough for him to study and cultivate one technique. He might not even be able to cultivate it to the true truth realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi made a decisive decision. The 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique mainly enhances my offensive power. I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, so my spiritual energy is several times greater than others. At the same time, I have also cultivated the 5th grade condensation secret technique, achieving the great circulation, making my spiritual energy extremely condensed, comparable to transcendent realm cultivator. In addition, I also have the superior grade treasure level spirit sword, the Jinghong sword, and I have also cultivated all 7 sword moves of the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique to perfection. These advantages combined are enough to make my offensive power crush any disciple at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. When I strike with all my might, they simply cannot withstand it, Lin Yi said confidently. His offensive power was already so formidable that further cultivation of the 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique would merely be icing on the cake, offering little real improvement. Facing the combined might of 9 disciples at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, what was most crucial? It was movement technique. While he attacked one disciple, the other 8 could attack him. He needed exceptionally skillful movement techniques. He couldn't remain stationary. He had to move. Move quickly. Quickly, evasively, nimbly. This was paramount. It was the key to minimizing his risk of injury. After all, in 3 days after the sect leader challenge, they would be heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. He absolutely could not afford to be injured now. I'll learn the 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique first. After the sect leader's challenge ends, I'll cultivate the 5th rank Zhengjin sword technique. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Immediately, he consumed the heavenly intelligence fruit and entered the immortal abode space to comprehend the 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique. With a foundation and experience gained from cultivating the 3rd rank soaring void step to its perfect state, Lin Yi's comprehension of the 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique became much smoother. Especially since his comprehension was now extremely strong, the early stages were almost effortless for him. He quickly reached the 3 realms of entry, proficiency, and mastery. In the immortal abode space, he only spent about a day there. He had a total of about 15 days of cultivation time in the immortal abode space. Afterward, Lin Yi continued to strive for the true truth realm. This time, he felt a slight challenge. But it only took him about 4 days to successfully reach the true essence realm. Next, I'll aim for the perfect realm. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. Days passed in the immortal mansion space. 8 days later, Lin Yi successfully comprehended and cultivated the 5th grade Thousand Illusion body technique to the perfect realm. Of course, this was only a thorough understanding. Whether his physical body could achieve this was the real key. It's like being a person. Many people understand the principles, but they just can't do it. The mysteries of the body technique, even if the mind understands them, if the body can't execute them, it's all in vain. Let's try. Lin Yi walked out of the meditation room and formally practiced a body technique in the West Wind courtyard. His figure was elusive. Right from the beginning, he was able to display the mysteries of the body technique at the proficiency realm. Then, Lin Yi began to unleash the mysteries of the true truth realm. Whoosh! Lin Yi's figure instantly shot out from his spot, leaving behind a series of afterimages. There appeared to be about 5 afterimages. Of course, they were all illusions. Again, Lin Yi continued practicing repeatedly. This Thousand Illusion movement technique also placed high demands on the physical body. After tempering his body with the 5 elements of spiritual energy, and further refining his spiritual energy through extreme tempering, Lin Yi's physical body was now far stronger than that of a peak disciple of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm at the same level. Only some body cultivators who specialized in body training could compare to him. After about half an hour of repeated practice, Lin Yi could now instantly shoot out, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. Of course, they were all illusions. Anyone could see through his movement trajectory at a glance, knowing that the last phantom was his true body. At the true truth realm, the speed of escape is already extremely powerful. So many illusory figures do have some effect in confusing the opponent. Lin Yi smiled slightly. However, compared to the perfect realm, the gap is still considerable. At the perfect realm of the Thousand Illusions body technique, several phantoms appear instantly, but they are all real. It's impossible to distinguish which is a false phantom and which is the real body. This kind of deception is much greater, and it's very difficult for the opponent to resist. I have completely comprehended the mysteries of the perfect realm. I wonder if my current physical body can perform it. Lin Yi was somewhat uncertain. Just now, when he pushed the true truth realm to its limit, instantly creating more than a dozen phantoms. He felt his physical body was somewhat strained. The more powerful the movement technique, the heavier the burden on the physical body. It emphasizes instantaneous bursts of speed and sudden stops, demanding high levels of physical endurance and control. It's a holistic requirement for the body, not simply about speed, powerful meridians, or boundless strength. Whoosh! Lin Yi exerted all his strength, attempting to unleash the 5th grade Thousand Illusions movement technique of the True Truth realm. Instantly, 2 real figures appeared. 2 identical versions of himself. Both looked incredibly realistic and lifelike. It was impossible to tell which was his illusion and which was his true self. But these 2 real figures only lasted a very short time. One of them disappeared, leaving only Lin Yi's true body. Huff! Lin Yi's face was flushed as he took a deep breath. Having unleashed 2 physical illusions, he already felt extremely strained. Try again. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and unleashed his full power once more. This time, 3 physical illusions appeared instantly. But they only lasted a short time. 2 of them disappeared, leaving only Lin Yi's true form. Ugh! Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. This was his limit. It exceeded the limits of his physical body's endurance. It seems I can only unleash a maximum of 2 physical illusions. Beyond 2, my physical body will also be injured. The more I exceed that, the more severe my physical injuries will be. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. What limited him was his insufficient physical strength. Next, I need to diligently cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique to make my physical body even stronger, Lin Yi said solemnly. He hadn't specifically trained his physical body yet, and compared to cultivators of the same realm, it was already very powerful. However, it was far from his own limit. The 5th rank Zhengjin sword technique and the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, I can only cultivate these after the sect leader's challenge is over. Lin Yi made plans for the future. Immediately, he began consuming a top-quality 1st rank rejuvenation pill to restore his vital energy and heal his injuries. After a brief period of meditation and using extremely refined 5-element spiritual energy to temper and nourish his body, Lin Yi's injuries were almost completely healed. He glanced at the sky. The bright moon hung high, its light like water. There were still several hours until dawn. Lin Yi returned to his quiet room, lay down on the bed fully clothed, and quickly fell into deep sleep. He felt extremely exhausted after this continuous training. The sun was high in the sky when Lin Yi finally awoke. Oh no, I'm late. Won't the sect leader think I've given up because I'm afraid of battle? Lin Yi quickly got up. After a hasty wash and changing into a clean blue robe, Lin Yi headed straight for the battle peak. His figure left a trail of illusory shadows on the mountain path. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the battle peak, at the battle arena. Lin Yi, you finally arrived. I thought you were too scared to come. I was about to announce that you'd given up. Seeing Lin Yi arrive, Luo Zhan couldn't help but smile. Although he knew Lin Yi was destined to lose this battle, he still hoped that Lin Yi could give it a try and see where the gap in their strength lay. At the very least, he needed the courage to fight. A disciple in battle can lose, but cannot be afraid. Fortunately, Lin Yi arrived in time. Master, 9 senior brothers and sisters, please forgive me. I've been too tired from cultivating these past few days, and I slept too soundly last night. I just woke up and came immediately. Lin Yi smiled, clasped his hands, and bowed in apology. Do you want to wake up for a while? Luo Zhan couldn't help but ask with a smile. No need, let's begin, Lin Yi said decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew directly to the central battle platform. Seeing Lin Yi's decisiveness, the 9 peak disciples of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm also flew onto the battle platform. These 9 disciples were currently the 9 strongest peak disciples of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm in the Misty Sect. Each of them possessed the combat strength to deal with an ordinary Transcendent Realm disciple. Their combat experience and skills were extremely powerful. They initially disagreed with having 9 of them gang up on one person. After all, it was an unfair victory. But it was the sect leader's order, and they had no choice but to obey. However, they all approached this battle with a playful attitude, not taking it very seriously. 9 against 1 was bound to lead to underestimating their opponent. Many of them even believed they could defeat Lin Yi, who had just entered the sect, one-on-one. The competition officially begins, Luo Zhan announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 senior brothers and 3 senior sisters on the stage didn't immediately make a move. Lin Yi, Should we go easy on you? Liu Che, the strongest among them, asked with a smile. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, my strength far surpasses yours. I hope you can bring out your strongest abilities, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. You might even be defeated by me in an instant and knocked off the stage, Lin Yi said earnestly. However, to his surprise, his well-intentioned reminder was seen by the 9 senior brothers and sisters as deliberate provocation. How can you be so arrogant? You think you can hold out against 9 of us for even a moment? You'll be bragging about that for a long time. You actually think you can defeat us quickly? Who gave you the courage? The 9 senior brothers and sisters couldn't stand it anymore and began to criticize him. I kindly warned you. If you don't believe me, then don't blame me. Take this. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he immediately activated the Jinghong sword, unleashing its impenetrable defense. Whoosh! A huge golden sword screen appeared, instantly forcing all 9 senior brothers and sisters back several steps. The 9 of them worked together, using their sword techniques to withstand Lin Yi's attack and break through his golden sword screen. Seeing this scene, the numerous disciples watching from below the stage were all astonished. My God, Lin Yi is so strong now. Ji-10 was extremely excited below the stage. He's many times stronger than when he entered the sect, Meng Yao exclaimed with delight. When I fought Lin Yi before, if my spiritual energy hadn't been so depleted, I actually had a great chance of defeating him, but now, even if I were at my peak, I'm no match for Lin Yi. Zheng Qi looked at Lin Yi on the stage and felt a pang of sadness. He hadn't lost to Lin Yi unjustly. In terms of strength and potential, Lin Yi far surpassed him. Lin Yi's strength is ridiculously strong. Jing Zhuan, the senior disciple of the Battle Peak, stood beside Luo Zhan and exclaimed in amazement. Back then, you weren't as strong as Lin Yi. After you're promoted to elder, the title of senior brother of the Battle Peak will probably fall to Lin Yi, Luo Zhan said with a broad smile. He had anticipated that Lin Yi's strength would improve significantly, but he hadn't expected it to be this great. This far exceeded his expectations. Not necessarily yet. After all, he's only a spirit-gathering realm disciple. The title of senior brother of the Battle Peak requires at least a transcendent realm cultivation level to achieve. Lin Yi is only invincible within his own realm. Could he possibly cross a major realm and defeat a peak transcendent realm disciple? Jing Zhuan shook his head. That's true, if Lin Yi can advance to the transcendent realm. Even if he can't advance to the golden core realm later, his invincibility in the transcendent realm will help the Misty Sect fight for 200 years. 200 years is enough for our Misty Sect to rise to power. In the 8 sects competition, we have a chance to make a comeback and break into the top 3. Luo Zhan was full of anticipation, imagining the future. Master, don't think that far ahead. Right now, Lin Yi might not even be able to defeat these 9 disciples at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Even if he does defeat them, his chances of surviving the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area are extremely low. He might die there. Even if he survives, he cultivates all 5 elements, so he might not be able to advance to the transcendent realm. There are too many variables here, Jing Zhuan said with a smile. Although he also had high hopes for Lin Yi, marveling at Lin Yi's talent and potential, he knew even more how incredibly difficult it would be for Lin Yi to achieve all this. It was simply unimaginable. This was a path 100, 1,000 times harder than the one he had walked. I believe in Lin Yi. Lin Yi will definitely win this battle. With him, he can minimize the variables. He inspires confidence, Luo Zhan said with a broad smile. He was completely won over by Lin Yi. After so many years of taking on disciples, he had finally encountered one whom he was most satisfied with and most convinced of. Stunningly brilliant. That was his assessment of Lin Yi. Can he really win? Jing Zhuan asked with some doubt. He felt it was unlikely. Given his strength, back when he was at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, he had a chance of winning against 2 other top-tier disciples at the same level. Against 3, he would undoubtedly lose. Against 4, he wouldn't even be able to save his life. Against 9? He couldn't even imagine it. He simply couldn't fight. Chapter 147 A Powerful Shortcut. On the battle stage, the fierce battle raged. Lin Yi unleashed his impregnable fortress, but in reality, he only used about 70% of his strength as a test. This test greatly satisfied him. After his spiritual power became extremely condensed, comparable to Transcendent Realm Cultivator, coupled with the enhancement of the superior grade magic weapon, the Soaring Glory Sword, the power of his impregnable fortress had become extremely formidable. Even a casual move of his required the combined efforts of these 9 people to break through. If there were only 2 people, they might have been forced off the battle stage by his seemingly effortless attack. With my current offensive power, if I were to specifically target one person, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I'll defeat them one by one, gradually devour these 9 people. Lin Yi immediately made his decision. The next moment, he immediately unleashed his turning stone into gold technique, concentrating all his offensive power, targeting Liu Che, the strongest opponent. Capture the leader first. Whoosh! The Jinghong sword, carrying a powerful sword light, attacked Liu Che. Swift as a swan. Facing this incomparably fierce and fatal blow, Liu Che's hair stood on end. He felt death approaching. Without hesitation, he jumped off the fighting platform. He surrendered to save his life. Sure enough, the Jinghong sword froze where Liu Che had been standing. This scene stunned everyone. Such a powerful attack, and Lin Yi can still control it so freely. Doesn't that mean this wasn't his full force attack? Maybe only about 70%. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Jing Xuan and Luo Zan's expressions changed drastically. Lin Yi's attack was simply too powerful. Even a transcendent realm cultivator, with a full force strike, would likely struggle to reach this level. After all, most transcendent realm cultivators still wield top-grade spiritual artifact flying swords. Lin Yi's superior grade magic weapon, the Jinghong sword, was truly formidable. Of course, Lin Yi's ability to successfully refine a superior grade magic weapon spiritual sword while still in the spirit gathering realm was itself a miracle. In the spirit gathering realm, only a very few of the most exceptional geniuses possessed the strength to refine the most top-grade spiritual artifact spiritual swords. And even then, it required immense difficulty and repeated failures before success. As for magic-grade flying swords, even low-grade ones, they couldn't successfully refine them. This was something others could only envy. It was a matter of strength. Many disciples from powerful cultivation families were wealthy enough to afford magic-grade flying swords, but they lacked the strength to refine them successfully. They couldn't blame others for that. The power of the magic weapon was itself an advantage brought about by one's own strength. If one's own strength was insufficient, even if given a powerful magic weapon, one couldn't refine it. Next, it's your turn. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon another powerful senior brother. The senior brother he had chosen felt a chill run down his spine. Don't be afraid, I'll step down from the stage in a moment. You all attack him with all your might and injure him. The blue-robed senior brother, chosen by Lin Yi, mustered his courage and encouraged the remaining 7 peak disciples at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Just now, when Lin Yi was dealing with Liu Che, they actually had a chance to strike him. Unfortunately, they were all frightened and stunned, missing the best opportunity to attack. This time, they wouldn't miss it again. Go down. Lin Yi used the Midas touch technique on the blue-robed senior brother. This time, he only used 60% of his strength. But such an attack was not something the blue-robed senior brother could withstand. Sure enough, the blue-robed senior brother immediately jumped off the stage to avoid injury. But Lin Yi's swift sword suddenly changed direction, immediately attacking another black-clad senior brother beside him. After a brief moment of panic, the black-clad senior brother also retreated, jumping off the stage to save his life. Fortunately, Lin Yi's swift sword only forced him off the stage, without pursuing him further. Otherwise, he would have truly lost his life. At the same time, the remaining 6 people's spirit sword attacks also converged on Lin Yi. Whoosh! Lin Yi's figure vanished from his original spot in an instant, transforming into a series of illusory figures that darted across the battle stage. Bang! Bang! As Lin Yi swiftly dodged, he passed by the 6 disciples and kicked them off the battle stage. He tempered his body with a 5-element spiritual energy, using extremely refined spiritual energy, making his physical body far stronger than these disciples. Lin Yi, in one fell swoop, kicked the remaining 3 male disciples off the fighting platform. He had previously used the Jinghong sword to force back the 3 male disciples. Now, only 3 female disciples remained on the platform. Senior sisters, do you still want to fight? Lin Yi stood still, the Jinghong sword flying to him and stopping in front of him. We concede. The leading red-clad senior sister simply took the lead in conceding. Even with 9 people working together, Lin Yi had knocked 6 off the platform in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them were simply no match. Continuing to fight would only be humiliating. Lin Yi has won this battle. Congratulations to Lin Yi for qualifying to participate in the expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. The disciple who was previously ranked 9th has been disqualified and will be replaced by Lin Yi. Luo Zhan flew onto the battle platform and announced loudly. Upon hearing this result, no disciple in the entire battle peak objected. Lin Yi's strength was the strongest among the disciples at the Spirit Gathering realm. It was just that the sect rules had previously prevented him from going. Now, Lin Yi had single-handedly defeated 9 opponents, directly causing the sect to change its rules for him. This was true strength. When strength is sufficient, all rules must give way. Lin Yi, you must be extra careful on your journey to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. You must come back alive, Luo Zhan said excitedly, placing high hopes on him. Now, Lin Yi was his most promising disciple. He truly possesses limitless potential and a boundless future. It would be such a pity and a great regret if such a brilliant and exceptional genius were to perish so young. If Lin Yi hadn't been so stubborn, he genuinely wanted to stop him from going to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. He truly didn't want Lin Yi to face such great risks in the early stages. Given enough time to develop and grow, Lin Yi could definitely become a powerful ruler. In the future, he might even have the potential to become a peerless genius like the Cold Heaven Emperor, becoming the strongest being in the world. Master, don't worry, I will definitely come back alive, Lin Yi assured him. He was going to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area to explore the mystery of his origins, not to die. The 5 elements cultivators who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area before didn't necessarily all die there. Some might be trapped inside and unable to escape. Even if they did die, it was because their strength wasn't strong enough and the preparations weren't sufficient. He believed his strength was far greater than those 5 elements cultivators who had entered before. That was his confidence. We'll set off for the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area in 3 days. Prepare well these next few days, Luo Zhan instructed with a smile. Okay, Lin Yi nodded vigorously. He had successfully won the sect leader's challenge and secured a spot to enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, achieving his first goal. Next, once inside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, he would strive to obtain the rare spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. The most important thing is to get the seeds, so I can accelerate their ripening in large quantities later. This way, I can not only break through to the transcendent realm without worrying about transcendent pills, but I can also make a lot of money from transcendent pills in the future. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Zhan for a while, the crowd gradually dispersed. Then, Luo Zhan also left. At this moment, Ji10, Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, Hisui, and Wang Qingsu walked up together. Lin Yi, you are really amazing now, our strength is far behind yours, Ji10 exclaimed. You have improved by leaps and bounds, Meng Yao praised. We can only look up to you from now on, Ji Zinayu said with a smile. If we become rich and powerful, let's not forget each other, Wang Qingsu joked. You, too, Hisui stammered. Stop bragging, Lin Yi interrupted Hisui directly. I can't stand all 4 of you bragging together. No matter where I go, we'll always be good friends, partners, and we'll support each other along the way. Lin Yi looked at the 4 beauties and said with a smile. Our strengths are too different. From now on, it won't be about supporting each other, but about us dragging you down, Meng Yao sighed. That's not true, actually, you're all very talented, and your potential is quite good. The reason you're progressing slowly is because you're restricted by various rules, leaving no room to unleash your full potential. You can only take on 3 missions each month, and the contribution points are very low. When will you ever accumulate enough contribution points? If you directly exchange spirit stones for a large number of contribution points, and then use those points to exchange for 4th grade and 5th grade cultivation techniques, as well as various top grade magic treasures, your strength could skyrocket. Aren't your families all very wealthy? Why not do that? There's such a shortcut right in front of you, why not take it? That's the shortcut I took, Lin Yi suggested with a smile. Rules always restrict the weak and the poor. For the rich, these rules are bullshit. Money can buy a lot of contribution points. There's no need to painstakingly accumulate contribution points. When someone has a 4th grade spirit gathering array, a 5th grade mental cultivation technique, various elixirs, a 5th grade sword technique, a top grade spirit sword, and a top grade divine sense magic weapon, how could their strength not be top notch? Although they can't compare to him, they are in no way inferior to other single element spiritual power cultivators. That's true, but actually doing it is too difficult. Ji Teng shook his head and sighed. Meng Yao and the others nodded in agreement. How could that be? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Meng Yao, your rapid rise to prominence this time was only possible because your father gave me 50 million low-grade spirit stones, which I used to buy 2.2 million contribution points. It's different. My father gave you so much because you helped my great aunt. This is your reward. No one in the Meng family dares to object. In fact, they are all grateful to you. After all, my great aunt's existence ensures the continued prosperity of the Meng family, Meng Yao explained. The Meng family has that much money, why don't we let you spend it? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. The Meng family is indeed incredibly wealthy, but such a large family isn't entirely ruled by my father alone. If he favors me excessively, how can he maintain his authority? Even if he does favor me, it can only be within a certain range. Do you know how many talented young people the Meng family has? These people all need spirit stones and resources. If everyone in the Meng family gave them tens of millions of spirit stones and strongly supported them, they could indeed rise rapidly, but can the Meng family afford to consume all that wealth? Even the largest fortune will eventually be depleted, Meng Yao sighed. That's right, our cultivation family certainly has a family background, a family foundation, and family support, but equally, we have many family members. In the past, many of our older brothers and elders, whose talents were comparable to ours, also relied mainly on themselves to get to where they are today. Family support is just icing on the cake. Completely relying on family support, like your rapid rise, is basically unrealistic, Ji Teng said earnestly. I see, Lin Yi suddenly understood. It seems that cultivation families also have their own drawbacks. When a family becomes powerful and prosperous, everyone tries to share the wealth. Each person's share becomes less. Moreover, it can't really be divided up. The normal operation of a family requires a large amount of working capital. The family also needs to prepare some reserve funds for emergencies. For example, the Meng family asked him to help Meng Yao overcome her emotional tribulation, which cost an extremely high amount. From this perspective, you rich kids only have a certain advantage over disciples from ordinary families, but the advantage isn't particularly excessive or outrageous, Lin Yi said with a smile. That's right, at least that's true in the spirit-gathering realm, Ji Zhenyu nodded. That's true in the spirit-gathering realm? Won't it be like that later? Lin Yi understood the implication in her words. As you know, the easiest period for cultivation is the spirit-gathering realm. During this period, you don't actually need many cultivation resources. With hard work, you can reach the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The real difficulty in cultivation begins from the transcendent realm. Upon reaching the transcendent realm, you'll frequently encounter bottlenecks. To cultivate from the early to the middle stage of the transcendent realm, you must break through these bottlenecks. Breaking through these bottlenecks by brute force might be quick, or you might be stuck for 3 to 5 years. No one can say for sure. The best way at this time is to use elixirs to break through the bottlenecks. Second-grade elixirs, especially rare second-grade elixirs used to break through bottlenecks, are very expensive. The main difference between ordinary families and wealthy children lies here. Wealthy children have family support and access to second-grade spirit pills to break through bottlenecks, Ji Zhenyu explained in detail. In other words, in the spirit-gathering realm, families essentially leave you to your own devices, providing relatively little support. Only when you reach the transcendent realm will the support increase significantly, Lin Yi suddenly understood. In that case, this approach was indeed more reasonable. That's right, spirit-gathering realm cultivators are not rare, and their cultivation difficulty is low, so there's no need to expend too many resources. Transcendent realm is different. If nurtured properly, there's a chance to cultivate a golden core realm expert, which can greatly enhance the family's strength. Moreover, a person's fate and development potential are not so easy to see through. Managing and supporting someone in the spirit-gathering realm is a gamble. If you lose, all your efforts will be wasted, but the transcendent realm is different. Even if you lose the gamble, becoming a peak transcendent realm cultivator can still make a great contribution to the family. No matter what, the family will benefit. Meng Yao nodded with a smile. There are so many intricacies involved, Lin Yi exclaimed. Then, he thought of another question. You're saying that's how sects train their disciples? When they're in the spirit-gathering realm, they're left to their own devices, with only minor support, and when they reach the mortal transformation realm, they receive intensive training, Lin Yi asked expectantly. He cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously, but is not favored by the sect and receives no extra support or preferential treatment. If he advances to the mortal transformation realm, will this situation change? Chapter 148 True Disciple. That should be the case, Jiz and I nodded in agreement. Disciples at the transcendent realm receive far more preferential treatment than us spirit-gathering realm disciples, but there are certain differences between sects and cultivation families, Meng Yao added. What are the specific differences? Lin Yi asked with concern. He needed to understand the sect's cultivation of its disciples. This concerned his own interests and future development. Although his strength had skyrocketed, leaving top geniuses of his age like Meng Yao and Zhang Qi far behind, he had come to a deeper understanding of the importance of cultivation resources. Without the immortal abode space, the tens of millions of spirit stones from Meng Yuan, and the sect's rewards and benefits, relying solely on his own hard work, he wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Misty Sect. He might still be struggling to break through to the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He might even be struggling to make ends meet, unable to afford food. But with the immortal abode space, Meng Yuan's support, the sect's rewards, and so many cultivation resources, he's skyrocketed ahead. He remains the same. The only change is the difference in cultivation resources. This is the nature of human destiny: 3 parts strength, 6 parts opportunity, and 1 part support from a benefactor. Even if one's talent and effort are maximized, they only account for a maximum of 3 parts. Most people, lacking effort or exceptional talent, may not even be able to fully utilize their potential. Without opportunity or support, they are destined to remain at the bottom, struggling their entire lives and dying with regret. This is the fate of most lower-level spiritual plant cultivators. However, if one possesses exceptional talent and works diligently, they can fully realize their potential. This is actually quite good. They become significantly better than those around them and even better than those at their own level. This gives them the opportunity and possibility to transcend levels and classes. Of course, it only means moving up 1 class from the bottom. It's difficult to leapfrog several social classes consecutively. Relying solely on talent and hard work will likely result in a life of toil. To achieve this, one must focus on both a 60% chance of opportunity and a 1% chance of support from influential people. The 1% support comes from being kind and sincere, cultivating as many friends as possible. The 60% chance of opportunity requires a combination of luck and personal effort to seize it. Failing to cherish opportunities when they arise will only lead to regret. In a lifetime, opportunities to change one's destiny are few and far between. Some may have 2 or 3, while others may only have 1. If you miss an opportunity, your life is set in stone. Throughout his journey, Lin Yi has always paid close attention to these factors. 3 parts strength, 6 parts opportunity, and 1 part support from benefactors. He strives to excel in every aspect. He has almost fully capitalized on his innate talent and hard work. Regarding the 6 parts of opportunity, he obtained the immortal abode space and successfully achieved first place in both the alchemy and sect entrance assessments, receiving generous rewards. He has handled these opportunities admirably. As for the 1 part of support from benefactors, he met Meng Yao and Meng Yuan, who provided him with significant assistance. Furthermore, the 3 major cultivation families have also offered him considerable help. He has almost achieved everything in these 3 aspects. Even if he didn't reach a perfect 10, he has at least 8. This is the most important reason for his powerful rise to power. Meng Yao, Ji Teng, Ji Zinayu, He Sui, and Wang Qingsu, these 5 women came from privileged backgrounds, but even they couldn't excel in all 3 areas. Having tasted the benefits and gained such advantages, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let any opportunities slip by. He would seize every chance, leaving no room for future regrets. Within the sect, there are no blood ties to bind us, no kinship whatsoever, making it even more cruel and realistic. Within the sect, the hierarchy is strict: outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, elders, sect leader. The resources and privileges received at different levels are vastly different. We are currently inner disciples. In fact, even if we advance to the transcendent realm, we will still be inner disciples, with some improvement in resources and treatment, but from what I understand, the improvement is not significant. On the contrary, those true disciples, although also at the transcendent realm, receive far better treatment than inner disciples, Meng Yao said earnestly. So, within a family, As long as one's cultivation reaches the transcendent realm, they will receive intensive training. But within a sect, reaching the transcendent realm is far from enough. One must also become a true disciple. Lin Yi nodded slightly. That's right, but the difficulty is much greater. Throughout the entire Misty Sect, there are many inner disciples at the transcendent realm, but true disciples are extremely rare. Almost only the top transcendent realm disciples can become true disciples. Meng Yao sighed. That's normal. Actually, the sect's resources are limited. Although the resources given to outer and inner disciples may seem small, the sheer number of them adds up to a huge expense, especially outer disciples and ordinary inner disciples. They basically have no earning power and can't bring any revenue to the sect. Instead, the sect has to support them, making them a burden. Under these circumstances, if the sect were to allocate a large amount of resources to cultivate disciples, it could only cultivate a very small number of people. Cultivation resources should be concentrated on a few top disciples, giving them a chance to break through to the Golden Core Realm. The strength of a sect mainly depends on the number of Golden Core Realm experts, Lin Yi said with a smile. If you were the sect leader, he would do the same. For a sect to develop and prosper in the long term, it needs a large number of lower-level members, a considerable number of middle-level members, a smaller number of upper-level members, and an even smaller number of top-level members. This is like a tower. The base of the tower is the widest, and it tapers towards the top. This prevents it from becoming top-heavy and allows it to remain standing for a long time. How can one become a true disciple? Lin Yi asked with concern. Since true disciples receive the most cultivation resources, he not only needs to strive to break through to the transcendent realm, but also work hard to become a true disciple. This is how you see the contributions you make to the sect. If the contribution is significant enough, even if your cultivation is only at the spirit-gathering realm, you can become a true disciple. If the contribution isn't enough, it's said that there were Golden Core Realm disciples who were still just inner disciples, Meng Yao said seriously. Is it the total contribution shown on the mission contribution stele in the mission hall? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. That's right, that's the total contribution you see, Meng Yao nodded. This is a bit tricky, Lin Yi frowned. What's wrong? Meng Yao asked with concern. Ji Zhenyu, Ji Teng, He Sui, and Wangxian City looked at Lin Yi. I was originally thinking of using spirit stones to buy contribution points and exchange them for various magic treasures and cultivation techniques to quickly improve my cultivation level. Now it seems that this path is not worthwhile. Becoming a true disciple means that these top-notch magic treasures and cultivation techniques can probably be obtained directly as rewards. If I were to use spirit stones to buy contribution points to exchange them, the expense would be too great, Lin Yi sighed. You're only realizing this now. Although our families are wealthy, we don't have unlimited funds. Even we can't keep buying contribution points with spirit stones forever. We can't rely on our families forever. We also need to work hard to improve our ranking among the inner disciples, strive to become true disciples, and try to get as many rewards and benefits as possible from the sect to save money for the family. Right now, we can't contribute much to the family, but we can't keep taking advantage of them. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and said seriously. That's true. The sect is an endless treasure trove. As long as you perform well, you can get rewards and rise with this sect. There's no need to spend your family's money. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. It can only be said that Meng Yao and Ji Teng, these wealthy young masters, understood this rule. And they also had patience. He was different. He was impatient. He wanted to rise quickly. He wanted to advance to the spirit embryo realm as fast as possible. Only then could he possess the strength to explore his origins and do certain things. Currently, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, still at the bottom. Those powerful cultivators could easily kill him with a single palm strike. How could he not be anxious? How could he cultivate and improve slowly? It was simply impossible. Therefore, he took an unconventional approach, doing things that even wealthy young masters like Meng Yao and Ji Teng dared not do, nor could they do. After returning from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground this time, I must also strive to contribute to the sect and strive to become a true disciple as soon as possible. This way, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort, without having to work so hard. Lin Yi made up his mind. Relying solely on himself and using spirit stones to buy contribution points for such rapid advancement is actually quite difficult to afford, even at the spirit gathering realm. Given the enormous expenses of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously, if he continued to spend his spirit stones even after reaching the mortal transformation realm, he might exhaust all his resources and still not be able to reach the golden core realm. This path is not feasible. Even a wealthy young master like Meng Yao has to proceed step by step, improving his ranking within the sect and relying on the sect's resources to advance. Actually, you don't even need to wait until you come out of the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Your trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area is an excellent opportunity. If you collect enough rare spiritual herbs to refine the Transcendent Pill and hand them over to the sect, you can exchange them for a large number of contribution points. Each of those rare spiritual herbs used to refine the Transcendent Pill can be exchanged for a large number of contribution points. If you collect enough, you might even have the chance to be promoted to true disciple this time, Meng Yao reminded him with a smile. A chance to become a true disciple this time. Lin Yi suddenly became interested. He really hadn't thought so much about going this far before heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. His original intention was to obtain a batch of spiritual herbs for refining the Transcendent Pill to help him break through to the Transcendent Realm. He also wanted to see if he could obtain dragon blood for his seniors, Androvan and Debako, within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds, and try to find clues about his origins and whether he had any direct connection with that peerless prodigy. Now it seems his vision was too limited. He might only have one chance in his lifetime to enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds. Through this one opportunity, he could potentially earn a large amount of contribution points, allowing him to become a true disciple. Do I have to hand over the spiritual herbs I harvest from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds to the sect? Lin Yi asked seriously. A certain quantity must be handed over. After all, the sect relies on this batch of spiritual herbs for refining the Transcendental Pill to cultivate a new generation of Transcendental Realm disciples, providing fresh blood and reserve strength. Without the Transcendental Pill, without new Transcendental Realm disciples, the sect will suffer a shortage of talent and quickly decline. Therefore, you who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area bear this mission. If any of you survive, you must hand over a certain quantity of rare spiritual herbs. If the spiritual herbs you gather far exceed this quantity, you may keep some for yourself, but for most people, keeping these rare spiritual herbs is useless. The disciples in the expedition don't know how to refine pills, so it's more worthwhile to hand them over to the sect and obtain a large number of contribution points. You might be the only exception, able to both venture into the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley and refine elixirs yourself, Meng Yao exclaimed with a smile, looking at Lin Yi. This was Lin Yi's strength. Others, even if they obtained a large quantity of rare spiritual herbs, couldn't digest them. In the end, they could only hand them over to the sect in exchange for a large number of contribution points. Lin Yi was different. He could digest these rare spiritual herbs himself. Doesn't this mean I can keep a lot of rare spiritual herbs, refine them into transcendent pills, and sell them outside? Lin Yi couldn't help but say. Selling them outside will indeed fetch a very high price, practically a steal, but if you sell them to a sect, the sect will give you the same high price. And with contribution points as payment. With these contribution points, you can exchange them for many top-tier magic weapons and cultivation techniques. You'll make a huge contribution to the sect and even become a true disciple, receiving better rewards and treatment in the future. Selling them outside will only earn you spirit stones. Outside, even with spirit stones, you can't buy top-tier cultivation techniques or top-tier magic weapons. Sometimes, once you have a certain number of spirit stones, it's really just a number. It looks good, but you can't do many things with it. Conversely, the top-tier cultivation techniques and magic weapons are all controlled by the sects. Find a way to improve your status within the sect. That's the more important, more profitable, and more sustainable path, Meng Yao earnestly suggested, looking at Lin Yi. I suggest that even if you manage to refine the transformation pill, sell it to the sect at a high price to obtain a large number of contribution points and strive for a place as a true disciple. She was truly afraid that Lin Yi, lacking worldly experience, would be blinded by money, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and make the wrong decision. Some paths, once taken, are destined to have no turning back. Selling the transformation pill to outsiders instead of the sect would infuriate everyone in the sect, from the sect leader to the elders, as well as many true disciples, inner disciples, and even outer disciples. They all see Lin Yi as an enemy, cursing him for betraying his own site and siding with outsiders. From now on, Lin Yi will have no place in the sect. Chapter 149 Heaven and Earth Hegemony. Alright, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. I'll refine the transformation pill and sell it to the sect. He had the immortal medicine pavilion to acquire spirit stones. There was no need to use the transformation pill. Becoming a true disciple was extremely important to him. He would definitely sell the transformation pill to the sect to obtain a large number of contribution points, contributing to the sect and improving his ranking among the inner disciples. Moreover, he had a significant advantage. Submitting the spiritual herbs used to refine the transformation pill to the sect would yield a large number of contribution points. However, refining these herbs into transformation pills and then submitting them to the sect would yield several times more contribution points. In other words, with the same quantity of spiritual herbs, he could earn several times more contribution points thanks to his alchemy skills. Furthermore, he could use his immortal abode space to rapidly mature a batch of spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill. With his path to earning a large number of contribution points, becoming a true disciple was only a matter of time. After you hand in the required number of spiritual herbs, you can keep the rest to refine transcendent pills. Refining even ordinary quality transcendent pills will earn you more than handing in the herbs. If you can refine superior quality, excellent quality, or even top quality transcendent pills, the contribution points you receive will be beyond your imagination. Your status in the sect will soar, Meng Yao said with a smile. I'll do that then, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. You all should work hard too. Once my ranking improves, I can take on many missions. I'll help you earn contribution points to speed up your ranking improvement. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao and the others, promising with a smile. He wasn't stingy with his friends. Well done, don't forget me when you become rich and powerful, G10 praised with a smile. 3 more days until we head to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. I need to hurry back and improve my strength. Lin Yi said goodbye. Immediately, he left Good Battle Peak and returned to Dangxia Peak, to the West Wind Courtyard. Upon returning to the West Wind Courtyard, Lin Yi's first thought was to find a way to improve his strength. My current cultivation level is at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, and my spiritual power is extremely refined. My divine sense is at the peak of the mortal transformation realm, and I cultivate the 9th grade void refining divine technique, so the quality of my divine sense is also incredibly refined. My flying sword is a high-grade treasure level spiritual sword, the soaring swan sword. My movement technique is the 5th grade Thousand Illusions movement technique, which I have cultivated to the true truth realm. When I unleash my full power, I can barely unleash the power of the perfected realm. Lin Yi analyzed his situation. What he was currently lacking was actually his physical body. He had actually comprehended the true truth of the perfected realm of the 5th grade Thousand Illusions movement technique, but he couldn't unleash the full power and level of the perfected realm. The main reason was that his physical body wasn't strong enough to unleash its full potential. Forcing him to use it would be too much for his body, he would even vomit blood. Besides his physical body, he hadn't reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship either. He hadn't yet mastered the 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique he had acquired. These two aspects were his biggest weaknesses. I'll master the Zhengjin sword technique first, Lin Yi immediately decided. Immediately, he took the jade slip and used his divine sense to enter the immortal mansion space to begin comprehending the 5th grade Zhengjin sword technique. Soon, he had thoroughly understood all 5 sword moves within. Lin Yi tried to perform these 5 sword moves. After some practice, he was able to successfully execute sword moves at the true truth realm. However, sword moves at the perfect realm also placed high demands on the physical body. Even if he forced it, he would still suffer some injuries. The most fundamental thing is still the physical body, Lin Yi sighed. To cultivate both movement techniques and swordsmanship to their peak, cultivating the physical body was imperative. I'll cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. He immediately took out the incomplete jade slip of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique given to him by Meng Yao and entered the immortal mansion space to comprehend it. After a long time, Lin Yi's divine sense left the immortal mansion space, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. This Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique is so brutal, Lin Yi sighed. The cultivation methods recorded in it were all extremely cruel. Few people could endure it. Just looking at it made him feel unbearable. Slicing open skin, breaking flesh, severing tendons, shattering bones. It all sounds like the most brutal torture. It's practically suicidal. This heaven and earth overlord body technique is actually suitable for people without any physical talent. Anyone with even a little physical talent can cultivate a more suitable body refining technique and wouldn't have to suffer so much. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. The key was that he didn't know any powerful body cultivators, and he didn't know if he possessed any powerful physical talent. Some people have powerful bloodlines flowing through their bodies. For example, the Phoenix bloodline, the Zuan-Wu bloodline. Cultivators with a Zuan-Wu bloodline can cultivate a defensive physique like the tortoise shell body. This is almost the strongest defensive physique in the world. It is considered one of the supreme physiques. Even at its highest level, the most powerful flying swords cannot pierce the skin of a cultivator with a tortoise shell body. This is practically an invincible state. Enemies cannot harm them. This is the advantage of possessing the Zuan-Wu bloodline. One can specifically cultivate the corresponding tortoise shell body. Of course, those without the Zuan-Wu bloodline will progress slowly in cultivating the tortoise shell body, achieving very limited results and destined never to reach its peak. The tortoise shell body requires the Zuan-Wu bloodline. This is the requirement of innate talent. Other powerful supreme physiques also have corresponding talent requirements. For example, the Nirvana Phoenix body is equally powerful, even stronger than the tortoise shell body. However, the Nirvana Phoenix body requires the cultivator to possess the bloodline of a phoenix. Without the phoenix bloodline, cultivation progress is slow, and one cannot reach the final stage. Basically, 99% of supreme physiques require corresponding physical talent. I don't know my physical talent, I don't know if I possess a powerful bloodline. The key is, even if I knew I possessed the Phoenix bloodline, I currently don't have the cultivation method for the Nirvana Phoenix body. Lin Yi sighed. For him, he had no other choice. Currently, he only had the cultivation method for the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, and even that was incomplete. Fortunately, to his delight, the Heaven and Earth Overlord body was also one of the most powerful supreme physiques. The lower limit is extremely low, requiring no physical talent, so anyone can cultivate it. However, the upper limit is also extremely high. It's said that the most powerful Heaven and Earth Overlord body is significantly stronger than the strongest Nirvana Phoenix body. Without requiring any physical talent, the final achievement surpasses even that of someone with the Nirvana Phoenix body and Phoenix bloodline. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body is indeed very powerful. It's normal to need to endure much hardship to master it. No pain, no gain, Lin Yi exclaimed. Mainly, the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique is hailed as the best physical cultivation method for those who cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. This greatly appealed to him. Cultivating the Heaven and Earth Overlord body doesn't require talent, so there's no particular focus. Every aspect of the physical body is extremely powerful. For those who cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, their physical bodies will be incredibly powerful when they attempt to reach the transcendent realm, core formation realm, and even the spirit embryo realm. The consequences of failure are minimized. There will be no severed meridians or even death by explosion. At most, they will lose all their cultivation and have to start over. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body is the life-saving trump card for those who cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, protecting them as they strive for higher realms. That peerless prodigy who looks very similar to me, he also cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously. His name is Lin Yi. He's known as the Cold Heaven Emperor. He later became the strongest being in the world, just one step away from becoming an immortal. He cultivated the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique, Lin Yi exclaimed. There are successful predecessors here. The pearls of wisdom are before them. One generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. He only needed to follow the path. I'll cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique. Lin Yi made his decision with a solemn expression. This was a path of no return. Once embarked upon, there was no turning back. From now on, he would suffer the most brutal trials in cultivating his physical body. One stage of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique is skin refining. Cultivating to the copper skin realm, Lin Yi carefully studied the skin refining part. Ordinary body refining techniques are relatively gentle, mainly involving the consumption of spiritual medicines and pills to temper the body, making the skin stronger and stronger. Finally, reaching the copper skin realm, one becomes invulnerable to blades and spears. But the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique is extremely violent. It involved directly whipping his body repeatedly with a leather whip until his skin was torn and bleeding. Afterward, a special ointment was applied, and he took healing pills to quickly heal his injuries. As soon as he recovered, he had to whip himself again, tearing his skin open. Then he would apply medicine and take pills again to quickly recover. This process was repeated over and over until he finally reached the copper skin realm. "This is truly something no ordinary person could do," Lin Yi exclaimed. He now recalled that when he first met Meng Yurao, she had asked him if he wanted to experience the joy of the past, promising to whip him. At the time, he had misunderstood and misinterpreted her intentions. The so-called whipping was actually a form of body tempering, a way to cultivate the copper skin realm. That peerless prodigy actually found enjoyment in it. Hearing about it made him feel uncomfortable all over. It can only be said that that peerless prodigy was truly ruthless. He himself couldn't do that now. But he had the will, and he was willing to work towards that goal. He hoped that one day he too could enjoy it and find pleasure in it. First, prepare the special ointment and refine the healing elixir. Make these preparations, Lin Yi decisively decided. Afterwards, he went to the sect's treasury hall to exchange his contribution points for spiritual herbs. Fortunately, most of what he exchanged were first-grade spiritual herbs, with only a small portion being second-grade, so they weren't particularly expensive. However, due to the large quantity, it still cost 500,000 contribution points this time. He also spent 30,000 contribution points to exchange for a top-grade spiritual weapon level black leather whip. "I hope these spiritual herbs can help me cultivate to the copper skin realm," Lin Yi said earnestly. This is where the expense of cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously lies. Pursuing the ultimate, opening meridians, cultivating the copper skin realm, tempering spiritual power, each aspect requires a significant investment to reach its peak. Let alone bearing these expenses personally, even if the sect were to cover them, the sect wouldn't be willing. Such an investment doesn't guarantee results. He might still be unable to break through to the spirit-gathering realm or advance to the transcendent realm. All the sect's investment would be wasted. With the same cultivation resources, the sect could nurture 10 single elemental spiritual power geniuses and steadily guide them to the transcendent realm. This choice was easy to make. In this early stage, I can only rely on myself. Only when I become a true disciple and make significant contributions to the sect, becoming of great value, will the sect vigorously cultivate me. But many disciples who cultivate all 5 elements are ruined in the early stages, unable to withstand the sect's support. I must persevere, Lin Yi silently admonished himself. Now, he had honed almost everything to perfection. Only his physical body remained. He had survived so many previous expenses, this final hurdle wouldn't make a difference. He returned to the West Wind courtyard. Lin Yi immediately entered the alchemy room and began refining second-grade purple jade paste, second-grade rejuvenation pill, and second-grade blood replenishing pill in the mystic pill furnace. Actually, first-grade rejuvenation pill and first-grade blood replenishing pill would have been sufficient for recovery. However, his time was limited, and he couldn't wait. He used the second-grade pills for faster recovery and to save considerable time in refining the copper skin. Lin Yi finished refining all the second-grade purple jade paste and second-grade rejuvenation pills. Night had already fallen. Another day had passed. I only have 2 days left. Can I refine the copper skin in 2 days? Lin Yi didn't dare to even think about it. Generally, it takes others years to refine copper skin. For him to do it in 2 days was unbelievable. He himself doubted he could do it. But he wanted to try. Even if he couldn't reach the great completion of copper skin, just reaching the minor completion of copper skin would greatly strengthen his physical defense. With a stronger body, he should have a chance to fully utilize the powerful sword techniques of the 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique and the 5th rank Zhengjin sword technique. I'm making progress. I don't necessarily have to reach the great completion of copper skin immediately, Lin Yi comforted himself. He couldn't just wait idly for the remaining 2 days to slip away. Black Whip, second rank purple jade ointment, second rank yuan replenishing pill, second rank blood replenishing pill, and the Black Whip, all prepared. Lin Yi smiled. Everything was ready except for one person to wield the Black Whip. This task can only be done by Xiao Tang. Lin Yi smiled. He lashed out with a black leather whip, striking Xiao Tang's entire body. He couldn't wear clothes. This had to be done by someone he trusted and was closest to. After being whipped, his skin was torn and bleeding, and he still had to have second-grade purple jade ointment applied to him. He couldn't ask anyone else for help. He could only ask his fiancée, Mo Xiaotang. I went to find Xiaotang last time, but she wasn't there. I told the outer sect leader to tell Xiaotang to come to Dangshi Peak to find me when she returns. So many days have passed, why hasn't Xiaotang come to find me yet? Lin Yi looked puzzled. Could something have happened to Xiaotang? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat at the thought. Chapter 150 Body Tempering with a Whip. Filled with worry, Lin Yi immediately went to the outer peak where Mo Xiaotang was located. This time, the supervising outer disciple personally came out to greet him. Where is Mo Xiaotang? Lin Yi asked bluntly. When I saw her last time, I immediately told her what you told me, to go to Dangshi Peak to find you. Didn't she go? The supervising disciple asked, his face full of surprise. No, Lin Yi said simply. What's going on? The supervising disciple asked in astonishment. Lin Yi had a sudden realization. His intuition was right. Mo Xiaotang had been deliberately avoiding him. Even before the sect entrance assessment, she had been deliberately avoiding him, no longer taking the initiative to find him. After entering the Miao sect, it was even more so. He had come to her door several times, but had never seen Mo Xiaotang. He specifically instructed the disciple in charge to tell her that she hadn't gone to Dangshi Peak either. Xiaotang is definitely hiding something from me, Lin Yi was certain. Unfortunately, he had already sensed it before, and even asked Mei Xiao, but she brushed him off. She simply wasn't willing to talk. Where is Mo Xiaotang? I need to see her. Lin Yi looked at the disciple in charge and said seriously. He needed to find Mo Xiaotang and get to the bottom of things. What was going on? Had she encountered some difficulties? Whatever the problem, they could face it together and solve it together. Why did she have to keep hiding from him? I'll take you to her right now. The disciple in charge quickly led Lin Yi to Mo Xiaotang's courtyard. This time, they were disappointed again. Mo Xiaotang wasn't there. Where is Xiaotang? The supervising disciple asked the other female outer sect disciples residing in the courtyard with a serious expression. Xiaotang went home to visit her family. She said she wouldn't be back for 2 days, one of the female disciples in yellow said. Going home to visit her family? How come I didn't know about this? Don't you all ask me for leave when you go home to visit your families? How did she leave the sect without my leave slip? The supervising disciple looked puzzled. I don't know. Anyway, she got a leave slip, a 10-day leave at that. We're also envious. We thought Lin Yi got it for her, but it turns out he didn't. Does Xiaotang have other powerful figures protecting her in the sect? She's truly unfathomable. The female outer sect disciples chattered excitedly. Hearing their explanation, Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly grave. A 10-day holiday, this was not something an ordinary person could obtain. Even an inner disciple like Meng Yao didn't get such a long vacation. How did Mo Xiaotang, as an outer disciple, manage to get a 10-day holiday? Did she know any other powerful figures in the Misty Sect? It would probably have to be a true disciple, or even an elder, to grant such a long holiday to an outer disciple. Lin Yi, what do you think we should do? Should we send someone to bring Mo Xiaotang back immediately? The managing disciple cautiously inquired. No need. Lin Yi waved his hand. Then, he turned and left the outer sect peak. All the way, Lin Yi pondered Mo Xiaotang's situation. There had been too many unusual occurrences surrounding Mo Xiaotang recently. He was increasingly unable to fathom Mo Xiaotang's thoughts, nor could he see through her. He even felt their relationship was slowly growing distant. He had always dreamed of marrying Mo Xiaotang, having many children, and building a powerful cultivation family. Now it seemed his plans were a bit too simplistic. His engagement to Mo Xiaotang might be changing. I only have 2 days. If I go back to Wangxian town to find Mo Xiaotang, the round trip will waste all my time, and even if she deliberately avoids me, I might not be able to see her. I went to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Anyone who cultivates all 5 elements there dies. Not a single one has returned. At this critical juncture, even ordinary friends should come to see me off, worried that I might die inside. At least they could see me one last time, but she chose to leave the sect at this time, clearly afraid I'd look for her, and still trying to avoid me. Lin Yi's mind grew increasingly calm. He was more certain of Mo Xiaotang's thoughts and intentions. But it saddened him greatly. He, a man about to die, had his fiancée avoiding him. What was the point of this engagement? This was only the beginning. If they were truly married, the pain would surely intensify tenfold. She chose to hide from everything, afraid to utter a single word. He couldn't accept this. She insists on not speaking and keeps avoiding me, so why should I keep pressing her? If she wants to say something, she will, Lin Yi snapped, losing his temper. He abandoned his pursuit and prepared to continue improving his strength. He was heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area in 2 days. His strength wasn't yet at its peak. He might die there. His own life was more important. As for his relationship with Mo Xiaodang, he planned to deal with it properly after returning from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. He had to find out the whole story. If Mo Xiaodang had her reasons, he would work with her to resolve it. If other unforeseen circumstances arise, then we'll deal with them later. Having figured this out, Lin Yi put aside these worries and distractions, preparing to focus on cultivating his brown skin realm. Since he couldn't ask Mo Xiaodang for help with body tempering, Lin Yi had no choice but to ask Ji Teng for assistance. In the Misty Sect, Ji Teng was the only male disciple with whom he had a decent relationship. Arriving at the battle peak, Lin Yi suddenly changed his mind again. No way, that Ji Teng has no guts. If I let him whip me, everyone will know. What will people think of me then? That kind of reputation could follow me for life. Even after I leave the Misty Sect, people might still be saying that I like being whipped. I need to find someone who can keep the secret. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. After much thought, Lin Yi decided to ask Meng Yao for help. Firstly, he was closest to the Meng family. Secondly, Meng Yao had helped that peerless prodigy whip his body. Meng Yao must have heard about it and wouldn't be surprised to let him know. Lin Yi arrived at Meng Yao's courtyard. After knocking, Meng Yao quickly opened the door. Seeing Lin Yi, a smile appeared on her face. "What brings you here?" Meng Yao asked with a charming smile. "I need your help with something," Lin Yi said seriously. "What is it?" Meng Yao asked with a smile. "It's not convenient to say here. Come with me to my West Wind courtyard," Lin Yi said simply. "Just me?" Meng Yao asked in surprise. "Just you," Lin Yi nodded. "I'm more curious about what it is." Meng Yao smiled and immediately followed Lin Yi to the West Wind courtyard. In the past, Lin Yi would always approach her, He Sui, Wang Qingsu, Ji Zinayu, and Ji Teng, all 5 of them. This time, Lin Yi approached her alone. And he did it very mysteriously. It seemed that Lin Yi still felt closer to her. This made her very happy. A short while later, the two arrived at Dangsha Peak, at the West Wind courtyard. They closed the courtyard gate and Lin Yi released all the restrictions within. Instantly, the entire courtyard was sealed off. No one outside could see or hear anything happening inside. "What's going on?" Meng Yao asked, her face full of curiosity. "Do you know about body tempering?" Lin Yi asked. "Yes," Meng Yao nodded. "Do you know about using a whip to temper the body?" Lin Yi continued. "I've never heard of that," Meng Yao shook her head. Now, Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered. He had assumed that Meng Yao knew about Meng Yao's use of a leather whip to train the body for that peerless prodigy. It turned out that even Meng Yao was unaware of this. It seemed that even in her madness, Meng Yao was still keeping this secret and hadn't told anyone else. She only told him because she mistook him for that peerless prodigy. "I'm preparing to cultivate a supreme physique called the Heaven and Earth Overlord body. The cultivation method is extremely cruel. To reach the copper skin realm, you must whip your body until it's torn and bleeding. Then apply purple jade ointment, and take rejuvenating pills and blood-replenishing pills to heal the injuries. After healing, whip your body again, then heal again, repeating this cycle. Through this repeated tempering, you cultivate to the copper skin realm. If you reach the great perfection of the copper skin realm, your defensive capabilities will be far stronger than those of others," Lin Yi explained in detail, recounting the entire process. "I see," Meng Yao suddenly understood. "Would you be willing to help me?" Lin Yi asked somewhat nervously. "Haven't you always been loyal to Mo Xiaodang? Why didn't you ask her for help?" Meng Yao asked in surprise. "I did. It seems something happened to her. She's been avoiding me and won't see me. Even if I went to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley and might die there, she still wouldn't see me," Lin Yi said somewhat sadly. "Perhaps she has some unspeakable secret. You can resolve this matter properly after you come out of the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. I'll help you this time. However, there's a difference between men and women. We're just ordinary Taoist partners. If word gets out, I'm afraid Mo Xiaodang won't be happy. To be on the safe side, it would be more appropriate for you to ask a male disciple for help," Meng Yao said cautiously. Actually, she was happy to help Lin Yi take their relationship a step further. However, Given Lin Yi's engagement, she didn't want to interfere. I wanted to ask G10 for help. He's the only male disciple I know, but you know G10, he has no guts and will tell me anything. If I whipped myself during body tempering, and he told me all that, embellishing it, my reputation would be ruined. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. That's true, Meng Yao nodded. This time, on my way to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, I must temper my strength to the extreme. Right now, you're the most suitable person to help me, Lin Yi said seriously. But this isn't quite right for the two of us. If you whip me all over, leaving my skin raw and bleeding, I can't bring myself to do it to you. Besides, there's a difference between men and women. It's not very convenient, and some of the scenes might be too graphic to look at, Meng Yao said, her face flushed. That's easy, you blindfold yourself and whip me hard where I'm standing. I'll adjust the whipping position to hit different parts of my body. Is that alright? Lin Yi suggested. The most suitable person to help with this would actually be Mo Xiaodang. But there was no other way. Mo Xiaodang was avoiding him, so he couldn't find her. He could only ask Meng Yao for help. With Meng Yao blindfolded, she wouldn't see anything, thus avoiding any suspicion. Moreover, only he and Meng Yao knew that he was using a leather whip to train her body. No one else would know. This is something only you and I know. No one else will. I'm just training my body. Don't overthink it. You're blindfolded again. It's nothing, Lin Yi advised, seeing Meng Yao's hesitation. Meng Yao nodded slightly. Then, Lin Yi personally took out a black cloth and blindfolded Meng Yao. Next, he handed her a black leather whip. Come on, whip me. Lin Yi took off his clothes and said to Meng Yao, crack. Meng Yao swung the black leather whip, striking her. However, being blindfolded, she couldn't see Lin Yi's location and could only roughly judge his position by the sound. The first lash went astray. But Lin Yi used his 5th grade Thousand Illusions body technique, instantly arriving at the point of impact. Crack, the whip struck Lin Yi, leaving a red welt. Harder, Lin Yi called out to Meng Yao. He needed to injure his entire body as quickly as possible. He couldn't be so slow. He only had 2 days. Crack, Meng Yao increased the force, lashing down again. Harder, Lin Yi cried out, enduring the pain as a bloody welt appeared on his body. Crack. Crack, Meng Yao swung the black whip forcefully, striking repeatedly. Each time, Lin Yi proactively met the blows, the black whip lashing his face and body from all sides. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi's body was covered in cuts and bruises, blood flowing freely. Alright, Lin Yi called to Meng Yao. Rest here and recover for a while. I'll apply some ointment to recover. Lin Yi grimaced, enduring the intense pain, and called to Meng Yao before immediately taking out a grade 2 purple jade ointment from his storage ring and applying it all over his body. Applying it was excruciatingly painful. The soles of his feet were also bruised and bleeding, making it painful to stand. But sitting down would only amplify the pain, so he dared not sit. After applying the grade 2 purple jade ointment, Lin Yi felt an intense itching all over his body. However, he couldn't scratch it. If he scratched, the ointment would lose its effectiveness, and that area wouldn't achieve the best tempering effect. That patch of skin was weaker than the rest, becoming a weakness in his copper skin realm. This was clearly unacceptable. Enduring the excruciating pain and intense itching, Lin Yi immediately swallowed a grade 2 rejuvenating pill and a grade 2 blood replenishing pill. Then, he activated his grade 5 Elements Heart Sutra, absorbing and refining the medicinal effects. Simultaneously, the pure and condensed 5-element spiritual energy within his body was also gently nourishing and tempering his injuries. Under these powerful medicinal effects, Lin Yi's injuries healed rapidly. After about an hour, all the scabs on his wounds had fallen off. The newly grown skin was smoother and more delicate, radiating a certain luster. Lin Yi pinched it. It was indeed more elastic and resilient than before. This time, the skin was torn open, which greatly improved him. Injury makes you stronger, Lin Yi smiled. It was quite worth it. The Heaven and Earth Overlord body didn't require any physical talent. As long as you worked hard. I'm healed, strike me hard again, Lin Yi called out to Meng Yao, whose eyes were covered with a black cloth. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.